Shout out to shout out to the neighborhood. I'm gonna get out this spread and I'm gonna get out this spread.
I'll be right over there.
Yep. And yeah, we're gonna make it happen.
Drop the link.
Thank you for having me, Mark.
Yeah, you good. You good. I'm gonna stay right there. I'm gonna give you the link right here in the private chat. So when you beam over, you're gonna be right on the pen. All right, stay right there.
All right, love everybody, man. Yeah, hey, love the Mark Nash. Hey, come on over here.
You said I know about to drop the link like he gonna join the panel. I know about we're gonna drop the link.
He ain't gonna join the panel though. He just gonna type a whole bunch of greasy shit about Terrence Crawford. But it's all good. It's still late. Come on, give me that bud, hey. Give me that bud, hey. It's cool. We okay here, man. Smoke fingers. Let's put one in the air. Let's go.
Put one in the air, man. Shout out to
Hey, what up, man? Oh, man, you in the building, man. That's what's up. Man, okay, yeah. Feel okay to the building, man. Yeah. Loving that, man. I appreciate you, man. Man, we got feel okay to the building, man. What's happening, man? What we supposed to do? We over here, man. Trying to get my shit together. Give me 2 seconds, man. Let me know if you can still hear me. Hey, Phil, hey, tell me out. Let me know if you can still hear me. If too loud or something. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Let's turn down. You know what I'm saying? Now that's a little better. There we go. We're getting our shit together, man. Slowly but surely, I'm slowly but surely getting it together, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get this banner together. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get this banner together and we're going to... We got it going on, man. Yeah, where we going now? Is my volume a little better? Oh, you about to write a 16? Yo, I'm going to turn that up. And let me get that 16, and I'm going to drop my email. And come on, show me something, man. Show me something real, man. Hey, look. All right, I got you. Hold on. Let me turn this up for you real quick. Let me turn this up. He said he going to write you like that beat right there. Yeah, this one for my guy right here. This actually a beat I'm actually probably gonna put on one of my albums. I got some stank to it, but I ain't finished with it. But this was a beat that actually I had in mind. This beat I wanted different rappers on. This is like, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, Deuce in the building. What's up, Relly? What's up, Relly Rails? You know what I'm saying? Let me go and invite some more people out here, man. Let me go. All in here, you know what I'm saying? Let's go in here. Yeah. I appreciate y'all for showing up, man. Yeah. Hey, is that volume good though? You can hear it. You can still hear me. We still good. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got everything all fucked up over here. Yeah, that's the link to the panel over there. Hold on, I got it. Yeah, I got to get that copied over there. Cool. I'm sending people over to the pedal. All right, cool. I'm going to let it bang. Yeah, cool. You like it? Yeah. I know Boxer. What's happening? What's going on, man? I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate the love. We over here. You know what I'm saying? We just chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yo, what is going on? How are you feeling?
What up?
Oh man, nothing, man. We over here just chilling and building, and we over here just chopping it up, smoke signals. I'm letting the room populate. We got some of the neighbors there in the building. I hope I sound good. You sound great. That music isn't too loud for you. I hope it's not too loud.
No, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Good. We in the building, so yeah, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Let's go ahead and talk about holy shit. Where the fuck were you, and what was the first fucking subgenre of hip hop that you recognized that you made that you was like, yo, this is hip hop, but this is definitely something different. We don't do this. We didn't do this for Warfare.
You faded out for a minute. What did you ask me?
I'm saying, well, what was the first subgenre that you first encountered where it was like, yeah, this is definitely hip hop, but this is different because we don't do this where I'm from?
The first song I heard that I really fell in love with was Scenario on Yo MTV Raps. Was the Busta Rhymes? Who was the group? Leaders of a New School and Tribe Called Quest. Scenario.
Yeah. What's the scenario?
Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Yeah, that one. That was different to me. And that Black Sheep. And I think, the song by what was it? Reminisce. T to the ROY. What's the name of the group with Pete Rock and CL Smooth?
Yeah, Pete Rock and CL Smooth. Yeah, I have my mic muted up. But yeah, I definitely. So that was the first time when you was like, yeah, we don't do that over here. We don't do that around these parts, homie. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't get no play now. But when you first heard it, did you think it was hot, or was you like, what the fuck is this? What was this?
I thought it was hot because videos were first coming in, and when I first started watching videos, it was the only black artist you saw was like Michael Jackson. Otherwise, it was all about Madonna and all that kind of stuff. And we liked them, we loved them, but to see hip hop, the same things that you heard on the radio or in your cousin's car or whatever, like to actually see it visualized, that was something different. To see the music and the clothes and the style, which was completely different from West Coast at the time. We didn't really have an actual hip hop identity at that time. We had NWA, and that was kind of it. But outside of MC Hammer, we didn't really have too much going on as far as like rap on the West Coast, and that was just kind of like big pop stuff. So, as you grow up and you kind of get away from the MC Hammer and the little like corny stuff, and you start listening to real hip hop, that's when I ran into that type of music, to Yo MTV Rap. So that was my thing.
Right. That's definitely what it is. That's definitely. I know with me, I don't know. It was just I grew up around so much music. I was blessed to have a lot of music around me, to where I saw, and then I had the advantage of being a military brat, to where I could see the different regions and what they had to offer. Shout out to everybody who's in the building, everybody who is in the building. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody pulling up. But I think the first subgenre that really made me say, wow, they do not do this. I'm not used to seeing this. I only heard this here would be shout out to Big Texas, would probably be that chop and screw shit. Because as much as West Coast likes to kind of like their brand of gangster music, because I traveled so much, I was hip to Tommy Wright III. Do you know who that is?
Tommy Wright III? No. Refresh my memory.
Yeah. Oh man, OG Tommy Wright. Yeah, man. Tommy Wright. This brother, he's a Memphis cat, I believe. I believe he's from Memphis, Tennessee cat, and yeah, he was killing shit in the early '90s. Dare I say, late '80s, and.
But like what genre was it? Rap or was it like?
Oh, it was
rap
some
wasn't always rap.
Oh no, it was gangster rap. It was gangster rap. Early DJ Paul, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like Tommy Wright,
okay.
like, yeah, like, you know, to where and then you can hear the gang influence. Me being military and me being tapped into the bullshit, you know what I'm saying, and everything. Yeah, Tommy used to just bone because some of the devil shit and all like that, and it wasn't necessarily tongue twisted, but that real trippy, where it wasn't chopped and screwed, but it was definitely a whole different vibe. But it had its West Coast influences, and being an Ohio nigga, we never hated on the West Coast, but we always laughed because that's Ohio music. Y'all used Ohio nigga samples, you know, that Ohio niggas who was popping in the
soul
80s.
samples, yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta be a real musician to understand that
pick up
was
on
Ohio.
That, yeah.
Like, you
the
know
funk.
what I'm saying?
Because we love the funk, and you're right. I'm a huge Prince fan, and that's Midwest, that's Minneapolis, that's, you know, that's Midwest. You know,
Yeah,
and even the pimp culture that we have in Northern California. That's I didn't realize until I read Iceberg Slim and all that was West. I mean, that's you know, Midwest.
Hey, you want to hear something crazy? Okay, you read Iceberg Slim, so you read Pimp, right? Most
Yep.
people that you first start off with, so you read Pimp. Okay.
Right.
You remember when he talks about Youngstown, Ohio, where I'm living at right now. Shout out to the 330. You know what I'm saying? When he talks about Youngstown, Ohio, in the early chapters, where he would use to where he would go to break in his hoes, he would have them walking up and down Hillman. Hillman was the whole stroll that they would walk up and down. You feel what I'm saying? And if they made enough money off Hillman, he'd go and send them out to Chicago. And shout out, I swear to God, just not even, there was 2 hoes on the whole stroll on Hillman when I was driving down Hillman earlier today. God damn it, some things don't ever change. Shout out to motherfucking goddamn Youngstown, Ohio. Goddamn it. God damn it. Thank you for that, Marcus. Yes. But some things never change. That man wrote about motherfucking pushing hoes and having wholesale pussy on Hillman in the 1950s in Youngstown, Ohio. And I swear to God, I saw 3 hoes walking down Hillman just now before I, you know what I'm saying, before I got home. And some things never change. My baby. Yeah, man. Respect, man. But what's going on, Big Nash? You see, we live. We out here. You know what I'm saying? We getting it going, and we just talking about subgenres of hip hop. What was the first subgenre that you recognized that when it first came to you, it was like, yo, this is different. It's definitely hip hop, but we don't do this where I'm from.
Define subgenre first.
Well, some people would say that Midwest tongue twisting would be a subgenre. Some people would say that maybe screaming, rapping, or call and response, Little John sort of stuff would be a whole subgenre. Definitely, we have the hyphy music.
I never thought those were subgenres. I just thought it was different. What I would call more like like that insane clown posse. Don't they call that rap? What they do?
Yeah,
it's like
rock rap.
Juggalo culture right there. Like I've never been a fan of the Beastie Boys neither. Too much. I'm sorry, y'all.
What? Come
on, I wasn't a fan, bro.
Damn.
I like you have to fight for your right to party. I like that. I might have liked Paul Revere, but that's it. I didn't think the motherfuckers was like that. I'm like, man, who the fuck let y'all in the cookout? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Wasn't the biggest Beastie Boy fan. Do I respect them for being pioneers? Yeah, I guess. Have I ever bought a Beastie Boy record? Clips. Let me bring this over here.
You never heard of it.
Nah,
never heard of it. I know that's right.
Fuck out of here. I ain't buying no Beastie Boys records.
No, never.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't think I've ever bought one either.
Time.
You ever dubbed the tape? Hey, Clips, you ever told you, oh, let me dub that tape. Oh, you got that new Beastie? Now, I dubbed that Salt and Pepper, but I won't dub no Beastie Boys.
All right,
fuck that.
I gotta keep it a billion with it. I never bought a Beastie Boys album, but as far as dubbing tapes, I'm gonna age myself. Okay. You're talking about elementary school money. I'm talking about couple dollars. Elementary school. You feel what I'm saying? Yo, Tower Records. Yo, I'll put you on the name. If you had a Tower Records or a Capitol, whatever you had, the record store.
Yeah, we had Tower.
These Maxwell cassette tapes, they would be clear. All right, there would be like a blue square, a yellow circle, and like a pinkish red triangle on these clear cassette tapes. Or you get the ones that be like black and gold or black and blue, right? You feel what I'm saying? You buy 100 pack. You know what I'm saying? You cheap nigga, you might get a 30 or 50 pack, but fuck that. You get you the 100 pack. All right, back then it cost me like $10, $15 for that 100 pack. Then I'd sit there with my recorders. And this is also military shit, like being a military brat. This is how a lot of genres always tell people. And also different aspects of street and gang culture traveled around the country. This was the thing to do. We would get our things and we would see who would have the baddest mixtape. And if you could sell all your shits at $2 and $3 a tape, you feel me? Mind you, you in motherfucking like 4th, 5th grade.
I never sold them, but I did the same thing.
That's a couple dollars. And you know you was that nigga when you had to go and get a couple 100 pack. Because niggas loved your tapes. Now they can't tell you shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Like so certain genres I remember. That's why I get passionate about the subgenres, because I remember when, depending on where I was living at, man, yo, that last tape had a lot of that such and such, man. Don't be playing that shit, man. I don't be listening to that shit. Yo, you got some whatever, you ever heard of woo-doo-doo? You know what I'm saying? Like, and you be like, oh man, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that this was a thing. And you know, cats would be at you like, yo, oh, this is what I want to hear. Like, yo, you had too much East Coast. You ever heard of Project Pat? And everything. And you're like, oh damn, I didn't even know these niggas out here popping. Now you did it through their crates and you going crazy. You know what I'm saying? You going crazy with it. Like, I can't believe that, you know what I'm saying? I can't believe that these niggas are doing it like this. A lot of people were real tripped out about Midwest tongue twisting when they heard like tongue twisting and shit like that. But being from Ohio, that was nothing new. That was nothing new for me. You know what I'm saying? That was nothing new for me. I loved it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, it's about time. But, you know, some niggas, some niggas was like, yo, what is this? You know, for some niggas, it was new. So that's why I will call that shit a subgenre. Even though for an Ohio nigga, that's the way we talk. Like, you see, sometimes I'll even start talking fast, and I even have songs where I'll do that. And then to me, I'm not double time, and that's how I would rock to that beat.
Yeah, we like twist down on the West Coast, but for us, am I getting feedback?
A little feedback, yeah, a little feedback. Whatever you have, turn it down just a bit, but other than that, we golden.
Well, on the West Coast, our underground was like Strong Arm Steady Gang, and like the Alcoholics, and it was cool to see them like exhibit to pop out from the Alcoholics to being like a mainstream artist for a long time. He had his little run.
Oh yeah, man. Exodus Z was dope. And shout out to the whole Liquid crew. Shout out to the Crows. Was it 200 Crows or whatever they were called?
Rondon and all of them.
Yeah. City Hall up there in Northern Cali. Like, there was a lot of Cali. Here's another thing that people don't understand. Cali gets a lot of Ohio love. Cali gets a lot of 330 love. Somebody typed in Mark's chat earlier. The homie Sebo and El Cheddar used to be in my city, Warren, Ohio, all the time. Actually, one of the original. Even I got to tip my hat. You know what I'm saying? My movement comes under their movement. And shout out to the underworld of Warren, Ohio. A lot of them, like Yuck Mouth and everything. Like, I always tell 40. Yeah, man. Some of them niggas used to be in the still do. Sally Sale, all them niggas would be in Warren so much that it wasn't even little ass Warren, Ohio. It would be to the point where nobody's pressed. Like Yuck Mouth, like it got to the point where it's like, what up, Yuck? And you just keep walking. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's fucking Yuck Mouth, fuck the nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even when the Diplomats was out here heavy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Diplomats was out in Youngstown, Columbus. Like, Cam is not bullshitting. There was a little period in the 2000s where, depending on what circles you ran in and what clubs you partied at and places you chilled at, you was kind of underwhelmed by seeing these niggas. Like, oh man, look at Cam and them niggas. Like, you pull up and you see the bullshit, and you be like, oh yeah, these niggas up here, this shit about to be lit. Watch this. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and so the Liquid crew was real big on that. In fact, they even there's an artist that I did music with by the name of Arafat, brilliant artist. He actually was a member of the Alcoholics, you know, the Liquid crew, and yeah. So I always got to give love to them, for they came to 330, actually grabbed a lot of them cats, grabbed a lot of us, and you know, some of our first tours or some of our first. The reason why some of us were still local rappers or whatever, but we could say we sold internationally or we did blah blah blah, is because it would be artists from the West Coast who they're in Ohio, they're fucking with us. The song was recorded, believe it or not, in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Like they be out here all the time.
I miss the days of like Cypress Hill. Cypress Hill doesn't get enough credit to me as far as what they came into the hip hop game with. Like, their sound was so different. And they kind of brought the whole, you know, it was cool to smoke weed way before all the Snoop Dogs and all of them were talking about it, but they don't get their credit for that.
Well, yeah, and that's another thing. Like with the weed culture, that's another thing about Ohio. How we got our Nelson Ledges is notorious, and it's right out here where I'm from. And like out here, like I've smoked with motherfucking Tommy Chong. Like, you know, that's on some weed shit. Like that's some shit where people will come. You know what I'm saying? People will fucking come. You know what I'm saying? From all over the world. You'll be surprised every year when they do this little fucking festival, whatever, out here. It's where people just run around barefoot in the fucking woods and smoke weed all day. So I heard.
Well, out here in Cali, we had them Humboldt greens. Like, Northern California is more big for the weed and the weed growing than Southern California was. Southern California get more of their weed from Mexico, I would say.
Yeah, I got most of that. Yeah, man. I don't know if they the first, but I do remember. Hey, listen, I gotta go sidetrack. You from LA, so you gonna vouch for me on this, fool, and you too, Puro. I'm gonna tell you, every time I hear that name, RBL Posse, all I think of is Bluebird on My Shoulder, and all the shit that song got started. Oh my God. Holy damn. That song, there's a bluebird on my shoulder. Can I kill it? God damn it. That song got so much shit started. Fuck plenty a party up. Oh my God. Oh my God. If y'all don't understand, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
when my homegirl came out here from Ohio, they was all on that 3-6 Mafia. It was on the what's Master P's brother that's locked up?
C Murder. Yeah, we love C Murder.
I bought that album. Listen, I bought that album from we had a place out here called, it wasn't Circuit City, but it's Fry's Electronics, and we would go there because the shit was kind of cheap. And I bought C Murder's album, and that shit cut off in the middle. Like something was wrong with it. It was defected or some shit. So I was like, this shit is whack. She's like, give me that shit. I like that shit. I'm like, we ain't really feeling C Murder and all that. That was kind of when the whole Master P movement was kind of slowing down, and then the Hot Boys started getting hotter, I guess.
Yeah. I remember. I definitely do remember. You know what I'm saying? Like when P started taking off. See, Ohio was crazy because, like, we were at such a, like, that's why a lot of people was weirded out when certain artists came and they were either linking with cats from down south or the West Coast. Even though, say, RZA and Killer Army and them, you know, they were, you know, they're heavy in Stupidville, and there's we even went through a period, like through a lot of the late 90s and early 2000s, there were a lot of us in this region, even up in Cleveland. We had this thing where we're the Middle East, we're not the Midwest.
That was confusing to us. Like, we were always like, are y'all East Coast or West Coast? Because that's all it was to us.
You feel me? Like, we're like, nigga, I could jump in my shit right now, and when less than like 7 something hours, I'll be in New York City.
Right.
All I gotta do is jump on that 680 East, and I'm doing that straight line right through Pennsylvania, and I'm gonna pop in right around Philly, cut through Jersey, bang, George Washington, Holland Tunnel, however I want it. I'm in New York City, bang, nothing. I've done it so many times, it's nothing. And with that same thing, I take that same amount of time and I drive the other direction. I just made it to Detroit.
Well, out here in Cali, 4 hours away.
I can drive to Cali. That's what we always tell niggas. I can't just get up and drive to Cali. I can drive to New York right now.
Well, shit, Cali, we got so many different cities with so many different genres. We got LA, and then like the middle of Cali didn't really pop, and then we got Northern California, which is like almost two different states. Like they don't have gang banging up in Northern California. People don't realize they don't. And that California is not all just gang bang music. They got a whole different sound, and that's where you get with the E40s and Too Shorts and all of the artists that came under them. That's where you see a little Sweetie and
Mac Dre, and like the hypey shit. Like I really
Shelly Cell, Mr. Fab.
Yes, I really like shit. And first of all, shout out. I got to give my international connection, and he's been quiet, so I got to give him, you know what I'm saying, because he was with me on the first show. And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Puro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my canal. Shout out to my canal.
Shout out to you, brother. I wasn't gonna miss it, man. I was listening to y'all cook on Mark's shit. I was like, I heard you're gonna go live. I'm like, I won't be there right now.
My God, man. You know,
hey,
man.
Fuller, how you doing?
I got enough. So you here? So I gotta give you all the flowers, man. Flowers, no fertilizer.
Thank you.
I always tell people, lowrider event. Actually, 3 different lowrider events in the early '90s. I was mad young. Lighter shade of brown.
Yeah, man.
Backstage, smoking a joint with me and a couple of little homies. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about we jits, no business off the porch, but we out here. Lighter shade of brown. A couple months later, not only was cool with us, but recognized us, called us out backstage kicking it. Lighter shade of brown. I'm like, yo, that's what I want to do. I always tell people it's crazy as hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like growing up in like the Southwest and on the West Coast at different times, like Mexican hip hop. A shout out to like you talking about what made me think of that Food Revolution is just talking about Northern Cali. Shout out to the Booyah Tribe, Northern and Southern Cali, and all through there, man. A lot of their OGs had crossed over in recent months, recent years, you know, and Riddler and all like that. Rest in peace to all them, man. Because these were real dudes, real heavy in the streets, had music out there, and you would just see them in the most crazy places. Kid Frost, you would just see them.
Frost, yep.
These, like, that was the craziest thing. It always felt like some of the Spanish and, like, you know what I'm saying, the Pacific Islander hip-hop cats who never got their flowers like they needed to from the 90s generation were some of the most visible if you were really ever on the West Coast. Like, you would, like, you know what I'm saying, you say you from LA, you saw that motherfucker Samoan blood niggas. Don't front like you did in Food Revolution.
Yep.
Them niggas is visible. If you out there, you saw them niggas.
Yeah.
And they distinguished themselves. And you didn't just think, oh, these are Bloods. No, those are the Samoan Bloods. Yeah, that's the Booyah Tribe.
Yeah, they're big in Carson too.
Used to kick it with the Booyah Tribe.
Yeah, like that down you know who the fuck they is. And even the Samoan Crips, all the SOS bros, you know what I'm saying? And SD bros, you know what I'm saying? You know, like, you know who the fuck they is. God damn it. You don't even have to be from that city. You will know who the, yes, exactly. They'll be up there, low riders, pop locking, and please, God, don't let shit get active for the love.
Oh, man.
For the love of God. Oh, hide the kids, hide the wife. You do not want them problems. Talk it out, please.
Listen.
Talk it out.
I mean, they're like the black people of the South Pacific, man. They really get it popping. You don't want, and they deep. All their families are like 13 people deep, each family. Grandma used to be like, she was like, the Booyah Tribe would come through and I cook a big old pot of spaghetti and that shit would be gone in like 5 seconds. I'm like, yeah, them some big dudes.
Man, that was always staying on code with the topic. That was the subgenre that truly solidified me as the international gangster and loving the more international aspects of hip hop over regionalism in Hawaii. How these motherfuckers like, yo, anybody ever grew up around Polynesians or like Pinoys and like Chamorro, the people from Guam and shit like that? These are some singing R&B ass motherfuckers, ain't they?
Yep. I'm a nurse, so I have a lot of Filipinos.
So,
yeah,
thank you. And so you know what I'm talking about, Food Revolution. Some of them little bitches swear they Mary J. Blige, and you can't, and you really shouldn't.
You can't tell them that they ain't.
Thank you. You shouldn't argue with her because she good.
I be bumping the music at work, and they be coming up and singing the songs. Like, how you know this song? Like, yeah, they know that. They know that shit.
Yeah, they know this shit. And it was the same with hip hop. Like, they ain't playing. Like, oh my God, man.
And they can dance their ass off. They know that hip hop dance. They know that shit. Like the Jabberwockies. I think the first original group. I don't know what they are now because they got the mask on. But they're all like Filipinos when on that very first when they were on that show. So you think it can dance or whatever? Man, they be fucking it up. They pick that choreography up so quick, man.
And I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 million bazillions. Man, holy balls. Listen, like, man, I've shout out to the Asian community. I believe that the Asian community, more than any other community globally, has really preserved the art of break dance.
I'm telling you. Listen to the man.
If anybody want to argue with me, Brandon Washington, you want to debate, you want to defend blackness, God damn it. Because I'm telling you, that is something that niggas put down. So you can't get mad if someone else picked it back up. That's like with motherfucking rock and roll. Okay? Listen, that was some nigga shit. We'll always be some nigga shit. But right now, if I said, hey, I will pay for these young boys to go learn how to play guitar, drums, or whatever, will they actually do it?
They love our culture, man.
Man, these motherfuckers pick it up and they will hold it down. Where you'll be like, oh, they a culture vulture, whatever. No, man, these motherfuckers know that little Japanese, that little Filipino, Korean kid, she is steeped in the culture. She will dance your ass off. Oh my gosh, she know what she talking about. You might need to just shut up and listen. Like she know what she doing.
For real.
Hey Reggie, you got a Booyah Tribe story? Pull up. Because I got some Booyah Tribes, man. I got some Samoan dynasty and some Samoan, some Sons of Samoa story that'll blow your mind because, man, when my brother was being a bouncer and security for a lot of these rappers during the 90s, it'd often be a lot of the Samoan cats with him and a whole bunch of, the few big niggas who actually, was big enough and bad enough to rock in that crowd.
There's some big motherfuckers and they will fight in a heartbeat.
I love the culture. Oh my God, man. I mean, anybody got a Samoan friend, call him, put him on the thing. I want to just give him his flower. I love the culture. Like, they will make you fight. Like, everyone thinks I'm so blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I know I'm a little nigga. Y'all understand I grew up around these motherfuckers where, we'll make you fight. We'll have guns on us and everything. But you was talking that good shit, nigga. We'll make you fight. Nigga, like, we want to see a fight. Like, I'm surprised there isn't more mainstream Samoan and Polynesian boxers. I understand why there's an MMA, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I figured that outside of David Tua, we'd see way more of them in professional boxing.
They push more football.
Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would really think, Puro, because you know what I'm talking about as a Mexican. Mexican and Latin bravado and machismo. That's a motherfucker. Am I lying?
No, you ain't.
It's a motherfucker like that. Now, plenty of motherfuckers have died because
they love to be in conflict, bro. Fuck, especially Mexicans and shit.
Because the Spanish motherfucker just wasn't gonna let no shit go. He wasn't gonna let it go.
They be doing the strong arm robberies out here on the West Coast. Them motherfuckers do strong arm. They don't need a gun. They just fucking knock your ass out, walk up to you, knock you out, and take what they want.
That's what I was getting. As much as Mexican pride is a thing, Polynesians, I know. I'll tell a story. Let me be careful on how I word this story. Oh my God! All right, I knew the first time I seen a lot of death. I seen a lot of whatever, unfortunately, in my life. But I always tell people the first time I knew what hard, nigga, you are hard, you are a killer, you do this, was I seen a man beat to death by another man's bare hands. He beat this man till he was bored with 2 loaded 45s on his shoulder holsters. Never once thought about grabbing a gun. Heard something he didn't like and got busy. And walked away and smoked a cigarette. He was a Samoan, the person who did that.
Their culture is so different. Like I have a homegirl that grew up. She's Tongan, and she was like, when I was young, like boys and girls were not allowed to even sit next to each other because that just wasn't allowed. Like even if it was your cousin, you can't even sit next to him unless you're married. I was like, man, that's the difference between American culture and Polynesian culture. There's just so many differences. They have huge families though. Like she came from a family of like 13.
And you got to fight every single one of the motherfuckers. You start something with them.
Man, listen, I'm going to do it. Everybody cover your ears. I'm going to do it. Okay? You've heard Jason Momoa. You heard The Rock do it. If you ever grew up around, anyone ever grew up around Samoans, I'm about to do this and you're about to have flashbacks. Joe! My voice is low. That when you hear that battle cry,
you better get out the way.
Man, get the fuck out the way. There's going to be about 25 brothers, sisters, and uncles running to the fight. Because when they hear that battle
mamas,
cry,
daddies, grandmamas,
thank you.
Everybody.
I have been with my niggas. We have been chilling. I'm talking about literal bottles popping.
It's interesting how I have a direct line of communication to people at BLK. I have a direct line of communication to
Mark.
I don't have a.
But yeah, I've literally been where motherfuckers is in there deep as hell. We doing our own thing. They would hear that battle cry, stop what they doing, and run to go investigate. And better not see something that they don't like, because they will correct that issue. Women, men, children, they hear that it is in their culture. They hear that battle cry and not just, oh yeah, niggas is fighting. Answer that call.
Yeah, it was crazy. Food for Revolution was saying something about with the women, like how they don't sit next to each other, like if they ain't marrying shit. But I should trip because one of the homies used to always be his girl, because I don't know if she was pulling that shit anytime that nigga had like food and shit. If she asked for it, that fool was almost like he had to give it to her and shit. It's like you take care of the women, like they held him to some kind of regard and shit. But I was like always tripping off of that. But folks are fighting, like you were saying, you don't see why more of them ain't in the boxing. And I was saying a lot of them don't have the conditioning for boxing and shit. I think that ended up being Tua's downfall, like later in life. Tribally, because they tribal as fuck, they fight a lot. When it comes to fighting, after a while, like they really become useless in a drawn out fight and shit.
They were trying to get into the boxing scene more when I was growing up. I'm not the boxing, the football. Like they were pushing to get into the football thing.
Massive in football. Like, even in Cali, like a lot of schools. Matter of fact, not even just Cali, a lot of schools across the country were getting fucking like programs banned for bringing them from off the islands and shit. It was teams that couldn't get good recruiting out of the area. They'll go to the islands and have their families come over there, putting money in their pocket, doing all type of shit, getting them big ass kids over here.
Because the motherfuckers was reckless. They were reckless on the field. Like you said, the motherfuckers was not playing. Like if you do something they don't like, it's on and popping.
Yeah, man. And that's always like, that was what I grew up around that. And I always give them all the flowers, because being around those families and helping those different South American and Polynesian families basically adopt me in, it basically shaped my culture. And I always loved simple things like that. Like, yeah, he could be a very soft-spoken motherfucker. He's actually the runt of the litter as far as the family goes. He actually ain't no gangster or ain't on anything, but he acts a certain way and he behaves a certain way, just you know what I'm saying, just on protocol, just because that's so embedded into them culturally. I've always respected that. Just like what Puro always talks about as far as pure, true Mexican fighters. Like there are your certain boxes that if you can't check those boxes, you better not call yourself a Mexican fighter or whatever. Just say you have Hispanic heritage. or whatever. Because if you are one of these, you act accordingly. You do things this way. You know, it's a crazy fucking. I just always respected that about any culture that really can maintain something like that. You know what I'm saying?
The niggas do play that tribal shit. I always thought they got along. I didn't know like Tongans and shit and Samoans were feudal over that, over like some decade, like centuries old fucking war they got.
Fighting over different islands. Yeah, they've been fighting over islands. Tongans and Samoans, it's hard to get them in the room. Yeah, but though Tongan Crips are kind of cool with Samoan Crips. But on the red side of things, yeah, they don't give a fuck, red or not. If you Tongan, you're Samoan, yeah, keep them niggas away from each other.
Yeah, no, we had a Tongan cat. We always thought everybody was Samoan. We never heard of Tongan. But then we started having the one cat on our team was like, he was Tongan. We played Carson because majority of Samoans like off the island live in like Carson and shit. I think we played Banning or we played Carson, one of them schools. And this school got the he just got the like swinging on another cat. We tripping like every play this thing was almost fighting another like dude looked like him. He was like saying some shit because he's Samoan, and then we like, man, what the fuck? But it goes into like how some people play into, you know, cultural, you know, historics of culture and shit. It was like shit was crazy.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're good now. But yeah, but it's like even down to the when people don't think about the tattoos, like even I adopted that. Like I always tell people I don't have tattoos, I have sigils. I grew up around the Polynesia, and like people don't understand. Like I forget what movie it was, but The Rock, he had elevated where like there was these other Samoan dudes about to rush him into prison, and all he would do was flash his arm tattoo at him, and motherfuckers would just get scared because people don't understand in that culture. It'll be like that to us. Yeah, they all look alike, but it'll be something real simple like he, you know, say your homeboy on that football team, he saw that tattoo on dude's leg, he saw that tattoo on dude's arm. He's like, oh, he's one of them. Fuck them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
That
like,
nigga was tripping, man.
Like, no, for real. But no, you don't understand. Like,
it's interesting how I have a direct line of communication.
A lot of my brothers. You know what I'm saying? A lot of like my brothers. You know what I'm saying? True brothers in life, and you know what I'm saying? Bonded. You know what I'm saying? Bonded in money and blood and all this shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like these motherfuckers, I'd be with them. We're having a great time. And they'd see somebody and shit would go so left. All of a sudden I'm here, Ufa, kefe, bulaba. You know that they speaking that shit and I'm sitting there and like, you know what I'm saying? After a while, you'd have to be like, oh, that nigga must be Mari. You feel what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? You got to understand, yeah, it's time to activate because, you know, if you ever grew up around them, you know, once it gets to going, it don't stop. It only ends one way. Somebody got to go sleep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way that shit stops is niggas asleep and niggas is in handcuffs because that's just what they do. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfuckers do fight a lot like a motherfucker.
Even with the Samoans and the Filipinos, they be like, Filipinos are not Asian. They're South Pacific. They're with the Pacific Islanders. Like a lot of Asians out here, they're like, Filipinos are not Asian. The Filipinos think they're Asian. They're not Asian. They're Pacific Islanders.
Right, yeah, a lot of people don't know that most Asians do. Like I've heard it said that the Filipinos are the N-words of the Asian community as far as how they're looked at and treated, and it's so funny. They're considered either Pacific Islanders, but the Pacific Islanders don't consider them, and that's why Filipinos have that chip on their shoulder because
they're very poor too.
I'm for sure also they're called Mexicans of the Asians too.
Well, yeah,
they're more like the Negroes of the Asians.
Well, yeah, they call them Mexicans because they got all that Spanish fucking name on them and shit.
Yeah, like Vasquez and all that shit. Yeah,
some of them look 100% Spanish with just maybe slanted eyes. And if you understand what was going on during the Spanish-American War, it all makes sense. But it's like it's crazy to where it'll be like I had some cats who was like 100% Filipino. Dig this, he's 100% Filipino, so he's Asian. He's a Muslim because he's from the mountains of Manila. Like, so he's like a real hardcore, like freeway beard, sometimes coming out with the full robe and you know what I'm saying, with the kufi, or most times just chilling, but he got his kufi on, you know what I'm saying, Muslim.
Just like over there in Thailand.
No, and his last, there's a Filipino cat. There's a lot of Filipino Muslims, you know what I'm saying, and everything, but his last name's Ramirez.
And that's the thing that's a trip with like Nonito. Like he don't got one of Spanish last names. I want to ask him why is that, or did they parents something? Are they of Asian ancestry or Japanese ancestry or some shit? For them to be Filipino and not have one of them Spanish last names is kind of different.
I don't know. Donaire sounds pretty Spanish to me, brother.
Who?
His last name Donaire.
No, I'm looking at.
No, ain't his name Nonito Donaire? His last name Donaire.
Yeah, but they pronounce it Donaire.
Donaire. Yeah, Donaire.
Oh.
That's still Spanish. Come on, Piero. That's Spanish. This is Donaire.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what.
I know. I was saying it didn't sound Spanish, but I guess you say it like that. Maybe it does have that.
Fuck, I just thought about that. That nigga's last name is Money.
Like De Niro.
That nigga's last name is Money. It's some alliteration for money getter or money flipper or
maybe
money,
it's not his real last name. Maybe it's just a stage name.
If you split it into two words, it's Donaire, so like the king of the air.
Yeah. Or the father, the air father, Sky Father.
Air father, something like that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So his name either means Sky Father or he's getting money, or a money handler.
I've never heard of any Filipino rap though.
Man, there's so many Filipino rappers.
Shit, yeah, they influenced by West Coast shit. Yeah,
man, that's so crazy, man. I got a homeboy named Don Snow right now who's out there in Calabasas. I'm trying to get this motherfucker to put his equipment back together. I might even go out there. Or check him out at his spot out in Deuces, part of Cali. You know what I'm saying? Actually, depending on what goes on this spring, I actually might go out there just to harass this nigga and get him back on his shit. But he's Filipino. I know. Man, I had so many goddamn Asian motherfuckers who was rapping. One of the illest I ever knew was this kid from Queens, New York, his rap name was Victor Creed, which was so dope because that's the name for Sabretooth, and how he looked. He's like, you could tell he was like Filipino and black, so he had that weird look with crazy hair and shit, and he had the snaggle tooth, so calling him Sabretooth actually kind of worked. You know what I'm saying? But he was ill as fuck. Yeah,
you catch them in a lot of underground shit.
Yeah. A lot of Janae.
Yeah, from the Black Eyed Peas. Yeah.
What's
his name? Apple not Apple from the Black Eyed Peas, but the other dude from Black Eyed Peas. He's black and a Filipino.
Right. There's so many of them motherfuckers, man. I'm telling you, my nieces have Filipino, man. Like, listen, if you ever were stationed in any other military bases on the West Coast of Hawaii or whatever, God damn it, you know about some motherfucking Filipinos and some goddamn Chamorro or Guamanian women. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What's another hip hop subculture that you got hip to that you that we might not know about on the West Coast?
I know it's West Coast based, but Bureau will know about it. Cartel rap. You know, that's where I was going. I got distracted but that's where I was going with giving Lighter Shade of Brown their flowers. You know what I'm saying? Outside of watching the women on Telemundo and Univision who'd be half naked or in bikinis for no reason whatsoever. Another reason why I started getting hip to understanding Spanish was I got hip to the cartel rappers in the old days who would rap over old Tejano beats. And so it'd be cats from the border towns. I lived in Arizona, so there'd be there's so many of them, man. They were just, but the thing that was dope is all their songs were like telenovelas. You know what I'm saying? So if you really understood it, these were things that actually happened. This was a shootout that actually happened 2 years ago. You feel what I'm saying? And
they're called narco corridos. That's the common term.
There you go. Go ahead.
And then nowadays they call it a Mexican trap.
Mm-hmm.
I barely learned that a few years ago, to be honest. What's up, brother?
Hey, who the dude that got killed? Because I remember one day I go in the Radio Shack and the workers in there playing that Mexican music. I always called it mariachi and shit. And they man, this is gangster rap, whoop whoop. And it's a dude. I see him in videos. He always with the cowboy hat and the suit with the guns. He got killed at a concert, and I think his son died that way. What's his name?
You're talking about Chalino. Chalino Sanchez.
That sound like it, yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty famous.
Well, he was crazy, man. For the cartel and shit. That was cartel music.
Well, yeah, he sung all kinds. He sung about a cartel life. He was singing about just kind of I would call it folk music and shit like that. He saw all kinds of shit. He was just crazy. He's just he wanted to be one of those dudes, I think.
Yeah, shit was wild. I know me. It's crazy. But I know there was this one Spanish cat I found out on the internet because he died, and it just happened to be on my feed, and I hit it. And he was a Spanish gay rapper, but he was doing it, and it was so funny. I laughed because he actually really was like on some cartel shit, like died in some crazy ass shootout. All this so crazy shit.
You're not funny, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it was great. No, because like like he was on, he was like Bad Bunny on steroids with the you know what I'm saying, Puro with the whole, with the gender fluid Latin expression of it. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know how it hits different in Latin culture to where I don't want to offend nobody, but you know.
I just got on Bad Bunny.
Well, in Latin culture, that shit plays a little more, and I grew up around I grew up around a lot of cats who like Santanato and Cartel, affiliated and influenced, and believe it or not, that shit does exist in that world, to where you'll catch that little young cat who, he's hard as nails, he is the plug, but if you spend enough time around him, he's got his weird ways. You don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He dressed flamboyant for a reason.
I was gonna say, in Mexico, most of the rap is political.
Right.
Like most of the major artists are rap artists in Mexico are political. They do political rap.
Right. So it's a lot of political shit. It's a lot of shit to where, you know what I'm saying, like, yeah, low key, he's just chilling in San Diego, or he's just chilling somewhere, you know what I'm saying, outside of Lake Havasu or Reno, Nevada, somewhere in Texas. But like, no, there's actually this mayor or this police station that's really mad at him because his song kicked up some shit, to where, like, he, now he is he's got to be protected by, say, this group, to where you're thinking of him it's not like in black music where it's a hip hop artist who he can't leave the hood alone. Sometimes some of these Mexican artists, they get embroiled in some gangster shit because of just the nature of that type of music. And, so you start ruffling the wrong feathers, you might need some protection.
Yeah. Well, it's all about the history of the Mexican government being so corrupt. So that sparked a lot of those rappers to come out. Like one of the most famous ones out of Mexico. You could call them a rock group. You could call them rap. I think they do both. They're called Molotov, and a lot of, like, most of their shit is all political.
Like Molotov Cocktail.
Yeah, like Molotov Cocktail. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's dope. I like that name, Molotov.
Molotov,
coming to the stage, Molotov.
Now they're badass too. I mean, like, when I go on lives and I play music, when I play Molotov music, that's when YouTube cuts me every single time.
No, I was getting to that.
Well,
I was getting
why.
Yeah. No, because I was saying
like that.
no, because okay, I'm trying to let me word this right. A lot of my extended family, like I said, they're South and Central American, and so, like, when you get people from, like, say, El Salvador or Honduras, you know what I'm saying, and their music hits different.
Man, there's some gangsters out there.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. MS-13 shit. I always remember a kid, them fools always killing the presidents in El Salvador.
Chill out, Reggie.
To kill the fuck out of the president.
Chill out, Reggie. You trying to turn this into an Instagram feed. And you heard me say, be careful how I word this. Because, a lot of my extended family, like, it's like, no. Like, yeah, I make some hard-ass songs, but I got some cats who, like, nah, his shit, that's why it slaps different in Colombia. Like, yeah, if y'all speak the language, y'all know what he's talking about. And if y'all watch the news, y'all know what he's talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different, like, keeping it real hits different in Latin culture.
I've lived in California almost my whole life, and I'll be for shit. I'm just about to take my first trip to Mexico near my birthday in September, because I'll be like, they be on some shit down there. Like, I'm afraid my ass might not come back. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, it's been like ebbs and flows my whole life. Like, you got like a lot of in San Diego, you got a lot of Navy people. They be going down there and kicking in Tijuana. You used to not even have to have a passport. I mean, now you gotta have a passport just to go over the border for any reason. Shit, my sister be like, I'm not gonna. She used to come from Texas to California. She was like, I'm not gonna. If buy that in California. I'm just gonna hit Mexico on my way to California and get that shit for cheaper, and then come back. I'm like, girl, you crazy as fuck. I have a lot of patients that be going down there and getting medication from down there. I mean, Mexico is off the motherfucking hook. Like, I'm afraid. I mean, I do want to go down to Cancun, but I'm afraid my ass might get chopped up though.
No,
That's because
you're
that shit
good. It's a lot of
corrupt as
propaganda.
fuck.
A lot of propaganda. You're good. Trust me, you're good.
Hey, I will say this though. When I used to always be in my Baja, when I used to always be, in Cali, and I used to always be, saying, down there, and Tijuana type shit, and El Cid's, all them crazy little bars and clubs. I did keep a couple $100 in one of my socks just to pay off the federales, because
just coming over the border. Like, I know people
Smart
who
man.
got their rental cars taken from them.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you can just have a great time if you just fucking pay them, or shit can get weird. So just fucking pay them. All right. I just leave it at that. Anybody who's ever been through it knows what I'm talking about. A fucking magical evening can turn real weird. South of the border.
Yeah, cops are different over there. They ain't trying to fuck with you. They're just trying to make some money because they don't pay them shit. They don't pay them nothing.
Yep. And then they got the military that's mixed up with the cops over there. That's mixed up with the government. Like, you don't know who you can trust over there, even if you are Mexican. Like, I've had a lot of Mexican friends. They go down there. They're like, shit, you don't ever know what the fuck's gonna happen when you hit them borders coming back. They then had their rental cars taken. This is in the 90s though. Like, them motherfuckers be like, no,
they
fuck
corrupt
shit.
still in
You
that
can walk your
motherfucker.
ass right back over. You fine. You'll be okay. I'm like, oh hell no.
Hey,
They still do that. They still do it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I always tell people no bullshit. Like, I'm gonna age myself, but yeah, I'm pre 9/11. I just say this: pre 9/11. Okay, you could go to El Paso or whatever and just walk in the Warrens.
Yeah, pre 9/11, that was a different time. Clips like over there. You go over there now, bro. You literally will come home chopped up probably.
Oh no,
over there,
no.
Texas border towns is crazy, man.
Yeah, Bureau. I was down there during 1999. You know the stats. And if you know the story, you know what was going on during that time. That's when I was always down there. Trust me. I know. I always told people. Yeah. I've been to bars that was 100% like from dusk till dawn. Vampires included.
I remember you telling me. Yeah.
That was hard though.
But the thing in those days is like, if you weren't involved in the business, they ain't fucking with you. Like,
right.
Straight. Nowadays, they will fuck with you, no matter what.
Right. No, I've been at bars where I've got to get up out of here. I'm being careful how I word this. Has nothing to do with me, but it went left.
I got you.
And like you're saying, Bureau, it's Mexico. It just went left.
Well, shit, that sounds like LA.
It's everywhere, to be honest. It's just certain places you just gotta, watch your back.
Yeah, I ain't going to nowhere. Like, if I were to go to Ohio, I ain't gonna just go out there and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna go listen to some jazz tonight. I'm by myself. No, fuck that shit. I need a fucking tour guide.
Food Revolution, Ohio's different. Ohio, you could actually step out by yourself as long as you can act on code, and as long as you got what I always call, you know what I'm saying, if you've got your nigga compass,
got your antennas up, right?
Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? God's gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying, because nigga shit is international. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's about hip hop.
That's the truth, nigga.
Nigga. Listen, I learned this traveling as a military brat. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck these niggas is on. I don't know what sex y'all claim, what y'all doing out here. But I've been, even as a kid, been able to be in a situation and just be like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some shit don't look right, yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute now. Like, you know, certain body language, you know what I'm saying? Like that. The body
sense is tingling.
Yeah.
You know?
You just sitting there chilling and we're like, where all these niggas come from? It's time to go. It is time to go.
All of a sudden, like, it was a nice mixture. It was almost a 50-50 ratio of guys to girls. And then within a 2 to 3 minute span, in like one corner of the room, all of a sudden it's like a whole bunch of niggas and these ugly ass Chief Keef niggas with dreadlocks running around holding their dicks and shit and chain smoking weed and everybody just hunched over like this. Yeah, man, ain't nothing good about to happen, man. Ain't nothing good about, you don't see a nigga doing like this. Ain't nobody freestyling it. Ain't nothing happening about this. Motherfuckers are shooting dice and talking shit, and you can tell from the body language that, yeah, these niggas is affiliated, but all these niggas ain't cool. These niggas about to clash heads in a second because somebody about to show out for a bitch. and say them 2 to 3 extra sentences that they probably shouldn't have said.
And that's the thing that people don't always they don't show up when beef's gonna go off. People don't show up by themselves. They show up with groups of people. So when the wrong groups start mingling, it's time to go.
You know, that's what I was just saying. See them little waves of niggas, and all of a sudden them waves start coalescing in the corner. If you got real sense, you're like, all right, listen, man. You don't
I'm
leave
about to go to the bathroom. Meet me.
Yeah, you start getting yourself
outside.
Yeah, you don't leave right then, but that's when you start gathering yourself. Like, all right, okay, I see this little wave of, say, the niggas wearing green are now all of a sudden coalescing around these niggas in white.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's why in LA they had so many dress codes. All the clubs, they all got shut down in LA because, like, you go to Sunset, you know, like, okay, we're gonna go to Sunset. It's gonna be cool. Yeah, you know, they have a little, you know, it's a 2-drink minimum, and you know, it's you got to pay for the parking. It's gonna be good. But then all the like hip hop crowd starts getting to know it. That's why they don't play no hip hop in a lot of clubs out there in LA, because they know it's going to attract a certain crowd.
Oh yeah.
So, then you don't want to go to the club because it's going to be some whack ass like the techno music and shit. Like, I ain't about to pay no motherfucking $100 to get through the fucking door to listen to some fucking techno all night.
Well, shit, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. In this area, in the area of Ohio where I'm at right now, it got so bad where, like, that's why I always joke. My city, and it's getting like that in Youngstown too now, but my city, Warren, Ohio, dubs up. Shout out to Warren, Ohio. You already know. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, in Warren City, you know, it was like an old joke when I was a kid that there's more mulattoes in Warren City than black and white people, if you feel what I mean. So, you know what I'm saying? So it was like...
So everybody's fucking each other.
That's how it is in the Northwest.
Well, here's the other thing about it. If you live in my part of Ohio, there's only so many ways you got money. You either worked in one of these factories, you either got it that one way. That's it. So I don't care if you black, white, or whatever, you couldn't put your nose too high up in the air. Because even if you're from a rich and wealthy and established family, guess how they got their money? They either got it that one way, or they was working their ass off in the factories and somebody was able to flip some shit, more than likely working in a factory while getting it that one way. It's Ohio. This is what we, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, you know, everybody can act like, oh man, oh no, but like, no, we know what it is. We know what it is. Just stop playing.
You know what they say? You always steal your first million.
Ain't
man,
what's it called? Not the Ohio players, but the OJs. They're from Ohio.
Cleveland. From Cleveland, yeah, they're from Cleveland.
Yeah.
People will steal from there, brother.
We love Levert. I love me some Levert, man.
You know, hey, I always tell people, I ain't trying to make the show about Ohio, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, the thing about Ohio that's so funny though is that classic saying, it's all
put your shit on the map. Fuck it, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But like,
I know that's right, yo. I know that's right. We need that OJ's movie, yo.
Yeah, OJ's movie.
Oh, Casanova.
No, that'd be a lot of.
No, that ain't the right one.
I heard that nigga. I heard that nigga was a big time player
that's
though.
Son. Yeah,
no. I'm not gonna besmirch. I'm not gonna besmirch the OG name. Rest in peace to Big G. Rest in peace to Big G. I'm not gonna besmirch his name, but you see his daddy still out here. And let's just say that money been long, that money been strong. Shout out to the Leverts. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave it there, man. That's why there is no OJ's in Levert movie, because that money been long.
Eddie's funny as fuck. I mean, they came for him on TikTok one time because they thought his wife was white. Like, she is not white.
You saw what he did when he pulled up? You saw how he acted when he pulled up? I'm telling you, that money.
What happened?
Man, he showed you he's a Cleveland nigga.
This new news to me. I never seen this. So what is she real light skin?
Yeah, she real light skin. She look like she's white.
Man, he be fucking with white girls.
Oh yeah, I know he's gonna be with a white woman. Yada yada yada. Like, first of all, she is not white. She is a black woman. That nigga was real with it.
Brother, a perfect
man,
example.
I seen that nigga at Crustaceans in Beverly Hills with a. Damn, I think she was a young white chick. He was up there with a bad chick.
That was probably
that
his
old
wife.
Nigga cracking.
Reggie, stop being so ignorant, acting like you ain't never seen the Creole before.
She looks very Caucasian, yeah.
Yeah,
that could have been her.
Holly Berry.
She looked like Beyonce mama.
He done smashed some white girls. Ain't no way you famous and ain't getting no white pussy. Like, they throw it at you, a dark-skinned black nigga with bread.
3 white women come with your first 300,000. You know that.
Oh my
exactly. Shit, they come when you ain't got. They come when you got $0. Shit.
It's America, goddamn it! Now come on now.
Listen.
Food revolution. While you fronting, you know good and damn well when you get your first 300,000 and they give you 3 white bitches, you ain't gonna say no neither.
Well, the thing is, when they give me 3 white bitches,
they give everybody 3 white bitches. This America.
No, I mean, it's not even just that. It's just like when you get to a certain status, there aren't that many successful or even accessible people of your kind. You know what I'm saying? So what are you supposed to do? Fuck boys that look like you? I mean, that's what I told my son. I said, you know what? I didn't raise y'all to be racist, but at the same time, like my son played football. If you go to a white school, there's only going to pretty much be white girls. You can't. What are you supposed to do? Just go to the hood just to get to a black woman? Like, and then it's not even just about color. It's about people who understand where you're coming from and where you're going. So sometimes that is what it is. And some people, I mean, it's just their preference or they just don't like. I don't know. I mean, it's just all kind of shit. That's a whole political thing. But
I disagree. That's a myth. Like maybe back in the days, but. Even in those very what you call them white schools, I guess.
I'm talking about like the colleges. I'm talking about like the fucking Villanovas and the Notre Dames and stuff. I'm not talking about like
it's a lot of them.
Well, now for sure.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I just think that's if your goal and intention is like, okay, this is what's in proximity to me for as in my education. That's one thing. But some people think marrying outside your race, you are assimilating something else. And that's what I take a little umbrage with, but I pass the mic.
Yeah, not just assimilating, but you think that you are, well, I guess it's assimilation to me is like just inbreeding within a culture. Well, no, I guess you're right. But it's the same thing up there in Northern California. Like a lot of the Asian women, they will not date an Asian man, period. Like look at Zuckerberg. He went to Yale? No, he went to Yale or Stanford or whatever. And then came over. Yeah, he went over to Yale. His wife is a doctor from Stanford, and you ask her if she ever dated an Asian man. She ain't never dated no Asian man because they're taught to assimilate. They're taught that in order to be successful, you date somebody who's higher in station and all of that kind of shit. So.
But a lot of on the other side, you got to think of a lot of Asian women don't want to endure what their mothers deal with. You get a lot of where they have to be submissive. Asian men, and not to generalize all of them, but a lot of Asian men are fucked up who live by Asian customs. So Americanized Asian women ain't gonna want to fall in line with a lot of that shit.
And well, that's just in general with American women. But at the same time, I've heard a lot of Asian women say like, well, Asian men are feminine, like they're small, you know. They're like more effeminate as far as what is looked at as the standard of American masculinity. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want to be with somebody. I guess they don't want their kids to be little like them. I don't know, but I mean, you have to ask them. But Asian people, as far as intelligence and going to school or whatever, they're always in competition with the white man. As far as like you're not good unless you're better than the smartest white kid in your class. So
that's good.
I mean, it can be
I
good.
Can't knock them for that shit. But they fucked up in their parenting because they are very strict and shit.
But you should never forget where you come from. I feel like if you just fall in love with somebody because they're a different race, that's fine. But to specifically teach your kids to target out somebody who don't look like you, there's something wrong with that to me.
I don't think they even target. I think it's more the women don't want to deal with the shit they watch their mothers go through. Because even in Asia, they deal with a population with the issue of aging out as a country. Like women are having kids over there, and so they're dealing with older society. That's why they're trying to pay them and shit. No, that's China. You about to bring up about not having kids. I'm talking about in Japan and a lot of them countries. They're having issues with the society getting old. Women become more independent. They get their own jobs, they make their own money. They don't want to have kids with them people.
Yeah, and because they came up with the whole culture of get rid of your Asian females, and that's why so many Asian females were being adopted by white families over here because they had the one kid rule. So if you're going to keep one kid, then you keep them in. But then I'm like, okay, well, you didn't think about 20 years later when your men need to get married. Like, what are they gonna do? Marry other men? It's just a boinker society. Y'all just boinking each other. Like, where are you gonna get the women from? How are you gonna reproduce?
You know, and I think that we see that in a lot of cultures. Like we touched
You're
on
so
it.
smart that you're stupid.
Well, yeah, we touched on that when we even talked about with the Filipino culture and Spanish American War. You get like say, look at slavery. A little well-known fact is that common practice was during the transatlantic slave trade was you would take Native American women and you'd send them to Africa, and vice versa.
Hey, they asked for the link. They asked for the link, Clips.
You want the link? Okay, yeah, but yeah, you know, so you know, a lot of people were forced and transplanted to different places. You know what I'm saying? And they're mixed up culturally, and they eventually became their own little thing. And when you see that, I wonder, like, you know, are black, like I got scrolling on the bottom, or do you think that like non-black women, they feel that by being with a black man, they have a sense of independence because, say, the men of their culture are just culturally too controlling, and say, had they been with a white man, then, you know, then maybe, you know, they might find themselves leveraged in a situation where they don't feel as in control, but with a black man, they know they can, because worst case scenario, they can't Karen it out.
Well, it depends on what part of the country that the world that you're talking about. Like people from like women from poor countries, third world countries, in like the Dominican Republic and South America, they look at American men as a passport, at the same way that men look at them as a passport. You know what I'm saying? The whole passport culture. They're looking at them to get over here to America. Yeah, I'll mess with this dude and I'll, you know, be with him. But eventually, if we cool with each other, I'll get over there to America. Then I'll be able to be in a better pool of men, and then I'll go ahead and leave him for somebody better. It's about survival when it comes down to it.
I've always felt that way. I felt that, you know, and that's why I'm trying to be careful with approaching this angle of it. And I'm glad, thank you for being here. So I got a female perspective too, Food Revolution. You know what I'm saying? You are the MVP. You are the real MVP of the evening. But I felt that, yeah, a lot of men, like even when I was young living in Hawaii, and, you know, like hell, just being young and having money and a little facial hair, you know good damn well I'm not grown. These bitches is throwing me pussy. You know what I'm saying? Thinking I'm a GI, trying to get that PX and BX card. You know what I'm saying? And it would be like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they, you know, they wouldn't do that as much with white boys. They wouldn't do that as much or whatever. But you'd see them throwing themselves at niggas, and, you know, of course, with the male ego, oh yeah, you know, they love this black dick. But, you know, as I got into my mid-20s, I started really looking at it more like, nah, maybe these bitches are preferring us because, you know what I'm saying, they know they can get away with shit.
It's no different than the bitches in a strip club telling you what you want to hear to get what they want.
Right. And as you see, they'll gravitate, a strip club bitch will gravitate towards a certain, say, street nigga, because she knows she can kill. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because the ego is easier to stroke than a white man. A white man is going to, you know, some white men are going to like expect a little bit more.
They know it's weird shit. They know it's weird shit that come with a white American. And really the traction.
Some of them are real weird. You're right. Some of them are real weird, and they're like the fetish shit. But I'm not talking about those type of weirdos. I'm just talking about in general. Like I was just listening to a podcast, and a Dominican chick was talking about, you know, these guys, these black dudes, they come over here, and their expectations are basically, she was kind of saying, a little bit lower as far as what they want to get what they want, versus the white boys come over there, they got the yachts, they got the money, they know the language, they speak the language, they learn to immerse themselves in the culture, and they're over there for like the same thing but from a different approach. So a woman using her brain, if she's on that survival mentality, because most women, you know, we're taught to get with somebody who has a little bit more in order to be able to survive in society, especially when you're from a very poor country. You learn how to game niggas in a different way. And black men, unfortunately, American black men are easier to game than men from other countries. But at the same time, that's
because the true players ain't over there. They dealing with them old nerdy ass black niggas that say, black man, you need to leave America and leave black women alone.
Yeah, they have
Them
low
niggas is over
self-esteem
there.
issues, and they're
I
going
knew
over there to
Reggie
get
was
their
gonna
ego
go there.
stroked.
That's not true. That's not
Now,
true. First
That
of
shit
all,
very true.
I'm jumping in and say,
Here we go.
Now, Brandon, hold on.
yeah, salute to everybody. What up, Puro? What up,
What up? What up?
Red?
What's up?
What up, Clips? What
What
up,
up, Brandon?
everybody?
Real,
Salute, man. Go
quick,
ahead, Clip.
let me introduce you. Let me get introduced properly. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to boy Brandon Washington who came into the TP. You know what I'm saying? Once again, you know this is Smoke Signals. You are, you know what I'm saying, rocking with your boy Chief Smoke Fat Blunt, aka Baron XL, aka the Black Pope, aka Daddy's Guys 13th, aka that guy Eclipse. You know what I'm saying? Aka that nigga who's saved as him in your mom's phone. So Brandon Washington,
He's a him.
you taking umbrage to Reggie saying that he's blaming it on these niggas who's on YouTube out here in these streets telling niggas that don't get you a Western woman, grab you a bitch right out the bush, grab her out the bush, pull that bone out her nose, and get her hair done, and she gonna appreciate you.
Yo, you is wildin', yo. Damn, Clips.
Out the bush, I might give me a bitch out the bush.
Oh, bro. But anyway, no, I would say this. As far as marrying outside your race, that is assimilation, especially when you marry the dominant race, because you take on the reason that you're doing that is because you're trying to be a part or have a hand, or like she just said, Food Revolution said they talk to get most women are trying to talk to get with somebody who have a little more. So the people who have the most in this society are white men. So most of the time when you marry them or marry white people, you pretty much assimilate. When Asians marry them, Asians turn into, and I work with a few of them, I can explain how. Asians are appliant people. They will, I don't want to say ass kissing, I'll just say they pliant.
Yeah,
So,
they submit. They submit.
right. So they want to go along in this society to get along. So they don't have our pigment, but they do have other features that separate them where they can be identified. So what they do is they start marrying into the dominant society and mixing with it, and also they change their name.
So what are you saying right here, man? You know, we got the Big Relly. Big Relly says you wrong, B-Dub. Get your shit together,
Big D's, what up, dude?
Brandon Washington.
Yeah. Love is love, no doubt. But some people do love out of being a sellout, though.
Sometimes it's not love at all. Like sometimes it's just.
Can I tell you a personal story? Personal story. All right. My grandmama's mama was one of them women who thought white was right. And she actually set up my granddad's dad to be lynched and sold all of her children to run off with a white man, only to die as the bed wench who officially, even though she did run off with a white man, officially she was his maid. Lived with him, they lived and died, went and whatever like that. He remarried that white, and then you know what I'm saying, there's a whole nother clan of little, you know what I'm saying, little half white babies that come from her and all like that. They got the last name, but yeah, she was his maid. These are motherfuckers, these wasn't born like slavery times. This is early 1900s. And you get this mentality, and that's why my family's so messed up, is because my grandmama and all of her siblings, they were like sold off like slaves, and my grandma pretty much lived like a slave till she was like 11, 12 years old, because her mama just gave up all of her children, had her husband killed and everything to run off with a white man because she thought that was the best thing for her to do financially. She was a notorious.
Right. But
man, when I worked at
nowadays,
Enterprise, let me say this. When I worked at Enterprise, almost a lady saying like that, who was on some religious trip, was saying, I almost lost my job because I ready to kick this bitch out on the side of the road because of her views and visions of white people and their religion and praising them. I'm just close to saying, bitch, get the fuck out this car. Right. That shit is crazy hearing that story right there.
Right. I mean, and I share it because that's, I'm leaving out a lot of shit, but you know what I'm saying? Like that I'm just saying that we do have that in this culture. That goes back to what I always talk about with misandry and how the women's movement was, I personally believe, that the women, I believe that the matriarchy is a myth. Well, some of y'all have heard me go on this. The patriarchy is a myth. I believe that we've always been in a matriarchy. And I believe that white women very ingeniously tricked black women into sacrificing their role within the black community to
That's a fact.
to be the face and the forerunners of the gay and women's movement. But if you listen to a lot of these so-called black females who are pushing these agendas, if you listen to actually their rhetoric, most of they're speaking the white woman's talking points. But now these white people can sit back and they can really push this line so hard because this is the progressive woke line. Because now they got this endless chorus of black women who will just clap your ass down and shout you down.
Another form of assimilation.
Hold on.
My black woman respond.
Okay, hold on. I get what you're saying about that, but where exactly does that pick up? Where does the black woman in the white woman in the feminist movement pick up? Actually, what year are you talking about? Now, or are you talking about in the 60s?
I'm talking about it. I believe it started in the late 50s as a government project. The original Lilith papers were dated back to the 30s or whatever, and
I think it started with Edward Bernanke. It started with Edward Bernanke too. Remember, he was trying to get women to. He did psychology on how to. He was a cousin of Sigmund Freud, and what he did was What he did was he is the reason why women smoke cigarettes, and that's why cigarettes are shaped the way he made women. His name is Edward Bernanke, but he's the father of that modern marketing and psychology. His name is Edward Bernanke. That's where that started from.
Right, but we're talking about a little bit of a difference here. There's the feminist movement overall between women of all colors and races, and then there's the feminist movement of how you were saying white women influence black women.
That's the only feminist movement. There's no other feminist movement but the one white people created. There's no other feminist movement other than white people.
So this is the thing. This is the thing about the feminist movement that people fail to realize as far as black women are involved. Black women in general have never had the privilege of being the housewife. We've always worked side by side with our men. So when white women, not true. So when white women, and I have familiar proof of that of my family line and my family lineage.
You never had the.
That's not true.
No, hold on, no. Let's not say that's not true. In the West.
In the West, okay, not anywhere else, or in Africa or in the UK or whatever. Exactly. So black women in general have always had to work side by side by their men in order to make ends meet. We've had to work in households. We've had to be nannies. We had to be mammies. We had to be all of that other shit that you see in movies. The portrayal of the black woman in America, as far as black women not having really sexuality until like maybe in the 90s when Halle Berry came into it and all that kind of other shit. Black women have not really been seen as the sexual lead or whatever. We've always been seen as the hardworking black woman who takes care of the white woman's children, raises them up, and all that kind of shit. So you can't tell me that black women have not worked side by side with the black man in order to make ends meet. Then you take black men not in general ever being able to make the same type of money that white men make, and you pair that with a black woman, and that's basically where our median income has come as a black culture. What I've always wanted to research is where black men decided that they were not needed at all and just decided not to be there, because that wasn't really until like the 1970s, 1960s where most black men were not really present in the household.
That also
that's not true, and that's a government. That's not true. That's a government. That was a result by the government.
Brent, let her finish her thought, and then let her finish her thought. Then I'm going to go in.
Yeah, because that's not true.
All right, I'm going to wait. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
That wasn't of the feminist movement. That more had to happen with like black men having to leave the household in order to make money and go other places in order to make money. So you'd have men on the West Coast or the East Coast and have to go to the Midwest and work in the factories and the plants, or come from the South and move to the when white flight happened in the Jim Crow era. you would have black men moving from the South and saying, okay, I'm going to establish a household, establish an income in the Midwest and in these factories, in these plants, and make a good, good money. And then I'll bring my family up. But sometimes they didn't bring the family up. Sometimes they would reestablish a whole different life and not even bring their family with them and start a whole different life. So you can't say that was part of the feminist movement.
That's not exclusive to black men. First, that's not exclusive to just black men. Starting like that's not.
Brandon, I'm for real. I'm about to yield the floor to you in a second because you've been patient.
All right.
But she is the woman on the panel, and we're talking now. The conversations went to, you know what I'm saying, this, and so you got to let her get hers off, because not only is she speaking from her personal perspective, but she is the only woman on this panel, so she's got to really, you got to give her time to really, set the table before you just start snatching things and saying, I'm going to chew this up, I'm going to chew that up. So
I'm not saying that these are all facts. I'm saying that wasn't the product of the feminist movement. Right. It wasn't white women that started telling black women, oh, you don't need a man. And it wasn't welfare that started saying, oh, you don't need a man.
Yes, it was. But it was.
Brandon. No,
I'm saying.
Brandon, please let me yield. And so basically, what food? I'm gonna segue this way. Basically, what food revolution is saying is that there's always been a competition because we've always had to win. And as she's saying that when you came into parts of the 1900s where black men started finding themselves successful, instead of just grabbing the black woman and saying, "Come on," you're saying that a lot of the black men looked at the black woman and told her this.
Now you can hit the sheets of the streets. It don't make me no never mind. Now that's your bag, baby. You can go or you could come. Can you dig?
I didn't hear it.
You heard him?
Yeah.
Now you can hit the sheets of the streets. It don't make me no never mind. Now that's your bag, baby. You can go or you could come. Can you dig?
For whatever reason.
Yo, this nigga crazy.
And, and I'm not saying
that, nigga. You put your face.
I'm not saying that the whole welfare movement and all that kind of shit didn't have anything to do with black men not being in the household and saying, oh, you can't have a man living in the house because if you do, then we're not going to give you welfare money. But at the same time, why did we need welfare if we had a man in the house?
Welfare wasn't for us. Welfare was for white people. First of all, let me explain, because you probably don't understand the history. So I'll do my best to see if I can help you. Okay. Now, when it comes to the myth that black men left the house and all of this abandonment, that's actually that's a government design. And this is how it works. And it actually stems from part of the New Deal, but we'll just go from the word for it. Okay. Now, when we can just do, let's just take it. Fuck then, let's do now. Let's say I have a child, a man. A woman can go put me on child support, right? She can go put me on child support and they give my earnings. They take my earnings. Not only do they take my earnings, he's entitled to certain things. So because of that, the women are not incentivized. You're not incentivized to have what you would call a nuclear family. We the only people, as far as black people here in America, we're the only people that are not family based. Everybody else is family/community based. We're the only ones that's not. We the only ones that go to other people or have been on the forefront of going to other people to help solve our problems that we have amongst ourselves. So and I give you an example from me, my okay. When I got put on child support, when I got put on child support, my daughter was young. My daughter's 21 now. But when she was young, when she was 4 and 5, I got put on child support. Her mom had got all kind of benefits, like TANF and all kind of benefits and all stuff that I never knew about. But because I'm the man, I had to pay for all of that, and I didn't get the benefit of any of that, but I had to pay all of that back. So when they incentivize you to, if you want money, you have to give something up or give something away. So in order for you to get food stamps or welfare, you have to, if you have a child, you have to, they're going to ask you for his name and they're going to find him and put him on child support because somebody has to, because they want somebody to be on the hook for these government funds. You see what I'm saying? So what it creates, so it creates you not needing, and it was white women, white feminist women saying you don't need a man. It was them. Remember burning the bras and all that? That was them. That was that movement.
Okay,
So it was them.
you're mixing talking points.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay,
What am I making?
okay. You're talking about child support, you're talking about welfare, and you're talking about the feminist movement.
Yes, ma'am.
And
And I'm showing you how I'm
they
looking,
weren't
and I'm
always
trying to show you
they weren't always
but they
mixed
run together. But they
Now,
do though.
now, now, I do understand where Food Revolution says, but I understand what Brandon Washington's coming from. What I'm trying to get
I
to you
understand
is
what he's saying too. Yes.
it's a multi-pronged attack. It's a multi-pronged attack in one war. And so when we talk about
Right,
the
Clips. That's
and
what I'm
the
saying.
of the war, we find ourselves. I've said this so many times. I've come into conflict with other neighbors who I've just given up on because we've not shown the best versions of ourselves as soon as gender issues came up. Because I believe that a lot of us really, when we talk about the war,
Okay.
and I believe the war is the disconnect between the genders within the species. Forget black people and race. I believe our species as a whole is disconnected between the genders. That's the
Right.
war.
Okay.
And I believe that too many of us, we spend too much of our energy arguing the individual battles going on within this war.
Can I say something real quick?
You got the floor.
Okay. The feminist movement came from the fact that if you had, back in our grandparents' days, great grandparents' days, way before that, women were taught to get married and have children. And people, lots of times nowadays, they glorify the fact that your grandparents were married for 40, 50, 60 years, and now they're not getting married. Your grandparents were married not because of love, but for survival a lot of times. A woman cannot survive outside of a marriage because she did not have any income in order to take care of her children if you guys were to part. So white women started saying, I'm tired of getting my ass beat just to be with a man that doesn't love me simply because I can't survive outside of the marriage. So they said, I want to make my own money. That's all they said. I want to make my own money. I want to be able to go to college, get an education, and make my own money so that I can choose if I want to get married. So I can choose if I want to have children or not. Because if you were married back then and you wanted to divorce a man and you didn't have any income, the man would get all your children. He'd remarry a woman who didn't give a fuck about your children, and that would be the end of it. So fast forward to the feminist movement doesn't necessarily have to do with welfare. Welfare was kind of a solve for the poor people who, and not just black people, poor people in general. The men were not there because they would have to either migrate in order to get an income in order to take care of their families, or they were degenerates. White people too, whatever color you want to talk about, they were all doing it. They were degenerates. They were not coming back and taking care of their families in the way that they were supposed to do. Even in other countries, they would take the dowry, they would run away, they weren't taking care of their children. So they were saying, okay, this is a way in order to subsidize housing and income. But at the same time, if you have a man in your life, you shouldn't need us. So that's where the child support started coming in, because when my mom in the 60s was on welfare with her kids, my mom was born in 42. Okay. My mom had her first child when she was 15 years old. Welfare didn't come into play until the 60s. She said it was really nice, the projects and all that kind of stuff were really nice. There was no crime and all that kind of stuff. So it was kind of like a breath of fresh air instead of having to struggle and survive on your own. They started saying men couldn't be in the household because if, like I said, if there was a man, then he should be able to support his family. If a woman and a man are there, you should work, he should work. Everybody should be fine. You shouldn't need any government subsidy. Yeah, there was political plays and all that kind of stuff about that. When they started asking for child support, that wasn't until like the late 80s, early 90s. They weren't asking women back then to say, oh yeah, put this man on child support, and all the kind of stuff. And and here's talking about the child support. The average man paying child support only pays about $60 a week, which means in order for that child to survive, that woman has to be working as well, and she's providing most of the income. So why shouldn't you have to take care of some of that income as well? The average man ain't making diddy money where he's paying $30,000 a month on child support. The average man who's paying child support is paying very minimal amounts of money to support that child, and they're still fighting that. These men are men who have already decided that they don't want to be in their child's life, and you have to chase them down for that little $60 a month. So it's not like child support is running them away. They're running and chasing the men to get the child support.
Well, now you
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now you're convoluting generalizations with individuals, because so you can make a law because there are these situations, but the way this law has been applied since its inception has not had any focus for the family. Has been more a focus of not even to empower women, but to destabilize the family, because in many ways it has not. And I don't need Brandon Chop.
But you're talking about communities where the man is already destabilized due to the crack epidemic, due to crime.
These things like that goes back to where I said I was agreeing with Brandon about the multi-pronged effect of it. Okay, now after the Depression, when people are moved for their jobs. Okay, now sometimes you didn't have a deadbeat dad who just left. He actually went to go make some money, you know what I'm saying? And he's doing it. But now you have these eugenics and social work programs that are coming out of the woodwork, and they're sowing division, you know what I'm saying, into that. That's just like that female who has that work friend that she's too stupid to understand that he really want to fuck, who when she comes to work bitching about what she's going on, of course he's going to say something. So that was the 20s. Let's say you go to the 20s to the 40s. So now the seed's already been planted culturally. So now you go from the 20s to the 40s, now go from the 40s to the 60s. Here we have another thing going. So now by the time you're talking about the crack epidemic, you feel what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying to you. You can't just overgeneralize and paint. And by the time you get to the crack epidemic, you already have a system in place that is incentivizing women to not value the family structure. Men who are, even if it's $60, he feels like even to be involved with his child, because still till this day, once again, like I say, any man out there who is married, I hate to burst your bubble, you have no rights to your child whatsoever. You have no legal rights to your child whatsoever.
That's wrong.
You never when she pushed that
wrong.
The only way a man has legal rights to his child, if you've ever had to go through any custody or anything like that, is there was a certain the preliminary paperwork you have to do outside of the whole birth certificate and all that. And until then, you have no rights. You could be married to the woman. You could have raised that child from everything until you go through a legal process. And it is in the state of Ohio, it is 3 documents. And you do not sign them until you go through that process. They don't even tell you what it is. Until you sign 3 papers in the state of Ohio, that child, until that child is 18, is property of a woman. And so
in California, it's 17%, and it's 17% of the person who makes the most income. Because I do know women who are paying child support.
Oh no, you're paying child support because yes, paternity was established. He had his rights established, like I'm saying, because he had to have his paternal rights established.
And there's no marriage involved. So if he signs
marriage or unmarried, listen to what I'm saying, Food Revolution. Legally, federally in the United States, as a man, you have to petition for your parental rights. You have to pay money. And then when you do that, most men, when you establish your parental rights, now you have the right to be fined in the sense of child support and to be felt under financial and legal obligation for financial whatever for the child.
Okay, but that's not incentivizing men to not be in their family.
Listen to what I'm saying. As a man, you are.
But as a man, you don't want somebody dictating to you in your relationship with your child based on a monetary figure, because you even said that ain't nothing but a little $60. What if that $60 times 4 is what? $240. $240 can help But people minimize it because of the situation that most of us find ourselves in. Oh, you got to chase them down and look for money. No, you don't. They take it out your check. They don't chase you down. They take it
Yeah,
automatically.
okay,
Anytime.
okay, all right.
So,
So back to the circus then.
so what you doing? So it does incentivize the man because you turning me into a dollar figure, and you basically saying I'm worthless if I can't contribute monetarily. What if I
No.
contribute? That's what you basically saying.
The food
You turning me
revolution.
to a dollar.
No, what I was saying is that if you're paying $60, that's not enough to take care of the child. So who is paying the brunt of the child care expenses?
9 out of 10 in the
Not
situation.
if she's not on welfare.
The man is most of the time the man. If I'm on child support, I'm responsible for medical. Not only am I responsible for medical, I'm responsible for medical, and I'm also responsible. I'm just telling you, I was on child support. I finished it.
Yeah.
What?
Like in the situations that you're proposing, food revolution.
Okay.
Most of the burden of taking care of that child, financial burden, does not go on the mother. It goes on the mother's family, i.e., Big Mama. It goes on the state, and she does what
I'm
she
not
can.
talking about the women who are on welfare. There are a lot of women out there that are single mothers.
So if it's not on the state, 9 out of 10, it's on Big Mama.
It's not on Big Mama. These women are going to work every day like me. These are nurses. I've been a nurse for going on 21 years. Okay, nursing, you cannot disagree with me, is 95 to 97% female. I'm talking to working women who are going through this. I have 2 children. I've never gotten one dime of child support. Not one.
Why not?
I work with a lot of women who have not gotten a dime of child support. But these women choose not to be.
Why not?
Their lives.
Why not?
Well, no, everybody,
Okay, well, you can't
everybody,
listen. Listen, you can't get child support from somebody who's not working. Some men will quit their job so they do not have to pay child support.
Oh, you damn right. I told my first baby mom when she was on bullshit.
You damn right.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. This is my show. Give a fuck. I kick all you right now. Like I said, I told my first baby mama when she first got on some bullshit. Motherfuckers forget, like, I own 3 companies. I will 1099 everything and put everything in another motherfucker's name and put myself down as whatever and shit like that. And goddamn it, listen, I work pro bono. And goddamn it, as far as the paperwork's concerned.
So why should you have to chase somebody down for something that they should be just offering?
Let me finish. You gotta explain why you did that. Explain it.
I was getting ready to that. And you know the reason why I said that? For the same reason why the judge told my son's mother she is never allowed to come after me for money. I've been taking care of them motherfuckers. Still take care of them motherfuckers. This bitch is married and still running around motherfucking eating off the fruits of my goddamn labor. And that'll happen regardless. Why? Because you know what? She had my child. You feel what I'm saying? So, what she was doing was trying to manipulate.
That's a whole different situation.
No, she was trying to. Let me finish.
It's not that. Your situation is not the rule. It's the exception.
Let me finish. The reason why she was incentivized by this is because this was how the system was set up. And because I am not one of these stupid niggas, and because I am ballsy enough and whatever, and I had a rapport and I have an established name in my area, that it was hard for them to slander me like that. As wild as I seem, I do have self-control. I knew when to hold them and fold them. And so when I dug my foot in the ground, they had to go look through these files and go look who was paying for everything, who was doing all this. You have men who, regardless, I was paying and taking care of all of them. Mind you, none of my baby mamas were ever even technically really my girlfriend, let alone ever married. But I was taking care of them. Yes, you know what I'm saying? And you know what? And it wasn't until one of these bitches got mad because they couldn't get their way that you had to go through a whole long song and dance to establish one that is my child, when both of my kids, I'll show you pictures, look more like me than their mamas. You feel what I'm saying? Like I couldn't deny my goddamn babies if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't run around like that ain't my goddamn baby because both these little motherfuckers look like me. Too much. It's crazy.
Right. But we're not talking about dudes with receipts. We're not talking about
but I'm saying the system is already in place that even though I was Even though we were established, even though when we broke up, whether it was good terms or bad terms, kids were still getting taken care of. All she had to do was fix her face and say these words. And I had to go through an endless process of fucking money and bullshit, where now I got these motherfucking honkies I don't even know telling me when and who and how I could do this when everything.
Talk that talk, Clips. Come on, talk it. God damn it.
I've been doing this. Who the fuck? Like, I'm still going through it with my daughter now. When my son shit got I'm telling you, I don't say this bragging. When my son shit got closed, you know it was over motherfucking 45 minutes of different social workers, the guardian ad litems and all like this, basically in their own little facetious way, giving me backhanded apologies. Because these niggas had to apologize, because for close to 3 years, I was getting I was financially, my name, everything was ruined. I had jobs that I do a lot of safety stuff. Where, you know what I'm saying, I do a lot of safety stuff, where for that shit, you have to have very extensive background checks. I had jobs taken off the motherfucking table, dope jobs, poke jobs with Lockheed Martin, where I could still be somewhere just chilling, inspecting motherfucking shit for Lockheed Martin planes that got blown up, all because she was mad and wanted to fix her lips and tell something that was knowingly a lie. And it's still legally, you know, all the courts did.
And child support go on your credit too. In Texas, go on your credit. So it went on my credit. Until I finished it just wrecking my credit. The whole time this shit was just sitting on my credit, wrecking my damn credit. For no reason at all. I was current, didn't know nothing. It was just tearing my credit in half. As soon as that shit got out of my credit, my daughter turned 18. I sent the paperwork, filed my paperwork, because I paid that shit up early. I was just ready to get off. I was sick of it. I was tired of it. And I didn't like being judged by money. That's how I'm judged by. Well, you didn't give me no money. Well, you didn't do this. Well, you didn't do that. Well, you didn't buy this. You didn't buy that. Like, that's some bullshit.
Hold on, we're gonna be honest now. I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes uninterrupted food revolution. Then I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, Brandon, to go on and cook, and then I'm gonna let Mark and Reggie do whatever they gotta do. But food revolution. That's what we're getting at. The man is judged by regardless of what he's doing. The system is in place. Meanwhile, the more the woman fucks up, the more there is the endless line of motherfuckers who will come and help her because she is a woman. Now, let me say my tomboy again. We tell men, anybody with a dick can make a baby. That don't make you a man, that don't make you a father. The minute that woman bleeds and whatever, she is now a mother, and everyone's making excuses for her. When she is not mentally, emotionally, or financially in a position to be taking care of that child, you know what? The system opens itself up to help get her to that place. For a man, whether you are in that place or whether you are not, you are just going to have to pay money and constantly, hey, you know, I'm not a piece of shit. Hey, you know, I'm not a piece of shit, regardless of what the truth is, to where that does incentivize a lot of men, especially you're dealing with men who aren't emotionally there. You know, I wasn't there. I'm still working on it. And yes, when you are in that position, when you wear those shoes, that is exactly how you feel. You mean to tell me I can't see my daughter unless I pay some money and go upon some fucking strangers and motherfucking prove to them that I'm not a piece of shit, even though all I'm doing is taking care of my daughter. And that is the reason why I'm in this position, because I've been taking care of my daughter. She's just mad right now. Go ahead, Food Revolution.
Okay. I've heard a lot about child support and money. Haven't heard too much in this conversation about actually raising the child. And there are a lot of women out there.
I said give you 2 minutes, but that's what I just said. I've got to spend all this money, do all this to even be around them, spend time with them. That time is judged.
You're talking about money in relation to being able to raise your child. I know there are a lot of immature women out there who want to play those type of games that your baby mom played with you. I understand that. There are a lot of women who are out there who don't want to play those games and just want the father to be there. And he's not interested in being a father. He's not interested in raising the children. He's not interested in going to the parent teacher conferences and being there.
Did you know that this type of man when you were dating?
That has nothing to do with the money that he's charging them.
What about when you were dating him? You picked this caliber man too, right? And you laid down with him more than once, right? If this the case, right?
How would you know that? Sometimes people don't show their true face until shit gets hard. Shit gets hard when you have a baby.
I agree. I can agree with you too.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. So sometimes you don't know who you're dealing with until shit gets tough. sometimes people can be with somebody for years. A child gets involved, that shit gets fucking hard. Especially if the child has like special, special needs or
I
something
agree
like
with that,
that.
sis.
They simply don't
You
want to
right.
be bothered. You can't tell
You right.
me you can't tell me Nick Cannon, he's got all this money, he's got 12, 13, 15 kids, that he's in the home every night with his kids doing homework, that his children know what it's like to have a father in the home. Yes, these women chose him. Yes. But also, he also chose to have children with these women. So it's not just these women's fault. So you can't say, oh, it's just you picked the wrong guy or wrong. Yeah, we do need to choose better. But I also know women who've been married for 25, 26, 27 years, making most of the money. They're basically married single mothers. You know what I'm saying?
A man
And they're
can't have a
taking care of
baby
everything.
unless a woman want him to have one. That's the difference. You can want a baby and I don't want you to have it, and you can still have it. So the woman is the reason. That's why it's really the onus
But
is
once the
on y'all.
baby's here, it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows how not to have a baby, and once the baby's here, it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows how not to have a baby. Everybody knows what kind of women make good mothers. Sometimes the woman in the strip club who she look good, she might not make the best mother, but shit happens. So what I'm saying is, I'm talking not just from the welfare mothers or the women who are taught to game on men or get mad and use their emotions to get back at somebody to try to get money. I'm talking about the hardworking women who have college educations, who are taking care of their children, who are doing everything they're supposed to do, who have their kids in private school without any child support. The man who is simply not interested in being in his child's life, even if they were together before, he just doesn't want to be bothered. Whether that's not the woman he wanted to marry or not, it doesn't matter. You don't have to like me. You have to be there for your child.
Yeah, hold up. And now with that said, Food Revolution, that before I turn over the mic to Brandon Washington. Now with that said, my problem with what your stance is, because I love what you're saying, I agree with you 1,000%, is I believe that women, especially black women, are like police when it comes to that. Being a very high level Freemason within my state for, close to 20 years. I could sit with so many of my brothers in blue, and as we're drinking and talking in lodge or in our own private settings, he'll tell me that Detective such and such is a son of a bitch. Lieutenant blah 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 is a racist cocksucker, blah 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 blah. But when he shoots a black kid or whatever, I'll watch my Masonic brother stand right with him and say, oh, Lieutenant such and such was just doing his job, Detective such and such, we have a difficult job, blah blah blah. Black women, I felt like, and you could say this on this show with us, talking to us, but I know me, I am somebody who calls out sorry nigga activity, okay? And I've always wondered, the real black women, I've noticed when they see sorry bitches doing sorry bitch shit, why do they keep defending them on that sisterhood? Oh, girl, well, she needs help. When you know what, me and Reggie have even talked about that once or twice when I popped in, instead of chopping up with him. Women, they do that. You ain't breaking the sisterhood, even though some of these bitches need to hit rock bottom, because until they hit rock bottom, you know what I'm saying, they'll never fix this. And that's why I'm
saying about that. Funny thing about that, I know my 2 minutes are up. Funny thing about that, I do believe that women hold women accountable more than men hold men accountable.
No, that's where we disagree. Hold on.
Yeah, I disagree. Because I'm gonna tell you, when it comes to us,
I'm making my face at you right there.
I hear a lot of men say, "Oh yeah, well that ain't none of my business. I ain't got nothing to do with that." But listen, if you go to the club with a girl, and I don't know, I'm not talking about the strip club girls. I'm not talking about the girls in the hood that are on Section 8 and are very immature and don't make good decisions in general in life. I'm talking.
But them the only women that I came in contact with growing up. Them the only women I know.
Okay, well, not me. I'm saying there's a lot of women they'll be like, "Hey, where are your kids?"
Wait, y'all want us to wait? Y'all want us to do shit like go to the opera and shit like that? Like, nigga ain't trying to go to the opera. Bitch, you better get this goddamn Long Island iced tea or this vodka cranberry. I'm gonna get you about 2 of these. We gonna motherfucking shake our ass to some goddamn Luke music, and I'm gonna get some head in the goddamn whip.
I'm sorry, Food Revolution. I come from the hood, so all of that, I wasn't exposed to that. So the women that I knew were women on Section 8. I grew up around strippers, I grew up around prostitutes, and I grew up around basically whores. So I could say that most of the women that I grew up watching, they were I say scandalous, but I don't view all women like that because I had different experience when women ain't like that. So,
Right. I
uh,
understand that, and that's reflected in rap music. I understand that. But I can tell you this. I know more black men who were raised without a mother than black men who are raised without a man, without a father. And it's
Wow,
because of basically the
wow,
crack epidemic. There
wow.
are a lot of mothers who were not there, and a
You're
lot of
my
these
age.
men are angry because they did not have a mother, and they're looking for a mother in their girlfriend, and they don't understand the difference between romantic love and a mother's love. And
And
when
I
you
no, I
don't,
hear
when
you.
you
No, that's deep.
that was
Hold
deep. That
on,
was
hold on,
deep.
hold on, hold on. Let's hold it. Let's get right there. Let's get on that point because that's crazy hearing you say that. And as much as I was going to disagree, I had to remind myself you were 1 year older than me, and you grew up in Southern California, so the crack epidemic did probably hit you. But it's crazy you said you had a
three
lot of
Ray
men.
Ricky Ross, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
there were a
yeah,
lot more men, and not just black men,
yeah. Because
because
the
there are
women was
white men who also had mothers. They were raised with their fathers who did the best that they could. They were the single fathers,
right,
and
right.
they did the best that they could. Jewish,
Yeah. It went across. I don't know. Like I was saying, you're from you. Me and you are actually so connected on that Southwest. And like I always tell people, it was a different world. Being
and in
a
general, because I'm a strong woman, I'm not talking about I'm a strong black woman. I just have a strong personality. If you can't
We
tell,
know, sis. We can hear it. We know.
if you can't tell,
Tell us. You
men
know.
who. So I just
oh,
realized at a point in
you ain't
my
gonna go
dating.
nowhere with me and this ignorant motherfucker.
No, I
Hey,
just
real
realized
quick.
in dating my point, a point in my dating life when I was younger, in my 20s, men who did not have mothers were gravitated towards me, and a lot of time men who don't have mothers gravitate towards women who already have children, who have a strong
Uh,
household, because they're
so
looking
Food
for what they
Revolution, you
didn't
was
get
fucking
from their
Jody.
mothers.
You was fucking Jodies from 15 to about 25. You was fucking
These are men
Jodies.
my age, but they
You was fucking
simply
Jodies. You had a lot of Jodies.
what you didn't have growing up, you'll look for. Look at Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
He had a father and a mother, right? He grew up in a household with a father and a mother. So people always say, well, all these black men without fathers, they're all weak. Listen, I work in Palm Springs. Most of the white men who are gay, the doctors, the
They had mom,
PAs,
dad, they had it all.
they had a mother and a father.
They had it
So
all.
that's not it.
And that's sometimes why some of them, like, me, I would keep it all the way real with you. One of my great escapes was I love art. I love art. I am an artiste. I am an artiste. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say things like, I'm not a rapper. I tell you I'm a gangster before I'm a rapper. No, I'm an artiste, motherfucker. You
That's
know what
why
I'm
you
saying?
be dressing like that. That makes sense.
Well, then I'm also Haitian. You know what I'm saying? We got flair unlike y'all bland ass Texas niggas. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see me when I wear my cowboy boots and I wear my belt, I look better than you do. That's how when I wear my motherfucking chains, when I got my shit swinging, nigga, you see how my shit swing, nigga. God damn it. Pause. You know what I'm saying? I had to think about that as soon as I said it. I was like, yeah, that didn't even sound right. Wait, bring that back. Wait. But nah, seriously. But yeah, it was like, I know me, I didn't grow up with a father in the household. And I always said I don't have an Oedipus complex. And a big thing about my therapy sessions in my early 30s was I realized that even though I don't have an Oedipus complex, the law of attraction, I so didn't want a woman like my mom that I found myself dating women like my mom.
Yes.
And it's so weird that once we would always click and hit it off, and it would be so magical. And I'm so Scorpio, and most of them would either be Virgo or Sagittarius. So
I'm a Virgo.
I'm a Virgo too.
And so Food Revolution, not to try to be funny, when that Virgo pussy meets Scorpio dick, it gets weird because it gets weird.
I can't fuck with you, Scorpios. Y'all some hoes.
I'm finna go. Let you have this clip.
I'm Scorpio. I'm already fucking. This is all natural demon dick. You know what I'm saying? This is the way God made me. So you can't say it's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But I would say I was the opposite. Clips. When I was coming up, my father was around off and on, in and out of prison, drugs, stuff like that. But I always wanted him to be around because when you grow up in the hood, bro, if you don't have no man presence, Like Tupac said, you grow up kind of feeling unmanly. You know what I mean? Like when you raised by your mama, I gave you an example. I would hold my wrist a certain way, but I didn't know. You know what I mean? Not that I didn't, but people would call me gay, but I didn't. I didn't realize, and I was self-conscious. Like, damn, am I doing something that's gay or what? But then when I
Right. You
grew
know what?
up, but
I've
when
been
I
thinking
got
about.
older, go
Really
ahead,
watch
sis.
something gay like telling Errol Spence you love him.
Oh
I'm
man,
talking
leave me
about.
alone, bro. Let me make it. We're not even talking about boxing. You ain't doing your age. God damn, you try to shine me open and they throw it in your face.
So the thing about it is this: our parents are not responsible for teaching us to be a good man or a good woman. Our parents are responsible to teach us how to be responsible adults. Whether you are a single mother, a single father, or you're married, you have to teach your kids how to be responsible adults. And so I learned, being a single mom of two boys who are not feminine in any way and have their own different ways of manhood, who are now 22 and 24. I taught them how to be responsible adults. My mother did not teach me how to be a woman. I chose the kind of woman I wanted to be. She was a good example, thank God, but I'm not the same kind of woman that my mother is. So that wasn't her responsibility. It was her responsibility to teach me how to be a responsible adult. So when I hear the whole, oh, I wasn't taught how to be a man because I didn't have a man in my life, I understand that. But at the same time, maybe your father wouldn't have been the best example of a man, because I know plenty of men who have fathers and they are horrible examples of
I,
men.
I agree, sis. Because the NOI is where I got a lot of mine from. I mean, my old man, I just be honest, my old man hustled, and that's what he passed along to me. I ain't finna go into detail. Those that heard the story. But those that know. But I say, and that's what I was taught by him at 14, how to get it in these streets. So, and then on the flip side, I had the NOI when I was 14 and 15 that showed me real manhood, like men that went to work every day. I never knew men went to work. It blew my mind. It sounds stupid and simple, but it blew my mind that men went and got up and went to work every day, because I wasn't used to that. I didn't see people. I see dudes hanging out, winos, hustling, dope things, shit like that.
So what we
So
have in the
when it
hood now, what we have in the black community now, what I see are extremes, and I stray away from
that's a fact.
extremes. I stray away from extremes. It can't be that you can just grow up and get a good education and get a good job. You got to be. I want to grow up. And I want to, drive in Lambos and live in a mansion. And that's not real reality. You know what I'm saying? I work with doctors, surgeons, nurses, PAs,
Talk that
and
talk, sis.
we make good money, and we don't live in no fucking mansions. You know what I'm saying? You're just happy to break even on your fucking taxes. You know what I'm saying? And not you know what I'm
Preach.
saying? Like,
Tell them. Sometimes it's
so
just a blessing just to make fucking like even I know in times where when my music and everything was successful and everybody thought I was up and everybody like, yes, I have money, I was doing some nice things, but like it's different, and I
and that's
agree with
nice. You have to treat yourself. You have to do
right.
well. I try to
No,
make
I
make
That's
agree
sure.
not,
with you.
but that's
We have
society. That's a societal issue. It ain't just stuck with black people. They put this shit in our face and they make
Well,
us think
yeah, it isn't just
this is
black people.
what's
It's a
driving.
poor people thing. It's a poor people thing,
poor
because
people.
you
I
you
agree.
go you
I
go
agree.
over to an Arab country. They're the same. They grow up dirt poor, but they want to live in the fucking palaces. You don't want to just be able to take care of your family and live a healthy life. You want to be extreme with it. You don't want to be able to just date. You want to be able to get over on the nigga. You don't want to be able to just date men. You want to be able to have a woman who's submissive. It's like extremes. I stray away from extremes. Where's the middle ground? I try to find the gray area. We don't
And
have a
that's
gray
Because we
area.
overcorrect. Just because we overcorrect, and I'm
we
and
have
I'm part of that. I'm
hold on, Brett.
extremist too. Overcorrect.
Brett, hold on. I'm gonna answer your question. The gray area is here at the Smoke Signals because we're keeping it in the air. Once again, this is Smoke Signals. Everybody tap in, hit that like. You know what I'm saying? Show your love. I thank everybody. I thank Reggie Owens. I thank Mark Nash. I thank the whole neighborhood. I thank Brandon Washington, Food Revolution, Puro, everybody who's been on the panel. You know what I'm saying? We love y'all. And I want y'all to know that this is a gray area where we're finding the middle ground. Food Revolution said it so brilliantly. We are looking for a middle ground. We are trying to get away from these extremes. We are trying to, I think that the extremes and all the conversation have dominated the discussion, and that is why things have gotten too tribal. That's why things have gotten to this point where we don't talk, we yell. And so let's find this middle ground. Let's come on and smoke something and talk about it. We've been talking about everything from hip hop to right now we're talking international gangster culture, and now we're even talking about just basically, I don't know. I guess the best good way. What do you think, Brett? What do you think, panel? I think the best way to word it is the breakdown in communication between the two.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I like that. But she is right. I mean, there is no middle ground. Most of us, especially with men, because I know I'm guilty of overcorrecting. Because extremes, this is what it looks like. When I get off track, I have to feel like I have to do some extreme to put myself back on, and I have to be regimented and disciplined. So that could be a form of extremity because I'm trying to correct something that I feel is wrong or feel like that's not going the way I think it should go. So I overdo it. So we are getting to that, and most of us, I ain't gonna lie, sis. If you found that gray area, kudos to you, because most of us don't.
It's a daily struggle. It's a daily struggle. Even, like I said, in nursing and working with doctors, working with, supervisors or whatever, and, just being an adult, you know what I'm saying? And trying to figure out, okay, how can, where did the communication break down? And we're always having meetings about that. And it's kind of taught me, even though I'm transitioning out of nursing into entrepreneurship, I take those points with me. It's like, why does everything have to be an extreme? That's an immature mindset or approach to communication. We live in an individualist society here in America versus, like we said, group. And that's part of it. And it gets really tough sometimes to be able to be an individual, but also learn to be part of a group.
That is very true. I think especially in the Western expression of individuality and individualism, we've gotten to a point where we don't value the collective as I feel we should. And so in the me, I got to do me culture, and the, you know what I'm saying, the me's of it, we find ourselves in relationships, we find ourselves in a relationship saying to ourselves,
especially with social media, it's made it easier.
Right. Like, I've been wrong in how I've expressed this, but I'm right in what I feel. I've interacted with a lot of women who it's like, well, I'm all like, y'all know I work like 12 hours a day when I work. Okay, so there's only 24 hours in a day. So if I work 12 fucking hours, okay, all right, and you're just sitting at home and you're just scrolling through your phone, reading whatever fucking toxic post some stupid bitch put up to justify her fuckery, and now you're trying to apply it to your life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these things are going to get wrong because while I'm working, you're just sitting there in my phone texting me stupid shit because, you're the social media and it is me. She feels insecure or that man feels insecure. And so now the woman has to do something to validate him instead of I come from the generation where, if those are your issues, grab a tissue and get back to fucking work. What the fuck?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Oh, you're mad?
Cry your tears and get over it. Yeah.
Yeah, people, I always tell people this, but people don't understand. But like I said to you, sis, you are my age. You grew up, you know what I'm saying, in the South and on the West Coast like me. So people don't understand. Like I grew up in a place that I got that military in me. To where I grew up in a place that it was real cowboy mentality. Not to mention military. We don't live in a world of excuses. I want to see results, not hear the reason why you couldn't produce. You feel what I'm saying? Where nowadays, I feel like we're allowed to project a lot of our failings. It's not that she stepped out in a relationship because she just wanted to fuck on something else. It ain't like I miss the old Project Girls, right.
Because you're right. The main thing ain't the main thing. It's always the reason. Oh, you had mental health issues. No, the main thing is the main thing. She wanted to go do what it is they want to do. Let me say this about social media. When it comes to social media,
who they said
social media,
And they
Go
but
ahead.
it was
I'm sorry.
about to be dancing around that shit to where, you know what, as an adult and as a man, I gotta just ask myself, do I want to deal with that? Do I want to put up with it, govern myself accordingly? Nowadays, everything's justified. Like I was saying about the child support thing when I was talking to you, Food. Like these motherfuckers know she be bullshitting, but we gonna still, as a man, I gotta go through all this and do all this because technically men don't have rights. I do believe what the child thing and all like that. If both parents were given rights, certain inalienable rights as a parent, once parentage is established, I believe that all babies should be DNA tested. You know what I'm saying? For that at birth, regardless of what state you're in, regardless if the parent, that should be established. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, one, because I've known situations where a dude took care of that kid. That kid's now 20 years old, got in a car accident. I told the story once on live, got in a car accident. Naturally, as a father, oh, they need a new kidney, nigga. You can take both of mine. That's my son. Sir, fuck your kidneys. That's not even your son. We can't give him your kidneys.
Right. Well, what I was saying about that, as far as like the environment that you guys grew up with a lot of hood chicks and hood dudes. Unfortunately, a lot of the men that these women choose to have babies with don't have any fucking income. If you have a baby with a dope boy, where are you gonna get his money from? He ain't got no W-2. You don't know his social security number. You can't go after him for child support. That is, yeah, she made a poor choice.
I want to put a child support case on little. I want to put a child support case on little Ting Ting.
Right, and even
What's his
so,
middle name?
That's not fair though, because I was dealing with that situation. My wife, let's say my baby mama put me on child support because I'm being responsible, but she didn't put her other baby because he don't have nothing. So I'm supposed to be punished because child support is a form of punishment when you forced to do it and you are constrained by the court system. That's the form of punishment. When I go in, I get talked to like a deadbeat dad. When I pick my daughter up every weekend, like y'all told me I could. If I try to pick her up earlier, I can't because her mother says it's not the court order says you can only pick her up. So, and then I have to deal with the mental bullshit of it. When you have a parent talking against another parent, it tears away at the integrity of the relationship between the child and that parent.
That you're not doing what you're doing. And unfortunately, like in California,
they don't though.
In California, but that's the thing about not having children out of wedlock, because possession is 19.
Oh, we're on the same page, sis. We're on the same page. I tell anybody, do not have children out of wedlock. And even if you do, that's not even a guarantee. But at least you have more control, and you are not.
You have established some type of a record of taking care of this person. Even though I do know some like I said, some married women or men, and but some married women who the man ain't worked a day in the fucking 17 years that they've been married. So they're basically a married single mother. He ain't doing shit. And
no. What if he cooks and cleans just because the family dynamic ain't like you think it should be, which is but a man just because he made. You see what I'm saying, sis? Like, what if he's a?
I know women who have been married to a man who does well, who does not want them to work, and then years later they get divorced, and he's making good money, $200,000 a year. I know this woman, she's going through this right now. He said, and he was abusive, and she decided she finally wanted to walk away. They got 3 kids. He said, I'm going to quit my $200,000 a year job and get a job at Walmart, so I don't have to pay you child support.
I mean, like I said, I told you, I was 100% about to go full time. Oh damn, Brandon dropped off. I was about to go full time 1099, and I was going to actually just work for my living expenses and any of my profits. You would
right, but is that fair in her instance? When she was,
I was still taking care of fuck her. Man, she's still getting money till this motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not talking about your instance. I'm talking about the one I just brought up.
But in that decision, like I said, I don't know the personal. Like, you never know. Like, okay, so like, yeah, she was taking care of the house. She was she was a house mother. You feel what I'm saying? And so she was taking care of the house. And maybe, you never know. For all you know, he probably set up a couple accounts or at different times was breaking off with lump sums of money to where he's saying to himself, like, listen, I'll go ahead and reduce because I know you're not going to rate me for child support. I can retire now. So let me go retire.
That sounds like excuses to me, because if
No.
you are abusing me and I
this is
decide
my
that I
thing.
want to leave you, and,
No,
you're doing it out of spite.
No, it's
He's
not
doing
out of
it out of
spite.
spite.
It's not
He's
out of
doing it
spite.
out of spite. He doesn't want to have to take care of his kids. He doesn't want to have to pay child support because she don't want to be with him no more.
How old are the kids?
The kids are 9, 4, and 13.
9, 4, and 13. Okay, 9, 4, and 13. Those are still ages where those kids definitely do need attention. Even the teenager, that is a very tender.
And not only that, he's not going to be there as a father, which is the most important thing. He's not going to be there in the house.
Now, is he not going to be around, or is he not allowed around?
Well, there's no divorce yet, so he is abusive. Like I said, he beat her ass.
Oh yeah. He's out here whooping her ass. Well, then then God don't make no mistakes. He's first got to get that dealt with, and she needs
and he doesn't want to have to pay child support because he's mad because she's leaving, because she doesn't want to be with him anymore. But she doesn't have any established income because they decided that that's the way they were going to run their household while they were married.
And so once again, I'm not trying to, this is not sexist. This is not beating up on the ladies. This is not whatever. But once again, this is how that fake, ooh, I'm a boss bitch and I'm balling on a nigga and all like that. And I want to be a kept bitch. That's how that comes. And that bites you in the motherfucking ass.
No, this was a decision that they both made.
Of course he made that. No, this is
something. And I always believe that it's best for at least one person to live. I mean, whether it's the mom making the more money or the dad making the more money, I always think it's best for the children, for the parents versus childcare, to be raising your kids. So if that was a decision that you made, which you guys do when you're adults and you decide to get married and you decide this is how you're going to run your household, that this is the way that it should be. And I don't want to be with you anymore because now I've grown up and we've grown apart for whatever reason. And now you're deciding that in order for you not to have to pay child support, you're going to reduce your income just out of spite.
Nah, not out of spite, because out of spite the plan was I know in my personal situation, out of spite the plan was to ball out extravagant on my expense and he. And that was another thing that also got her in trouble, was her stupid ass was on social media. You know, like we've seen even rich, we've seen actresses. Right. When
so I see a lot of mature-minded women who are working hard, who are taking care of their responsibilities.
That's why I said I don't know the exacts of the situation you're talking, but but you get what I'm saying. Food revolution. I know in my situation, that's why it was like, no, bitch, you don't understand that I could scale down and actually do more, and still be able to take care of my kids even more without you just motherfucking you just don't want to work. You just don't want to work.
So if she was working, you wouldn't have made that decision.
Oh no, she was working, but what she was trying to do was the money she was asking for, like I said, even the judge was like, this is ridiculous when everything was already taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Been taken care of.
Well, most judges in that situation, or at least in California, they won't make you pay extravagant amounts of income, but you do have to pay some income if that woman is the one that has the children the majority of the time. Now, what you could have done is say, I want full custody of my children. I don't want to have to pay.
No, that's how I got her. Like, I got custody, and we do the week on thing with my son, and that was my thing. I'm taking care of my son as it is. I've always took care of.
Yeah, because I don't see a lot of men who are bitching about child support asking for full custody of their children or primary custody of their children.
And that's my point. No, a lot of, like in Ohio, that's the craziest thing, because most of the thing, and like with the 501c3 I work with, where we deal with fathers' rights. You know what I'm saying? We'll be talking about that more on Smoke Signals very soon. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't do our own companies, but yeah, we do a lot of political shit. That's why I know what I know. You know what I'm saying? But as you know, with politics, things happen behind the scenes, not in front of the camera.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And we get a lot of men who just custody, just to have rights. That's why, like I said, I'm not arguing with you, but it's like, no, I know in the state of Ohio, just to have anything to do with your child, these motherfuckers try to hold your child for ransom. I even got a song about that's going to be coming out soon. It's like, it's really fucking insane. And
well,
it's like,
yeah, I do agree with the government trying to make money off of child support and all those types of things. There are instances, but a lot of times people, like I said, when we talk about extremes, they'll take one scenario and they'll make it the norm when it's actually the exception. They'll take the exception and turn it into the norm. So
and I agree 1,000%, and I'm just saying that cuts both ways. With some of these feminist arguments, I believe that they've actually been turned into talking points, and as we have been continually trying to call out and trying to call out misogyny, like I always, that's why I've been stressing that word so much. If you understand,
that's an extremist word.
Yes,
same with feminism. That's an extremist word. So if I'm a woman and I know that I'm working at a job and the men that are doing the exact same amount of work that I am are making more money than me, am I a feminist for going to my supervisor and asking for a raise? I don't believe so. I think that's just fair. But at the same time, I'm not asking for all women. I'm asking for this woman. You know what I'm saying?
You're not standing up for women's rights.
I can't prove what. I don't look at anybody else's check stubs. You know?
Yes, you're saying I'm doing the work. And that's what any individual, like I always say, people get mad at me. It's like, no, I've always said the A in adulting. I mean, the A in adulting, it stands for accountability. Man or woman, you gotta be accountable.
Right. And most women, there's been a study that says, there are plenty of studies that say most women don't get raises in their workplace because they're afraid to ask for it, because we are taught to settle for less. I work in nursing, and it just dawned on me after 20 years. I work in a field where we are made to be polite to people who are completely unpolite. I understand that everybody that I see in my work, they're not coming to me at their best. They don't feel good. I don't see people at their best ever. I only see people kind of at their worst. So you have to take that into consideration. But at the same time, these people are sometimes very disrespectful, and I have to be respectful. After 20 years, that kind of conditions you to be nice to people who are not nice to you, you know? So sometimes that's not fair. But so you have a hard time balancing it out. Sometimes people take that out, at home and, in society or whatever, because they have no other way to outlet. So, I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done society-wise, men, women, all together. But I do, like you said, we touched on the point that we need to work on our communication a lot better, realize your triggers,
Right, and also and back to what I was saying, like we forgot the real concept. Like, see, we talk about misogyny, and the true concept, misogyny exists with misandry. And we talk about it so much, there's a lot of man. That's why I keep stressing, there's a lot of man hate. And even this fake patriarchy, where you're not giving men right, you're not allowing this conversation to happen naturally. We don't allow two young people to work it out and grow up. You feel what I'm saying? Because the first thing we do is Big Mama and all her toxic friends say, you don't need him, girl. Fuck that girl. And that's what I meant about we black women. I said, I disagree. Black women don't call out a woman on her shit, because, you know what I'm saying? You don't, like, men will be like, hey, man, she had your kid, man. Try and work it out, bro, man. You got to do what you got to do. Try and work it out. Motherfucker, that chick will still be rubbing her belly with that baby in her belly.
Oh, no, you can't say that.
She will still have her mama, these four friends in her ear talking about, you don't need him. And girl, the minute, whenever, blah, blah, blah.
Right. And the nigga would be like, well, fuck that shit. If you don't care about your family, I don't care about your family. Let's go get some bitches.
Nah, we don't say that. I'm trust me.
Listen to me. This is the question I have for you. This is the question I have for you. Do you know any other race of people who make music that call the women of their race, bitches and hoes, like rap does?
No, but you also don't have any other culture that was, broken down into a pimp and a whore relationship, even down to, the bed witching and buck busting culture of, slavery.
Right, but 30, 40 years later, why hasn't that cycle been broken yet?
We don't have that conversation. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of women, while they will talk all that shit about a black man fucking on a white woman, I know so many black women who have at least 2 or 3 white boys in their closet right now.
I never get into the whole black man, white women, because man. I know that there's no superiority when it comes to one race dating the other, because I know plenty of white women who have kids by black men, and they ain't got no fucking father in the home, just the same, and vice versa. So it doesn't really matter what race. It's not that black men only run out on black women, or white men only, whatever, you know. So I don't get into that, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I love hip hop, and we were talking about hip hop before, but I do not know a race. I listen to, you know, rock, rap, country, you know, and we all have our songs about love. We all have our songs about being cheated on. We have all our songs about, you know, one night stands or whatever. But do you know any other genre of music where the men, a male dominated genre of music like rap, talks about their women the same way that black men do? And I understand that you guys are coming from the hood and all that kind of stuff, but as we've evolved over the past maybe 20, 30 years, all black men don't come from the hood. You know what I'm saying? So,
but that narrative is still out there. Now, real quick.
But where did it come from?
Well, no, we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to that because, you know, I'm with you. We know we're gonna tie that motherfucker down, and we're gonna drag that nigga in the back room, and we're gonna have a little conversation with him. So you riding with me? We're gonna slide on this nigga. We're gonna find him, and we're gonna find out tonight. All right, but real quickly. We're going to find out. No, that nigga.
I want to know. I'm listening.
Yes, exactly. We're going to come talk to him. We're going to get our understanding. But before we do that, I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? My big bro, Mark Nash, he got the motherfucking question right here. And so I wanted to get your perspective on this. If a man makes $200,000 a year and his wife didn't work, wouldn't save property, etc., should that be a part of or child support? You know what I'm saying? Do you think that, you know, do you think if that man made $200,000 a year, should all of his extra side shit be part of his spousal support?
I guess, you know, when we talk about marriage, it's a legal contract. So yeah, that does all come into play. But at the same time, if she quit her job, or if she quit her job so that they didn't have to pay for child support, but child care, which is extremely expensive and can break some families, shouldn't that come into play? If she managed all the bills, if she made sure that, you know, the house was running, she was the house manager and made sure that all the money that he took was used wisely, should that come into play? Like a business manager?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Is she doing that? Like, I know I had this problem with my son's baby mom. That was something that bothered me. Like, you want to get treated like, you know what I'm saying, you're holding down this and you're holding down that. But I know the nature of a lot of my relationships. I've only had two where it was like, yeah, you're actually holding down the household and whatever. And I didn't have children with these two women. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm still uber supportive of them to this day, because I can tell you without batting an eyelash that there were periods of my life where, no, it was the little subtle things that they were doing that was allowing me to do what I had to do.
Yeah, so those are nuances. And those are kind of emotional based nuances in how
no, they're not emotional. They were just pragmatic business. This is just cold, dispassionate reptilian facts. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But the thing is,
I was able to operate. I was able to get this money because I knew this was being taken care of, because you got this. And so I have no problem. I feel obligated to make sure you're taken care of because you've allowed me to take care of this, as opposed to this girlfriend or whatever like that, who, you know what, I'm actually doing more and not able to take care of.
Like you said, you feel morally obligated. Everybody doesn't feel morally obligated. So like I said, that's a choice, especially when there's not a marriage contract, a legally binding contract in place. So when there's a legally binding contract in place in marriage, there's a very big difference. A lot of people can be together for 17 years, be just fine, not married. Some people can be married 17 years and it was a fucking shit show the entire time. But unfortunately, the law doesn't look at the woman she's married, and they don't look at all the things that she was doing even though she wasn't working. I take that back. She does. So they take that into consideration and they say, okay, well, you're not where you are now 17 years later because this woman didn't do anything to help you to get there. So now you've got to help her to take care of these kids if she's going to be the primary caregiver. Otherwise, you're going to have to sue for primary child support. I mean, proud. You're gonna have to take care of the kids, and then she would have. Sometimes the woman would end up having to pay child support. So it just depends on how the relationship is set up.
Oh, I love it. No, I love it. I've heard some real terrible horror stories of women who got fucked over and had to pay some child support. And yes, it's terrible. But I ain't gonna lie. As a man, I love it because I've
Because
seen.
what they'll look at is like how
I
much
know,
money you're making today, not how much money
I've
you're
seen
making
women
over
get fucked over
the
so
time.
many times that when I do see them situations where she thought and then she's whatever and she's like, and it's like you said, no, you were the breadwinner. No, you whatever. And I've even I know one scenario, and she's actually a friend of mine. We actually fell out for a few months after that, but she felt me. She knows I'm gonna talk my shit. But her rhetoric, as she was, women can't just break up with a man. You gotta do the scorched earth policy. So as she was going on her fuck that nigga campaign, and her rhetoric and all that shit that she was kicking was taken verbatim, taking her texts and her quotes verbatim as the justification why she had to pay an exorbitant amount of alimony and spousal support. Because while you were sitting there with your chest puffed out and clapping your hands, how he don't do this and he don't do that, and you take care of this and he can't whatever without you. You shouldn't have been saying that so much during your divorce because the judge heard you.
All right.
The judge heard you, little bitch. And he said, "Oh yeah, that nigga can't tie his shoes without you. Well, shit, you gotta take care of him then."
Yeah. So unfortunately, like I said, I don't know a lot of women who are not getting child support, who are taking care of all their kids, that are with men that I mean, like I said, a man will quit his job simply so he doesn't have to pay child support, even though you're doing everything. You haven't really asked him for much of just doing your little part. You know what I'm saying? And mostly, really, it entails in just being there for the kid and raising the kids, because money doesn't raise a child. But why should I have to take care of everything and raise the kids and be exhausted all the time when you're not doing anything at all? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it cuts both ways. I'll say it again. It cuts both ways. And I shouldn't, and I know with a man, I know in my personal experience, if a man doesn't check all of his boxes, he ain't checked none of them. Meanwhile, a woman she's trying her best, she's going along, and this ain't just not even legally, but even by how society will view that man. If he ain't checking all the boxes, he ain't shit. Meanwhile, she's struggling, she needs help. Do me a favor, Food Revolution, will you type something in the chat so I can make you a moderator?
How do I do that?
Just tell you, I don't know, shit. We'll figure it out. I'll do it another time or something like that because you came right over to the panel. So yeah, you're all good. But yeah, like I do agree that it's like, and I think also everyone is so immersed and so enthralled by their personal struggles, their personal whatever, that we forget that we struggle too. Like we had the baby together. Like I remember I was saying on Break the Beats when we was talking about that, I was like, people often don't take into account what man goes through during pregnancy. The crazy emotional and whatever roller coaster. And
if he's there and he's interested and invested at all.
Ain't no if about it.
Because there are a lot of men. There are a lot of men.
Sorry ass niggas who we laughed at him and we cut him off. Because he wasn't, but you could see this nigga like I got a kid on the way and it's fucking with him. Not to mention, biologically, you being a nurse, as you know, both parents deal with the energy drain and the fluctuation of emotions as that life is.
If they're interested, if the man is interested,
just physically, like no, there's physiological things that if you father the child, you know what I'm talking about. That. The mood swings and the tired men go through this shit, whether you're around that woman, whether you're around that child. I've had pregnancies where I was working and I'm far away and I'm feeling it though. You feel what I'm saying? I'm feeling it. I knew people who, like I said, who they weren't involved whatsoever, but no, that was a weird time for them. And that's probably the reason why that motherfucker ran, because no, I'm trying to tell you, there is no help. Outside of people like me who will have this conversation, when you are a man, you are fucked. And the most people are going to tell you is that you ain't shit. and what you better do and what you blah 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 blah. When you know what I'm saying, women are supported. Women
I
that's
suggest you stay away from people who say that you ain't going through shit when you're having a baby, because those are people who probably. I mean, there are men. I'll tell you this: there are women who are not emotionally connected to their children. There is such a thing. Listen,
my mama.
Yeah.
My mama.
Yeah.
Hear me, love you. Evil ass.
There are women who are not emotionally attached to their children. There are women who are in competition with their own children.
My mama.
You know, and at the same time, there are people who are in relationships that I know women who their own man, they can't connect with them because they thought we're doing it together. They're building a relationship, building a business together, whatever. And it turns out that he was jealous of her when they thought they were doing it together, and he just one day just disappeared. So I mean, you know, relationships and emotions are weird, you know.
Oh, very weird, very weird. I know a lot. Actually, we get a lot of that. My godmother, about her own admissions like this, because her grandmama was conditioned to be a corrosive female. She was one of the females who took the buyout to live into the project. There was nothing really going on with her husband at the time. She just was sick of him, and she could get 3 checks in a nice apartment, and so she got rid of him. That trickled down to her mama, and then that trickled down to by the time my daughter's mom, and like my daughter's mom would later, like, you know, as things were getting toxic, like, you know, when she was trying to have a human moment, she admits that no, she just really doesn't know how to be with a man other than sexually, and because no, there's been no man in her life, and boopty boop, other than passive this motherfucker's boyfriend who's around for whatever and everything. And so that's why I always laughed, and I was so prepared for the situation with my daughter's mom, because I knew what I was dealing with. I was dealing with one of these women who know they do not know how to, like, I always joke, my grandmother, because of the history, how she grew up and so rough, and the fact that my grandmother was actually Native American royalty. She is the high leader of the Ohio clan of Seminoles. We often joke. My grandmother was born in 1932, and outside of her dad, who was killed, there's not been one single man, even my grandfather, God rest his soul, who was a mountain of a man and a legend among legends. There's not a single man my grandmother has ever gave a fuck about and showed any deference to or any respect or whatever. Like, that's it. My grandmother's one of them type of black women who it's like, oh, I love her to death. My grandmama's a gangster. I always tell people I could do 5,000 shows on my grandmama. But listen, my grandmama name is Hiawatha. Okay, you better stop playing with my grandmama. All right, Miss Walker. Yeah, my grandmama name, yeah, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? My grandmama nickname is Suge. We call her Nana, but everybody call her Suge, and been calling her that since she was a baby. You know, some more southern shit. She a Suge. You know what I'm saying? She's like old Tush Hog. Old tiny little Indian woman who's, yeah. My grandmama got 3 bodies that I know of. 2 of them are on public. I ain't bullshitting. 2 of them are on public record.
I believe you.
To this day, niggas know when you come around Atlantic Street, you better behave when you get around Atlantic and Page, because we get to mess around with Miss Walther's house. She's still quick with that revolver, and she keeps that motherfucking shotgun right by. She got shotguns by both doors. My grandma don't fuck around.
I believe you. And that's the generation of black women that we grew up with. A lot of times.
Never respect no man though. She don't respect men. Like my grandmama was the one who taught my mama, her sisters. I grew up as a child watching them women sit there in that kitchen table talking about fixing a man.
Yeah.
Talking about, listen, men ain't shit but walking dildos and faceless checks. End quote.
But you got to understand though. You got to understand from their perspective. A lot of times, like I said, they were raised not with any type of financial independence, and a lot of times in their generation, they saw women, if they weren't the ones. Young women used to be sold off to men for gambling debts by their fathers. You know what I'm saying? And being abused by men and having to marry old ass men that they didn't give a fuck about and didn't give a fuck about them. And would take them out into the woods and fill them full of babies and that was it. And if you didn't kill yourself, that was your life, you know? So so then it went to the extreme, like we're talking about extremes. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That the idea of what they saw, the examples of the men that they saw in their communities, poor, very, very poor, extreme poor poverty communities, were not men of any type of high stature. They weren't the men. They weren't knights in shining armor. They didn't see none of that
at all. Like I even laugh. I was interacting on a live stream, and there were some trans women in there, and it was funny because after they went on their whole thing about men ain't shit, dogs this, and they always be abusing women,
even though they're men. Yeah.
No. The maid was. All right, so the conversation took a couple beats. Niggas is smoking, we talking, and she's like, "Man, I'm just so excited because when I get this procedure finished, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give me a white bitch, I'm gonna give me a black bitch, I'm gonna give me booty boop," and I'm sitting there laughing, and I let him cook for about 20 minutes before I jumped on him because I'm like, y'all talk all this shit, but that's the first thing you want to do the minute the ball's in your court.
Right.
You need to check your energy. You don't hate men on some feminine shit. You're jealous. You want to abuse men. You know what I'm saying? You want to abuse women too. Like I keep saying, I don't know if you've heard me on this rant. I believe that the patriarchy is a myth that is invented by white women. Because there is no real patriarchy. Because when you look at that evil male-dominated patriarchy, like you just said earlier, were these knights in shining armor? Were these really alpha men and sigma males, men to be upheld, men to be good exemplars of what a good, decent human was? No, the patriarchy are a whole bunch of bitch-ass beta males who are often propped up by women. Harvey Weinstein, army of women who brought him women. Jeff Epstein.
Okay. Well, the question I have for you, as far as that, who was writing these stories?
Which stories?
These stories of the knights in shining armor. Were they women writing these stories?
Yeah, first of all, if a woman was writing back then, we killing that bitch because she a witch.
So who's responsible for the patriarchy then? Who is responsible for making women to believe that once they get married, that this is what they were to expect, without any real substance being involved in it?
They mamas and the bitch ass beta males who was motherfucking they mamas ran.
Or the ones who wrote the stories.
Right, exactly. The ones who were propped up. These men, like, that's my problem. I believe that over the past,
but the men were writing the stories you just said.
Exactly. And these are these beta males who are propped up, romanticized and elevated and rewarded by these corrosive women.
Or maybe they were not beta males, they were master manipulators because they know how to get into a woman. Women are emotional.
Yeah. And so at what point are women going to allow their emotional responses to be motherfucking manipulated into mass generational cultural shifts that do not benefit women? Listen, as somebody who was a pimp for 4 years, who will honestly tell you, because yes, you know what I'm saying, I was able to pay bills and motherfucking feed myself and others, you know what I'm saying, off of getting it how I get it. I'll never be ashamed how I was able to provide for myself or others. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what it was I had to do. I'll be the first to tell you it was wrong, but I will not, shy away from it.
Right.
Okay?
But were you pimping women to women, or were you pimping women towards men? Were men the more the buyers, or the women?
Men were more
okay.
Mostly.
So like, let's just say the sex industry is the sex industry, which is a multi-billion, maybe $trillion industry under food on planet Earth. Is that pandered towards men, or is it pandered towards women?
I actually believe it's a little bit of both, because the role of the courtesan has been a vehicle that many women have used for years to gain power.
That's manipulation. We're talking about manipulation, but we're manipulating men in order to give us money for survival. So
the patriarchy exists because of a survival mechanism that women developed over years. They know that as long as I tell this bitch ass nigga that his dick's big and he's the man.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about survival, was that their only means of survival at one point in life? Have men ever had to depend? Have men at any point in time ever had to survive? Had to manipulate women in order to survive as a whole?
As a whole. In certain societies, yes, but no. At global culture,
what societies are those?
The Dahomey Society, the ancient
society. The what society?
The Dahomey Society of Nigeria. That's the original Amazons. Yes, men for many hundreds of years.
Right, which is a small speck on the spectrum.
As I said, and there were groups, but like I agree with you.
So when we talk about a patriarchal society, We're not talking about who's getting over who. We're talking about survival. So women have always had to do something to manipulate or to minimize themselves as their true selves and the things that they wanted to do, like go to school and be financially successful on their own in order to survive, because the men make the laws. Men made a law that women could not work. Men made a law that women could not vote and have any type of say in society. Men made laws so that women could not be independent. Women didn't make these laws.
You're right. Women did not make these
So
laws.
that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a patriarchal society. Who makes the laws? Who makes the rules that govern the earth? And that's not just in America, that's all over planet Earth. So you couldn't just leave America and go to Mexico and be like, oh, you know what, we'll be fine over here. We can make the rules and the laws here. We're running shit over here. That was everywhere. And still is in most societies. They're, you know, like over there in Afghanistan, girls are still fighting to just be able to go to school because they know, men know that if women have any type of independence, that they will feel less needed.
Yeah. Well, I agree with them. But here's the craziest thing. Like I was talking about, like I was alluding to when I was talking about the trans woman in that live stream and her inability to see her hypocrisy. Men and women need each other. We are now to the point where I will never take away no one's free will. If you feel that you are really a man in a woman's body and you want to one day, you want to spend that money, you want to get your procedure, I'm going to be like, boom. But you're not going to say that I'm hateful because I still believe in nature.
I agree.
And, you know what I'm saying? Because
100%.
you're not going to force me to fucking reshift my paradigms to make you more comfortable. And so now we're at a place where we're getting the certain extreme. We're getting the extremes of the LGBTQ plus movement, and we're getting the extremes of the feminist
because
movement.
they have the power. So how sad is it that their societies, their groups have more political power than the black race on planet Earth, in America at least?
Well, because the black race, like I said, I know. And it's, once again, I'm not attacking my black women. I think that one of the biggest kill shots to the community, though, was when that white woman got that black woman to care more about women's issues and care more about the LGBT cause. Well, eventually, if I didn't just do this ad hoc, I'd have set it up. I'd have got a couple. I'd get some of my friends from that community to speak on it, because I have some very, very close friends who I cherish and honor, who are members of that community, and we have deep.
Same here. So if a woman, so this is the thing.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
We have very deep conversations about how a lot of black men and women, if they identify as gay, all of a sudden they get more passionate about gay issues than black issues. Or how when women start really getting passionate about women's rights, that becomes the talking point, and the overall plight of the black family and black culture takes a back seat, and you start seeing it in their rhetoric and how they apply their passions. Yeah, exactly. I was getting Mark. It's so funny you said that, bro. Let's cook on this food revolution, because I was actually, thank you, Mark. I was going to text you when it first dropped. They want to ban Aretha Franklin's Natural Woman. No, I did.
Oh, I believe that. I 100% believe that. And like you said, you can be whatever you want to be. I'll call you Peter, Paul, Jane, or Joan. I don't give a fuck what you want me to call you, but you're not going to get me to go home and teach my children that this is the way that it's supposed to be. You don't get to tell me how to think about any fucking thing. So
God damn it.
When I'm at work and being a professional, I will do what it takes for me to get that check. I'm not going to disrespect you because you're literally not disrespecting me. You're being a nice person to me and all that kind of stuff. And you're just a person. And that's all it really is. Well, all it boils down to. But you're not going to get me to tell you that you are just as much of a woman as I am. Being born a woman, you don't know what it's like to be a little girl. You don't know what it's like to have a period. You don't know what it's like to give birth, and you never will on planet Earth. And the same way I got here is the same way you got here, between a man and a woman. So I don't give a fuck what you think about it. And I'm not going to try to convince you one way or the other, and you ain't going to try to convince me one way or the other.
But here's the slippery slope we're on. because now this is discussion because we are actually debating gender. We're debating,
which is undebatable, and I see where it's going. And I know you say you're a more,
especially with science. You see where I'm talking about this with science. I've literally been in rooms. Okay, I have a lesbian friend and a gay friend who we became so close while sitting somewhere in a bar and hearing another group of lesbians talk about how they don't need men, and eventually what they're just going to artificial insemination, how they wanted to just they're also drunk talking, how they wanted to make a community of all women where they just motherfucking just running around scissoring each other with turkey basters in the freezer just in case they want to have kids.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway because we're all going to be replaced by bots. We're all going to be replaced by bots soon anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. But the human race is wiped out, period.
We all gonna die.
We're gonna die. We're in the Matrix right now. We're in the end times, and so, one day.
They coming. They coming.
Like literally, we were talking about that at work. How, my mom was a medical transcriptionist for 40 years. I know that doesn't exist anymore. She thought it would exist forever. My mom's job was basically like transcription. When you're talking to your phone and you transcribe words onto a screen, that's what she did for the medical records for 40 years. And that's how she put food on the table from the age of 25 to 60 something years old. Now you got Dragon. Now you got, all of these phones to do this thing. She told me 25 years ago, my mom reads like no one's business. My mom reads she reads like $1,000-page books a week. You know what I'm saying? She just loves to read. And she was saying that when she first started her first job in 1967 at Stanford University. That's where she got her first job. She was, she moved from the middle of California, near Fresno, which is Merced. That's where my family's from, to Northern California, and cleaned houses for a white family, and was the nanny while she was going to school to be a medical transcriptionist. And she had her 3 kids living with her mom so she could get a better job, a better life, because welfare wasn't doing it. She didn't want that shit. And so she got a job being a medical transcriptionist, and that's what she did when I was a little kid. My mom stayed at home and worked at home and did medical transcription and took care of me. And she was saying she read an article about 22 years ago how they were saying how they were going to replace doctors. And I'm like, how are they going to do that? We need doctors. She said, we don't need doctors. We need diagnosis. Computers can diagnose.
Computers can diagnose. And basically, worst case scenario, you'll just basically need somebody to oversee the computer's diagnosis and basically give a human face to that computer says.
So that's why a lot of nurses nowadays, RNs, I'm an LVN. I've been an LVN for 20 years. RNs are jumping in and jumping out and going into IT because they're making more money. They want to live that baller lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? The nurses make good fucking money. I make good money as an LVN in California. But you work your ass off and you're killing yourself, and it's physically straining, and you have so much responsibility for human life and constantly changing in rules and law, because hospitals are businesses, and that's not what you got into it for. And these little nurses are like, oh, I'm going home and I'm crying every night. And I know what they're talking about, but I ain't cry about it. But it's just hard. So eventually they're going to have robots that are medication techs, and they're going to give the medication and hang the IVs and do all that shit. They don't need humans soon.
No, they damn sure don't. And you can't.
They have humans that are going to replace human compatibility, because you're going to be able to get on the phone and talk to a bot who tells you everything that your serotonin levels need in order to feel good and feel pleasure.
But is that good? Because we need, even like this, smoke signals. Are we agreeing on everything? No. But
there are people just like with drugs. You know what I'm saying? Is drugs good? No. But it boosts your serotonin levels. You get that pleasure that you need. And you know it's bad, but you keep going back to it because it gives you what you want to feel. Because now you're addicted. Is it good? No.
Hey, that's a damn shame. You see how triggered I am? As soon as she said the word drugs, I had to go and hit something. I get emotional about my girls.
So,
I need my man, y'all.
That's reality.
Don't you judge me. But yeah, though, like it's. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know where we can go to remedy this and to kind of try to find a middle ground, because I believe in perfection deity, which I'm gonna segue this way. I believe that my God is a perfect God. Okay, my God, there's everything that exists has a purpose, in my opinion. I play a game with myself that the things I don't like or I don't understand, I make it a point to try to see their purpose and see how it works. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe that there's just shit that's just happening. I believe there's reasons why shit happens. And so I believe that all these opinions are valid. All these different peoples and these lifestyles, they are there, and we've all got to find a way to make that make sense for all of us. Is that, you feel me? Food revolution.
I feel you.
We've got to find those gray areas, like where, okay, we could have whatever, and we could have extremes of whatever. But when it comes to talk about the broad ranging, when it talks about laws and things that affect more than just me and Food Revolution and the people within the sound of our voice, we need to be having that conversation, standing in a gray area.
I think it comes from raising our children at a more mature age. Once we've experienced the world a little bit more. Unfortunately, the way God made it, the perfect God that I believe in, the perfect God you believe in, reproduction starts very young and it ends when you're kind of young. You know what I'm saying? And it's natural to reproduce. We forget that sex is for reproduction. It's not just for pleasure. And we reproduce sometimes before we are really ready to raise a family. So that's why I encourage my sons, who so far have listened, before you don't have any children before you're ready to raise them.
I mean, listen, I always lived that, and I thought that I did pretty good. I didn't have an official baby on the books until 27. But I will say I did have my, that child is no longer alive. I did have my first child at the age of 12.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
well, it's not necessarily even really the age, because at 20, I had my kids at 19 and 21, and I was ready to be a mother. I was ready. I was a nurse. But I was ready. I was raised by an older woman. You know what I'm saying?
I was not. At 27, when I had my son, I still was not. I was financially cool. I tell people I love my son to death, but I probably should have had my son with anybody but his mother. I should have had my son with you. I should have had my son with anybody other than her. But if I had my son with anyone other than her, he wouldn't be the man that he is. So once again, guys, there it is. Look at God.
Right, there are no mistakes.
I tell people sometimes human beings are like integers, and two negatives can make a positive.
Right.
Sometimes. But sometimes when you get crazy and a fool, and you let this crazy nigga and this foolish bitch get together, they just gonna make a crazy damn fool that society gonna have to deal with. And so we as a people, we need to kind of separate these crazies and fools.
Well, the fortunate thing for men is that, it's a negative and a positive. Like you said, men do generally mature a little later in life than women do. But women mature a little faster because of biology, because we have to be mature enough to raise a child, just in case you're 25 and you're having a baby by a 40-year-old man. You know what I'm saying? You have to be ready to be a mother. That's just the way it kind of goes, I think. I look at my sons, and, my son's 24, they work and all that kind of stuff. Still live at home, not quite ready to fly the coop, but they're getting ready. But the girlfriend got cars, she got her own apartment, she put herself through school. She's just a little bit more mature. No kids yet. And that's kind of like where I was when I was 21, 22 years old, but I was raised, like I said, by an older woman. I'm the youngest of 5, and my mom had me at like 37 after she had raised 3 kids. So I was raised by somebody who was just very mature. You know what I'm saying? So that I'm the product of that, and my kids are the product of me being a young old woman. So the average woman my age was probably out there partying and doing all the things, and I just wasn't interested in it. That's not in my character. So everybody's different. But I tell my kids that raising children is a selective process. You can choose who you have your babies by, and be very selective about that. Don't just get somebody pregnant. Oops, we got a baby. Be very, very intentional about it.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? I know I'm very deliberate. And even though that wasn't my plan, it happened that way. I'm very proud of both my son and my daughter. It's a beautiful thing because I feel like through my kids, 3 great bloodlines can be redeemed, and all 3, mine as well as both my baby mothers. These are very ancient and families with the storied histories that you see in recent years. The things that we are talking about that we were saying with Brandon Washington really brought us down a lot. And I think that hopefully my children will have a chance of breaking that generational curse. And I think a very key thing for them to do that is me being very honest and having a more kintasugi sort of approach with my damage, and say, I'm very honest with my faults and my cracks. I adorn them with jewelry to where you can see it, and not to glorify it, but to know this is, and how I speak with my kids and I speak with my youngest. Like I always tell people, like, it's funny when I start talking more about myself, people think I'm bragging, and I always tell them I'm not a success story. I'm a cautionary tale. And I think that's why God keeps me, breathing and alive, is that, this is how gangsters get gray in their beard and shit like that. Like, no, it's not pretty. Yeah, there was a lot of money, and there was a lot of times being broke. There was a lot of times it all went away like this. There was a lot of times where, you know what, if it wasn't for this stupid thing called integrity, yeah, I probably would be a success story.
It's sad that a lot of kids don't listen to you, though.
What do some people define as success? I say 1,000 times, and I will die saying it. My record label is 2023. My record label is now officially 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? When we started, money, fame, and everything was the whatever. But remember, when we started this thing, many of us weren't supposed to be here. Many of us was going to die in a couple of years because a lot of us weren't supposed to make it past 21. And especially the shit that we were doing. Especially the shit that we were involved in. Many of us, we came to the music not just whatever. We came to the music for longevity, for escape, and a sanctuary from the real shit that we were dealing with on a day-to-day. I am proud to say that many of my brothers, 20 years later, we are still alive. We are not bums on the street. We have kids and grandkids that we take care of. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we may not be famous like that, whatever like that, but you know what? Me and my brothers, we could still walk around the streets.
Amen.
You know, we could break up a fight by pulling up and just rolling down the window and saying, y'all niggas chill out, and they know who we are. And they'll stop. They'll stop when I say chill out, and I ain't shit. But I bet you they'll stop because they know who I am. Chill out, bro. I ain't even got it yet. Don't do that. Look, it happens all the time. Little nigga be arguing with his bitch in the mall or whatever like that. I walk up to him, hey man, don't do that, man. Don't do that. They just gonna call them motherfucking cops. You already know that. Hey, you stop and provoking them. Y'all argue in the car, man. Quit doing that in the store. You know how many times anyone else, they'd have told you shut the fuck up and I'd have to get that, but it's me. And I always looked at that as success. You know what I'm saying? We just wanted to show the niggas in our neighborhood that, you know what I'm saying, real men exist. You know what I'm saying? Don't just like I said when Dolph died. You know, where's the redemption? You want to talk about all my gangster shit? You want to talk about all the songs I said, yeah, bitch, bounce that ass. You better talk about all them songs where I made where I said you were queen. You feel what I'm saying? And I do believe in you. I do believe in, you know, talking about the whole story. You feel what I'm saying? Just because I'm no longer on this bullshit don't mean I'm gonna turn my back on it or talk down on it. I'm gonna try to direct the conversation and figure out how can we do better. Because I believe that is what the conversation should be, because my life is spent every day is a never-ending argument to be better. That's the only argument I ever have. I never argue with anybody. I'm arguing that let's do better, to where even if it's going that way, let's not pussyfoot it. Let's go ahead and get it that way. Let's run our fade. Let's bust our shots, and let's move on and do better. Because what's necessary is never secondary and nothing to no one, myself included.
Amen. Yeah, I don't compete with anyone but myself. I just want tomorrow to be better than yesterday.
Who said that again? I don't compete with nobody but myself. Mark, I'm gonna get my drops today. I need drops for this shit. Goddamn. Need some drops for this shit. Because I think that's another problem too. I think it's a very Western culture thing that Black and non-white people we kind of adopted from Western culture, but it's not natural to an indigenous lifestyle that sense of competition. That you measure what you have by what the next person has. You feel what I'm saying? Like, the more indigenous philosophy is you're measuring success by the sustainability of what you have. Right.
Like, you're right. And on that point, like in medicine, I always say all the time, because I don't agree with everything in medicine, in Western medicine for sure. You know, I'm more of a spiritual person. I believe in prayer, faith, God, health, eating right, and that prevents a lot of.
When they said you got to take that jab, you said, "Nah, that's all right. I prayed this morning."
No, I took the jab. I took the jab because I had to keep my job. I wouldn't take one again. If I had to take one, I wouldn't take one again. I would leave California.
I'm vaxxed and boosted, and that's it.
I'm vaxxed and boosted, and that's it. I'm not doing enough. I'm not doing nothing else. And thank God I didn't have no bad side effects or nothing like that I could think of.
Yeah, I'm good.
But at the same time, I just feel like, well, you know, you look at other cultures as far as medicine and the way that they work. No, it's not a perfect society. We have a lot to see. I work in the desert in California, in Palm Desert, in the Coachella Valley. So we have a lot of travel.
Hospital, you get good money. Oh, hold on, Food Revolution, you single? You know I'm single.
So anyway, we have a lot of people who travel down for the winter, you know, from Canada and from the colder parts, like, you know, where you live and stuff. And they're people from different countries in the UK. They're like, oh wow, we're so, you know, we have long waits sometimes because it's a crazy time. A lot of people are in town. We have 2 and 3 hour waits, but they're happy for our 2 and 3 hour waits to be seen, because they're like, well, at least you're going to be seen and be taken care of. They have socialized medicine. It's free, but they don't always get seen. They don't always get what they need. So I look at at the same time, I also look at other parts of the country, and they practice more, or the world, I'm sorry. They practice more preventative medicine than they do treatment medicine. And we used to be that way in America. We would try to keep you from getting sick instead of waiting till you get sick and treating you. Now we just wait till you get sick and then we treat you and give you whatever you want, even if it really isn't going to work. We just don't want bad reviews. So I'm like, I hate that shit. That's why I'm so ready to get out. But things have changed.
You know what's so funny? What you just described is your experience in medicine. And you seem to be smart enough to understand the parallels that I'm about to draw. But
it's like medicine on demand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
That was what made me step down from my chairs in Freemason. Does that make sense?
I don't know much about Freemasonry, but
there's things that we can do, and there's things that we do behind and closed doors, but we could go about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we really got to go about it this way, though.
Right.
Like, I know I ain't the smartest nigga in the room. Somebody talk to me. It's like, come
but
on.
Isn't there a better way? Wouldn't it work better if we did this? And then when you're not being listened to, I'm like, okay, it's time for me to back away silently and safely. You know, I got some other shit my brain would be better used for than this shit.
I always call it the cordial drift. You don't really know for somebody, you just cordially drift.
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna let y'all have this.
Like,
y'all got it.
It's not that I'm not fucking with you, but you know, sometimes it's for the best. It's for the best. Because I'm working on it. I'm taking up the Mark Nash challenge and I'm gonna try to get away from certain negative things even more, and especially in my discourse, because we're at
The
a day.
evils.
Well,
The evils are always there.
Well, I'm with the shits. I mean, the evils is in me on a cellular level, but at the end of the
They're
day,
not on you on the cellular level.
man,
God did not create you that way.
Listen, you just listen. All this is shit that I've worked on and worked towards. This is growth and development and progress.
But that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, because can you just imagine what Biggie and Pac would be like at 50 and 54 years old? If they were
Pac would have been governor. Pac would have been fucking governor, and you know Pac would have did it. If that crazy ass bipolar nigga from Chicago looked up and said, you know what, I could be president because people really fuck with me. And they just
You talking about Obama?
No, I'm talking about Yeezy. I'm talking about Ye.
Oh Lord Jesus Christ.
Ye could get to that point where he says that. Imagine
shit,
Tupac.
Roseanne Barr got their shit. Why not?
Imagine Tupac had he would have been alive during the Bush years.
If he would have let his body catch up to his brain, or his brain catch up to his body. That's what we were talking about. Like when you were talking about how you can talk to the younger ones and you learn better conflict resolution is what you're talking about. You're teaching them conflict resolution. And it doesn't necessarily, and most of the time doesn't have to be violent, because violence never really resolves conflict, period. Even though as human beings, you want to cuss somebody out, you want to slap the shit out of somebody, but you don't do it because you know it's only going to make shit worse.
Exactly. And you being from where you're from and you coming from the generation that I come from, you understand this. Like a lot of people scoff when I tell my stories. The reason why, outside of my older brother being who he was and being the legend that he is, I was able to, pick scraps up from the high table, was because the older heads loved the fact that as a youngin', I've always had this tact of finding other ways of doing it, but violence never being the first one, but it would still have its final, its finality to it. And as you know, when you're talking street shit and money, violence is never good for money.
Right. Everybody know you a gangster.
No. So
gang.
I mean, fuck that gangster shit. It's like no real gangster.
I was just joking, bro. You an intellectual, bro. I don't think when you talking about gangsters, I think the way that we look at the typical street dude, I think most of us are much more than that. I think the environment put us in position where, he just sell dope. But you gotta have a brain. You gotta have some kind of brain to do that. You gotta have some kind of brain.
I agree.
To be able to manage your money, to put it up for re-up, to make sure you don't fuck this up, to make sure you keep this straight, to keep that straight, and to maintain a lifestyle while doing all that. So
right, but imagine
that's not.
Imagine if that same energy was used for good instead of bad. Some of the best criminals that you've ever known or ever heard of, if they would just use that shit for good, they could have built fucking empires.
Exactly, and that was that's where I was getting to when I was personalizing it. I was always somebody who said, you know what, Dad, if we could do this, and it always blew my mind. I could get niggas from all over the country, different sets, different races. Some of these motherfuckers barely speak English, and I'm speaking broken fucking Spanish and Arabic back and forth and French with these motherfuckers in the room. But everybody's in the room, and we're all tapped in for some of the worst shit you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
But if
dark web shit.
I caught that light flex too. I caught that flex too, just so you know I caught that. You wanted us to know that you speak 3 different languages. I caught that flex. I caught that.
I speak way more than 3 languages because I've had to sit at many tables. You feel what I'm saying? And you better learn how to talk to that man. You better learn how to talk to that motherfucker directly. Okay? And that's a general rule for life. I don't care what you are doing with. And you can, that's why some people, when they talk Illuminati rituals and everything, no, some of these people, they get bumped down and take down a peg because, they understood that, if you were able to talk to that person directly, oh boy, the conversation.
You gotta be careful.
You open up a whole different world.
Yeah, I was just going to say that because You talking about Illuminati? People swear they don't exist, but the illuminated ones do exist. They do. They do. That's why they have different degrees. That's why you go to the 33rd degree. That's why you go to but I ain't gonna go there because that's not my
right. But you know what? When it all boils down,
that's not my right.
Illuminati or not, we all have free will.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I've said it a million times, but I'm gonna say it openly on my show. Anybody who knows me knows I am a born-in, sworn-in, long descendant of the Brotherhood of the Snake. I'm a member of several secret societies. That's why I was able to be exposed to the shit that I was. And then with the fucking crossing of my brother's trajectory in the gangster life and what my mama did for the military, I was at the intersection of a lot of shit.
Yeah, but them Shriners ain't fucking with you though, so tell that part too.
Shit, man.
All right, I'm gonna stop. Okay.
What you mean?
We have them in LA too. Hey, where I grew up in North Hollywood, I used to walk past the Mason.
You can't be a Shrine unless you a Mason. What you mean? You can't be a Shrine unless you a Mason.
You know I know that, bro. You know I know that.
Are the white people though, right? They're the ones that wear those little
but that's the high degree. No, that's the high degree. He know what I'm fucking with him about.
I know. Brandon, don't get me started. I'll get on my phone and call Potentate right now.
I'm not. I told you I'm not, bro. I'm not gonna fuck with you like that. You know I can, but I'm not because that's not cool. But
I need y'all to educate me.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Clip's got it. I can't educate you. That's not my knowledge, and I'm not supposed to be even talking about it.
No, I just have a question.
Clip's got it. That's a Clip's question, not me. Clips.
No. I have a question. You don't even know my question yet.
All right. What we're talking about is the Shrine, and what I mean about the Brotherhood of the Snake. The Brotherhood of the Snake is all.
Well, hold on, back up. My question was, well, first I said I grew up in North Hollywood. We got a lot of Jews, but we had a Masonic temple that was right across the street from North Hollywood Park. And we used to be scared as fuck because we never saw anybody going in or coming out. I don't know what the fuck it is. And then there was like the shrine.
It was a nice building. Nice building. It stayed swept, stayed clean. You didn't see nobody around that motherfucker though.
It looked like it had gargoyles outside of it. I don't know. But then there was the are the Shriners them white people that wear them lampshades on their head?
Oh, that's not
They got the sword that says Allah.
Yes, all Shriners.
Because they had one of those up Ventura Boulevard.
The Nation of Islam are de facto Shriners.
That's a fact.
Because Elijah Muhammad.
Hey man, chill out. Hey bro, chill out.
I'm gonna tell Coach on you.
Elijah Muhammad was a Shriner.
I'm gonna tell Coach Malachi on you.
Y'all don't understand. Listen, y'all don't understand. Like I always say, I use the Star Wars metaphor. In the Star Wars universe, when people see somebody using the Force, you say, "Ooh, he's a Jedi," because your average person.
That's a fact. Say, Cliff, chill out, bro.
No, because they had the Shriners Club up Ventura Boulevard, and all that thought was an old white man going there. We thought it was a bowling alley.
There's black Shriners too. There's black Shriners, black and white Masons, Rosicrucians, Shriners. The Brotherhood.
That is right. You got it right. You got Prince Hall. You got
Prince Hall Masons. You got 4-letter Masons. You've got also.
Yep.
Oh my God! Yep. And it's like, here's the thing: when you the mystery schools and the mystery system.
Hey, bro, don't be telling that shit out loud on YouTube either, man.
YouTube is the one that educated me. I was watching the Illuminati shit and how it ties into Hollywood. I was watching that shit one night. I swear.
Yeah, all that shit is true. Yeah, Alice. She talking about Aleister Crowley now.
Look, after watching that, I had to bring my Bible out. I was scared to go to
Brandon,
sleep.
watch this crazy shit. Shout out to Aleister Crowley. You know what I'm saying? That bro.
Hey man, you gotta relax, bro. Hey, bro, you gotta relax.
And listen, all y'all, especially all y'all who be running, grabbing y'all Bibles, y'all don't understand that y'all keep his spells working. That's why he never closed none of his rituals. Listen, in the early 1900s, Aleister Crowley, he put a spell on the world where he said the new law is do as thou art. In 2023, over 100 years later, all y'all niggas is running around talking about, I'm just going to do me. And y'all don't see how strong.
But Aleister Crowley got that shit from the Bible. He got that from the book of Revelation.
No, he actually got that from the Hermetical Order of Golden Dawn.
Which came from the Bible.
Where he learned about Egypt, and he learned about motherfucking being able to summon the old god. He summoned the old gods, and he lost his goddamn mind because his daddy used to fuck him and put that goddamn Bible in his head and beat him. And he grew up such a hard Christian that when he came into the mystery schools and found out all of that, he found out all of that was a lie, and all these white folks worship black gods. This dude went hardcore Satanist, and he started.
God bless him.
And no, for real. Like it was his story is a tragedy.
Well, I plead the blood of Jesus over him.
He was so mad. He was so mad that he'd been lied to. He started learning about all the old gods and started summoning all these old damn demons. And these motherfuckers has been running rampant. And all this shit we're talking about deals with motherfucking demons and old energies that Aleister Crowley brought back into the world.
I don't believe he brought it back into the world. I don't believe it ever left.
Well, no, it never leaves. But here's the thing. When people stop, like, do as thou ought being the new law, him saying that and him getting his followers to breed that in Hollywood, the do me culture, the individualism. The more people are more concerned about the self, the more you're not looking at the whole. You feel what I'm saying? And so now, as long as a few can prosper, and as long as few can prosper, goddamn anyone who fails. Now you have winners and losers. Now you have you
can tie that back to the Bible as well, because God said in the end times, which we are in the end times, men would become lovers of men. And that's not just man, it's mankind he was talking about.
Right. We believe more in ourselves. We believe more in ourselves than God. We believe more in our science than God. We only have faith in what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Do as thou wilt.
What you can see and what you can feel,
Right, yes, do as thou wilt, or I'm gonna do me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I keep saying it wrong because we had a thing in a little bit before 2012 of my music where we kept saying do as thou ought, because we had this thing where we was talking about reversing the curse. You know what I'm saying? Instead of do as thou wilt, you need to do as thou ought. You need to do what you ought to do. And because, you know what I'm saying, that is the natural way. You know what I'm saying? Things will have to go their natural course, and then things can, express their individualism. You know what I'm saying?
In the Bible, like my mom taught me, because she's a devout Christian, and I do believe in God. But two things. When the government put on paper, in God we trust, you have to wonder what God is it.
What God? I always tell people, listen, and I'm a firm believer as a Muslim. We believe, you know what I'm saying, La ilaha illallah, there is no God but Allah. You feel what I'm saying? But
because
even God said he's a jealous God. He understands that
there's more than one God.
Because, and here's the thing, even if they're not gods, we can elevate them to gods, because human free will is a motherfucker.
That's what they talk about. That's what the Jews went through in the Bible, in the Old Testament.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying about Aleister Crowley brought these old things back. Him and his followers pushed the line so hard that for the first time in a long time, you have a lot of motherfuckers who are chanting and openly giving alms, open to some of these old energies, and you slowly just start seeing it dominate.
But it was written.
It was written. Of course, it'll come back, because all things are cyclical. And the beautiful thing, like one thing, and one of the things that I am, one of the many things is you had to learn necromancy and exorcisms and shit like that. And then when you talk about demonology and deal with demonology and archons, you know what I'm saying, fallen angels, Raphael, archons, and other different types of unclean or cast out spirits.
Right.
They always got to announce themselves.
Yeah.
The thing you do when you're doing exorcisms, or if you feel someone is under diabolic obsession or diabolic infestation is what they're called, one of the first things you do is you ask them their name.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know.
Like in the movie Exorcism,
You demand of them their name, and dependent on the level of their attack, either they will resist you violently or in a coy, like ha 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 way, but they won't say their name. It's the Rumpelstiltskin. Guess my name. Guess my name. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't get it.
I know.
You feel what I'm saying? That's where that comes from. But if they're in the higher levels of possession, where they are either a vessel or a full-fledged ambassador, and reach the sit where it's no longer me, it's this demon in my body. You know what I'm saying? I'm gone.
Yeah, well, and that's where God comes in, and that's where my faith comes in.
When it gets but finish my thought. When it gets to that point, and you demand of them their name, that demon will proudly profess its name if you know what you're listening to. That's why in a lot of music, I just tell you like this. That's why in a lot of music, rock and roll, or especially rap music, certain artists, their big hit was telling you their name.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny about that though?
They were announcing the spirit that they're in unison with.
When you yes, and I know that for a fact in real life. But what's your thoughts about this? When we talk about necromancy, and we talk about procreation and how all of us on this earth, whatever you identify as man, woman, or both, all of us came between a man and a woman. There's no man and a man and a woman or a woman that ever created a birth. And there's no mistake about that. God made it that way for a reason. So like when I'm at work and you have to ask about like, I know I'll be talking to somebody who I know for sure is a transgender or transsexual, right? And I say, when was your last period or whatever? I have to ask that. They'll say, born without a uterus. So they don't say I'm a man or I'm a woman. They say I'm born without a uterus. So some women are born without a uterus. You know what I'm saying? But they're kind of like disguising it like, well, born without a uterus. We're not allowed to ask them, are you a man or are you a woman or are you whatever? That's kind of trippy to me, like how you have to like they're like trying to disguise themselves. Like you said, they're not announcing themselves for sure.
Exactly. And that is now we're getting to the crazier part, right? So let me get to you on this. So demons must announce themselves. The demon's pets and the demon's followers will want to move in the demon's image and act as the demons, but they will want you to think them as normal. They will want you to normalize.
Yes.
So we are on a slippery slope when we play this game. So you follow where I'm talking about?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what
everyone thinks I'm beating up on black women, but they don't understand the layers. And I don't want to talk down to them, but I know some things that y'all don't know. I know why some of these lines you can press. This is a spell, y'all niggas better wake up. It sounds good. You know what I'm saying? Love and understanding and everyone dancing and holding hands sounds good.
Right.
But do you understand some of these symbols and some of these things? Ooh, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to give you some deep shit. It's smoke signals, goddamn it. I'm out of blunts. And so I'm just motherfucking hitting the goddamn peace pipe. You with Chief smoking fat blunt. And we got the high sky mother food revolution. And we are cooking it up here. Come on down to the TP and get some of this good shit we got going on. We cooking up. I got something for you.
Well, hold on before we go there. What did you say? I missed your point about black women and how we're being what? Because
I said, and then like what I said about black women earlier was how black women were tricked into being the front runners for the women's movement and the LGBTQ movement, and it is fucking up the conversation. It's a shifting of the frequency. Because we're black, because we're now in the shock and awe. For all the people who don't know, as of 2007, we entered the Aquarian age, the 13th constellation, Ophiuchus, or the serpent holder, or Ophiuchus, however you want to pronounce it, is back in the sky. And so that meant that we went from El, if you study Kabbalah, we went from El, which is masculine energy, to
feminine energy, yes.
Exactly. And so the black woman is undefeated right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, the black women got some shit. Like even the sorriest bitch, leave her alone. She's got some levels with her. God damn it, the ancestors will start channeling through this motherfucker. And you know what I'm saying? Am I lying, food revolution?
Okay, this is my question about
the past few years where you felt like you could bench press a car.
This is my question. This is my question to you and how you feel about this. I work in an area, like I've told you before many times in this conversation, that there are a lot of gays and transgenders.
Yes.
And this has been about 7 or 8 years. I've been more exposed to that culture. There are more gay men than there are gay women that come into our clinics needing STD tests and HIV tests and that are HIV positive and are fine without it. And there are more men that are transitioning into women than there are men, and women transitioning into men. And the majority of the population of HIV are men of all races. And also this, when you look on social media and you see black men imitating women for jokes like Wanda and, you know, Shanae.
Talk about it.
Why are they always imitating the most ghetto ass black women on planet Earth?
Talk about it. We've never seen none of these niggas in a dress depict a dignified woman. Now we see some white actors put it on a dress, and they'll be like the Queen of England, and they'll be more natural.
But the ones that are getting the most likes and the most followers are the black men imitating ghetto ass black women.
Mm-hmm. Hey, here's something crazy. If you know constellations, the All-Father or Orion in the sky, you know what I'm saying? And yes, we all come from somewhere slight left the center of that middle star in the belt. That's where the Big Bang happened, and that's where especially black people, that's our original planet. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I didn't say that too loud. But that's
is it Wakanda?
The real Wakanda is in Kansas, and it's with Wakanda with a C, not with a K. Stan Lee knew what he was doing. Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, I love them. I cried like babies when they both died. You know what I'm saying? These were Jewish dudes who practiced Kabbalah. They were in the military. You know what I'm saying? Just Stan Lee was also a brother.
Right, like you said, you're an artist, and art imitates life. Yeah.
Yes, and so people don't even understand. If you watch the movie Eternals, they're telling you a variation of the story of Enki and Anil, with the Eternals being the ones who are watching over the battle of the Eternals. The Eternals and the Deviants is basically the war between the Nephilim and Raphael, the half angels, half demons. But y'all don't peep it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think it's a comic book story. You feel what I'm saying? Like as a kid, I was able to understand that mutants was a euphemism for racism and being gay, because all of a sudden, when you're in your preteens or teenage years, you know what I'm saying, your changes start to show.
Right. You're like sexually ambiguous or whatever. Right. Like the word mulatto. It comes from being a mutt.
Yeah, exactly. Like people don't understand.
Like you're not a mutt. You're not a. And the mutt is like in our terms is abomination, you know.
Right. Or people don't even understand the true things, the homologous and the chimera, and the things of the origin of that actually would be Europeans.
Well, the Europeans said that the mixing of races was bad. So of course you're going to
like the original homologous and the original, you know what I'm saying, chimeras were Central European, Northern Greeks.
So that's why that rapper Mulatto had to change her name. She didn't understand what she was calling herself. She was calling herself a mutt, and a mutt is an abomination. And how can you be an abomination if you come from a man and a woman?
Well, it's even like the Spanish word moreno, and a lot of people still, a lot of Spanish people, they call themselves a morena or they're moreno, and they're black or they're blackness, but it's also derogatory. It's
coming
even
from
like
the European Spaniards who taught them. That's what it was.
Exactly. Or it's even like, we say nigga, and, that goes all the way back to Naga and Negus Nagata, where that was a compliment. There's always been some variation of, especially melanated people, being called that,
something derogatory, like calling your girlfriend your bitch or your hoe.
Yeah. That was my other thing that I said. Thank you for bringing me back to that. Calling your girlfriend your bitch. Thank you. See, damn, you so awesome. You feel what I'm saying? Like, here's something deep. Orion, where we all come from. Orion and Kemet, which we, you now would call ancient Egypt. It was called
Kemet.
The continent of Africa was called Akibalan.
Right.
Or it was called Kemet Nu, or the land of the blacks. You know what I'm saying?
So
in Kemet,
like Nubian.
Exactly. That's why the continent would be called Kemet Nu. And you know what? It included the Middle East. They didn't call it the Middle East until just 500 years ago. Most times it was called, even in European maps, if you look at old maps, it was called Northeast Africa.
Yep.
Okay. But I don't want to get out. Let me get to my point. Orion in Kemet was the Pharaoh Asar or Osiris. The constellation Sirius was his wife, Aset or Isis, man and woman. In European culture, it is Orion and Sirius, man and dog.
Right.
They took the black woman, they knocked her out of the sky, made her a bitch.
Right.
Y'all don't hear me.
You know what's something funny? My mother taught me. She told me, not necessarily taught me. She told me. She said, a man told her one time, the freest thing in America is a white man and a black woman.
Mm-hmm. Well, bedwetching has always been dope. And that's why I get so mad when black women, oh, you got a white woman. When black women know bedwetching, so many black women have been made hot through bedwetching, from Diana Ross, I Love You to Death, all these motherfuckers. Like, come on. I hated Mahogany. I remember as a kid when I would watch these motherfuckers watching Mahogany on that, they pull out that VI, fuck this goddamn movie. Because you know what? She shitted on Billy D. Williams every which way possible. And every time them white men dropped her low, Billy D would clean her up. And as soon as that white man would look at her, she would leave motherfucking Billy D for that white boy. And it just brought up the shit that motherfucking my grandmama's mom did in my mind. And I didn't even know about it yet, but it just pissed me off. You feel what I'm saying? It bothered my spirit. Food Revolution.
I've never seen that movie, Mahogany. I know what you're talking about, but
yeah, you know what I'm saying, or another modern version of it. I hated Scandal. I hated that show.
Yeah, you know what's so weird?
That bitch.
I was just thinking about that show, and I would watch it, and I liked it, but at the same time, I hated it at the same time because the message it was putting out.
That bitch went hard as hell for her white man.
Right.
Oh, you gotta for her miss away.
Married, he had all that power. He wasn't giving you shit.
Man, she went against her own daddy. Her own family were playing life and death games over this white man.
Nothing but shame. And you sitting up there, oh, I don't want you, but you want him. You know, it's like you don't even know why. You know, and go back to, you know, it's crazy that there's that movement with what's it called, with black women should only date black men, and I mean white men, and
that's been the movement. They're trying to get the mixed babies and everything, and you know that's I remember being a kid and you'd hear that, oh, but the pretty babies. I knew so many black chicks who know, if you really know, like I always joked, in Warren City there are more mulattoes than black or white people.
Right, and that's where the whole light skin, dark skin thing started coming in the rap.
Exactly, to where you catch a lot of these chicks. It's like if you're from my generation, and you know what I'm saying, a lot of the Warren chicks are like, all right, you'll notice that either, you know what I'm saying, they'll be the lighter skinned brother or whatever like that. You'll notice the difference. I knew a family. Damn, it's crazy you brought this up. My thoughts got to that. My homegirl, God rest her soul, Shayna, I loved her to death. This was my partner in crime. This was my, I loved her, and I always will. But her mom had her and two other beautiful, that were very dark skinned. Her mom was very dark skinned, and she was very, like just beautiful. I mean, I'm talking about damn near balsamic black. You know that where their skin's so black they're beautiful before you even look at their face. You know what I'm talking about? Food Revolution. Like you can just see somebody just like, God damn.
Just their complexion is just gorgeous.
Right.
So even.
What is that? Is that purple? Is that iridescent? What the fuck? Like it looked like someone got a permanent black light on them because it's just
like the sun and the moon just glistens off of your skin. Yeah.
Right. And then she turns around with this flawless, beautiful face. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you have me at hello, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You got me. I'm at your feet. And so her mom and her two sisters older sisters were like that, just dropped dead. And then her mom got with this German dude. And she finally had her boy, who was mixed and light-skinned. Named the boy Adolf. Her dad was really on some bullshit. me and Shayna got real close because her mom was really on some bad witch and shit where she was like the oldest of the sister. That man was having his way with her and the mama, and to where around that time, me and my brother and all that, we had to tell the dad something good, and Shayna would always like live at the house, like you know what I'm saying? Like it was deeper than that was my girlfriend, that was my sis. You feel what I'm saying? Like we took care of her because she was in a bad situation. But my mom, once she got her light skinned baby, you feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
She got her white man and her light skinned baby. Shayna and her two sisters be damned. Y'all bitches ain't gonna fuck up my good thing. I literally heard her say that more times than a little bit.
That's so sad. Like I grew up in a family that's multicultural. Like you said, I have a lot of military family, and you know they have German wives, Asian wives, whatever. I never heard.
Right. My oldest son is Egyptian. My oldest son is half Egyptian and Yemeni. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what his mom is. And right. my oldest niece is half Filipino. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, I'm an international. Like I travel the world, and me and my family always joke because we're Moors. Like we descend like my bloodline through my dad, we descend from Spanish Moors, and through my mom, we descend from this very prestigious line of French and Italian Moors. Like right. we traced it, like we literally lived in Europe, like you know what I'm saying, back then, like we didn't come to America as slaves, we came to America with land, and it was
right.
Shit, like you know what I'm saying, real old school Moorish Jean de Creole shit, like
that's cool that you know your lineage like that, yeah.
Well, yeah, but it bugged us out because we always laughed about it because like me and my brother said, like everyone tips about how me and my brother was young kids selling candy, selling drugs, saying whatever, all this other shit, and so industrious, but we were Moorish. Our ancestors were the ones who, long before niggas was on the corner saying, yo, I got this crack, we were saying, yo, I got this salt. Yo, I got this pepper. Yo, I got this whatever. We used to always motherfucking laugh.
That Himalayan pink salt?
Right, exactly. We used to always laugh about how, you know what I'm saying, like being military brats, me and my brother, we had this little competition that we kind of still do have, even though we don't talk to each other at all, don't fuck with each other at all. We have this little competition where we knock foreign things. We know what I'm saying? We might get on social media or something like that, get on something that we know each other are watching and might flex with something with a little that's, you know, that no speaking no English, or, you know, something exotic, something like, ooh, where they make bitches like that at? You feel what I'm saying? And we always teased each other. We were always like this. And my cousins and everyone in the family, that's one of our little shits we do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Uncle such and such, he gonna bring him back him a bitch from Iceland to the cookout. Just a stunt. You feel me? Just a stunt. He gonna bring back some bitch from Brazil just to look at everybody like, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, nah, man. I just met her while I was out, you know what I'm saying, on tour. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. You feel what I'm saying? But we descend from Moors, and that was such an essential thing in Moorish culture. And it was so funny. My whole point is so funny because
like Othello. Othello was a Moor.
Exactly, Othello. Yeah, that was always my favorite play when I was doing theater. You know what I'm saying, and shit like that. Othello, not just because he was black, I just loved to play. And then when I found out that we actually descend from that, when I found out that, you know, the little dumb things that we do in our family, just on our version of nigga shit, actually is very distinct Moorish culture shit.
Right.
You know, being proud of traveling, being proud of saying, yeah, I've got multiple wives, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's to where, like, I feel we're multicultural. You know what I'm saying? Like, people in our
multiple
family,
wives.
Yeah, I've been a swinger since middle school, man. I've been out here, you know what I'm saying? And it's not by choice. It's not by choice. Believe it or not, I would square up, but I seem to attract women like women. I've been called a stud finder. It happens. I don't plan on it. I don't plan for it. I swear to God, I really don't. I really, really don't. I really, really don't. I try not to, but it never fails. I'm too Scorpio to where when they on some freaky shit, I'm more than likely like, sure, okay.
Where do you think that comes from?
Oh yeah, I mean, shit. Like I come from a long line of niggas who with the shits. Like I told you, I come from a long line of spooks behind the door and wild military niggas and historical figures who, if you read about their exploits in history, it was like, yeah, You know what I'm saying?
But like we were talking about before, we all have personal choice, right? We all have the choice to choose. So why do you choose to be with the women who choose to be with you?
Because I got this fucked up thing where I like people who like me.
I see.
You know what I'm saying? I like people who like me. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever grew up unloved, it's you.
There it is.
At a certain point, you understand when people really don't fuck with you and when people really fuck with you. So when you get that sense that somebody generally fucks with you, sometimes you just like, you know what? Yeah. Because you'd rather that than like me, like even with the race shit or whatever. Like I want true equality. I don't want racial tolerance. I don't need white folks to tolerate me. You know what I'm saying? I need motherfuckers to understand, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, people who are mad at CRT in schools or critical racial theory, you know what I'm saying? These are the people who believe in tolerance. We're tolerating y'all. I don't need to have to learn about y'all. I don't need to have to learn that all this shit that I'm doing is, I don't need to have to learn that, well, you know, saying it's wrong to say picnic. I don't need to have to learn why it's insensitive to keep asking my coworker if I can touch her hair. Just, you know,
I wonder why that is. It's like, why do you want to touch me in any way? I don't want to fucking touch you.
Like, you know, certain people know because of my travels and maybe my age now, I believe that certain people do need CRT. Because certain white folks don't understand the man.
They don't. And they don't want to.
Into them while they are so enamored by black folks. Why? Yeah, you don't think you're racist, but when you saw Jamal was working with you, you just kept saying, you know, to your manager, oh, that Jamal, he came from his break at 10:12 instead of 10:10. I thought breaks were only 10 minutes. You know, like, you know, the little things, that little, you know what I'm saying, them little things have been so culturally ingrained, or even with black folks. When the CRT is very essential for black folks, because many black people don't have the luxury like me or you where we have these families, and then like as you know, you're 43, I'm 42. I tell people all the time, teasing my youngest, depending on how you grew up and where you grew up, if you were born after 95, you missed it.
Yeah.
You missed it, my nigga.
Yeah. Like I talk about so much on with my kids, and like on Coach Malachi's channel, and talking to him, it's like what we had in the 90s. It was a golden era because we had such, even though people think it was extremism, it was balance.
Balance.
Girl behind the mic.
Yo, what's up, sis? Shout out to the two queens on here. We got Girl Behind the Mic. We got Food Revolution. Girl Behind the Mic. Do you agree with Food Revolution that maybe some of the conversations are getting so difficult now? Because, yeah, especially for those of us who are old enough, we remember a time of balance.
I think so.
A time of balance?
Yeah, I think so. Good morning, Food Revolution. Good morning, Clips, and everybody in the chat. Yeah, you know, I think there was a time of balance, right? For whatever, you know, there's agendas and whatnot, and I'm not saying that, you know, people should not evolve and so forth, but the most interesting part was I was having a conversation, of course, and I know it also depends on demographics where people live, but it's not just how society is being forced to be. I feel like it's a gaslight when people say that, oh, don't say that, don't say this. Like there's so many like sensitive connotations on things that made us, I know that made me stronger. I know that grew me. I mean, and I get the bullying part. I get all of that in schools, but I know that talking back to my bullies and, you know, standing up for myself gave me confidence in real life. But I'm not saying that, you know, because then people are like, I'm like, hey, you know, but for the CRT that you guys are talking about, I think it's vitally important, though. I really do think, just like you're saying, I think it's vitally important. But what's so sad is the people that would learn and benefit from it the most are the people that are choosing
they
not to want it.
What you mean? That's like a nigga sitting there dying of some illness, and you're sitting there with that one little shot that, like, nigga, if you just let me just stick you, you're gonna freak out for like 20 seconds, but you're gonna be fine. But he's sitting there just bleeding out of his eyes, like, no, oh, I don't want your shot.
Like, you know what I say to them? Let them die.
Man, amen.
Like a lot of the people who are so resistant to this and who have raised their kids to be resistant of this, and these are doctors and nurses and you know, higher ups that I work with or whatever. They are so ignorant that all I can say sometimes is I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna try to convince you. I'm just gonna wait for you to die, because you're gonna die off soon. You're old. You got white hair and you're stupid and you don't want to be educated. You don't want to be anything better than what you are. And like they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Some you can. And sometimes when it's really when it's needed, I will interject, and then I go on about my business. And I can tell by the way they reapproach me that they've learned something. Others, I just let you fucking go. Go ahead. You're gonna die soon. I'm just waiting for the regeneration. Like we say, oh, there's no way to teach people. You know, how can we fix what's going on? Teach your kids better. I know lots of kids that, you know, white kids, they grew up in racist homes. They are, I think, genuinely not racist. Even if they, you know, do decide not to, you know, date people outside of the race or whatever, I don't consider them to be racist or whatever. I'm a black woman. I like black men predominantly, even though I've dated outside of my race. That doesn't make me a racist. But I have hope for that generation coming up from the people who were raised wrong. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to just wait till the old guard dies off and regenerate. But we have to keep educating people.
I couldn't agree more. I've often said those very same or similar words as far as certain generational curses and everything. Certain things you've got to let these motherfuckers die off of. I've talked about it. I've joked about it 1,000 times with the Queen of England, who just died recently. Like, how did you not expect that thing with her and Meghan Markle to go bad? Like, you know, God damn it, she was born in 1912, 1914. Okay, that girl is some of the nicer things Elizabeth was going to call Meghan. Okay, and she meant no disrespect by it. Okay, I'm a military brat. I came up amongst Southern and just military motherfuckers who speak very plainly and directly. They're not racist, but they are going to be very plain. Okay,
right?
So if there are two people on the motherfucking crew and we're both named Mike and one is white and one is black, guess what I am? I am Black Mike. Okay, all right. That's not nothing to get. I'm not about to protest and get mad. This is okay. We speak very directly. Okay. You know what I'm saying? If I was talking, you know what I'm saying, to girl behind the mic, I'm not gonna say, oh, girl behind the mic, your ass is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because you talk plainly and descriptively, you might be like, girl behind the mic, your black ass crazy. Now you say that to a kid nowadays. Oh my God, see, he called me black, nigga. You are black.
Yeah, people are really sensitive nowadays. I mean, that would probably be a racist moment, but I had a lady just yesterday, and she's like, "Oh, I love your hair," and yada yada yada. I'm like, okay. She's from Egypt. She had an accent. I didn't ask her where she was from, but she decided to tell me she's from Egypt, and she liked the way I was taking care of her. And she said, "Do you watch African comedies?" I'm like, "Where the fuck is this coming from? Like, why the fuck would you ask? Did you ask that white charger or somebody? Did she watch African comedies?" I'm like, "No, I don't watch African comedy." She's like, "I watch them on Netflix and I just love them and I watch them and they just make me laugh and laugh and laugh." And you got to wonder, like, why the fuck did she ask me that? She asked me that because I'm black? But I don't think she was trying to be racist. She's trying to find a common ground to, you know, communicate with me or whatever. But that wasn't it. But I didn't be like, oh, this bitch just asked me if I watch African, you know, comedies because I'm black. I mean, I wasn't sensitive like that. But nowadays, people are very sensitive about that. People will lose their jobs over something like that. And it's so stupid to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you got 100%. Like I've always said, like being black in America, especially being a black man, there's so many microaggressions and things we got to deal with. Like, have you ever had somebody like, I get it. Maybe in the face, maybe I might look a little bit like Method Man. But have you ever got where you get that person?
You look just like fucking Method Man.
And there's motherfuckers who always want, you look like that one, and they always want to compare you to the one famous black person, the other black person that they know. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why can't I just, girl behind the mic? You remind me of Macy Gray or Shaka Khan, just because they can't think that some black people might wear their hair like your avatar's hair is. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like,
so annoying.
Or what I've always said, especially being a black man at work, you could be at a job where we all got uniforms and fucking name tags. And when that motherfucker manager walks in, hey Bob, hey Christian, hey Tyler, what's up, dog? Hey, and you sit there like, no.
We have a courier that's like that. He's black though, but he does everybody.
No, I was getting there. And then with black people, like a lot of people think that I am I am too much, too militant or too serious. I get that a lot because I'm a very serious person, despite my silly nature. I don't like, black women do it a lot. I don't like getting too over familiar with me just because we're black. You nigga don't mean you my brother, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I see that. I go to a store, I go to McDonald's or something, and she's 1,000% professional with everybody in front of her. As soon as I take my monkey ass up to the corner, oh, what's up, baby? What you want? And I feel her, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, nah, bitch. Everybody else gotta welcome me to McDonald's. May I take your order?
Right? I want the same level of professionalism.
It ain't just me. Sometimes I'll be offended. I'll be like, oh, bitch, I don't even know you like that. Where your manager at, bitch? I'll be wanting to go to 10, but I'll be like, nah, let me stop.
They be like to me, they be like, hey, I've been afraid to ask anyone else this. I'm new to the area, but and I don't even work in the area I don't live in the area that I work in. I live like 40 miles away. I just wanted to know, do you know where I could find a black hairstylist? Or do you know where I can find a black doctor? No, bitch, I don't know.
Right, what
you see all these white people I work with? They're just fine. Pick one of them. They're fine.
I mean, it's crazy for me because, I got a pass. So I ain't gonna tell on myself, but I'm keep it real. I used to hate, especially when I was around my college years, and then when I was actually going to college, I hated that random white person who would be like, "Hey, bro, you know where I can get some weed?" Of course, I had shit for him, but goddamn it, why did he just assume?
I'm stereotyping.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you know what I'm saying. He was able to single me out, and we was able to handle this transaction. You know what I'm saying, quick and smooth. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, really though?
Yeah,
right.
Really though? And I wasn't even the only black person in the room.
Mm-hmm. Right. What do you think me?
But for some reason, Anonymous White Man 76 said, that's the nigga I want. There he is. There he is. He's the one. I know him. He's got the shit. I mean, could it be the chains and all the whatever, possibly. But it bothered me sometimes. It did bother me. Now, as far as this comment here, ladies, get with me on this. Smoke signals. Let's talk about it. Chief Smoker Fat Blunt, we're going to roll up this topic because I want y'all to build with me on this. Because Philip H., I saw, ladies, bear with me. I do not mean to be vulgar. I saw the future of the human race in a porno.
That's interesting.
Yes, the porno was called, I'm going to plug them, shout out to them. The porno was called South American Pie 2. Okay, it was based in Brazil. You follow where I'm going? Mm-hmm. If anyone knows the history of Brazil, Brazil is one of the most racially diverse countries in the whole world. Okay, they've got so many Asian people, blacks, Latin Americans, but they got a little bit of everything. And so all the ladies in this porno, skin complexion was like orangish or purplish. They had like blonde hair, but African bone structure and Asiatic slanted eyes. They had the epidural fold of their eyelid. And
did you say epidural on their eyelids?
Epidural fold of their eyelid.
What's that?
You know, slanted eyes, man. I'm trying to be. Okay. I'm trying to not to.
Well, educate me. I didn't know.
I'm not trying to offend my brothers of the Asiatic descent. But yeah, and so the ladies were looking like that, and the guys, it was the craziest thing. I'm no wangologist, you know what I'm saying, or nothing like that. But have you ever seen, sometimes you watch a porno and like certain white dudes, they shit be like looking all weird and pink, like some dog dick type crazy shit. Fuck it, I just said. They were these dark ass, like African looking dudes who had that. I ain't never seen no shit in my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? How you black is my motherfucking t-shirt, except for your dick and ball. Where they make niggas like you at? This shit's weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whole black ass niggas with glowworms and white boys with these huge, crazy. And I was like, the races are so mixed up down in Brazil. I was high as hell. And I said to myself, because I went from watching it awesome, I'm trying to watch a porno and, you know, for the reason why people want to watch porno, but I'm high too. And now I'm like watching it now like a case study. You follow me, ladies? Have you ever got them moments where, you know what I'm saying, you went into something for like some like ain't shit childish, you know what I'm saying, reasons, and then all of a sudden now you're starting to think about it on deeper levels, to where now it's like, it's no more like lotion in my hand, and I'm like just really watching it like, what the fuck is this? And so I'm like, if we keep on in about 10 to 15 generations, we're all going to be orange and purple. It took me a while to get there, but you see where I'm going, girl behind the microphone?
Orange and purple.
Orange and purple.
Like these motherfuckers in the porno, these Brazilian motherfuckers who you could, man, I'm telling you, if you ever watch this shit, you couldn't, if I bet you money, you couldn't tell me the race of these women. What the hell are they?
But you got to understand that all these people are augmented, like, in different ways. It's not like genetically. I don't know about the penis thing, but the women are probably orange because they you know, fake and bake down there. They're not like orange because that's their natural color. They probably do like the skin tan lotion and all that kind of shit. So
yeah, I mean, and that's probably it too. But it was like everything, like this is one of them multiple scene, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, like 2.5 hour productions where, you know what I'm saying, it's going around, you know, motherfuckers partying in Brazil. But, you know what I'm saying, you know, one of them little cheap little pornos with a fake little plot and all like that to it. And everybody had this racially ambiguous orange and purple shit to them. And it fucked me up. I said, this is the future. Everyone's gonna orange and
it's
purple.
not real life. You gotta
because
put the lotion down. It's not real life.
No, I'm not even I've been put the lotion down. That's what I said. And I'm watching this high as hell, like, what the fuck? Because I'm bugging out, because I'm like, this is like early 2001, maybe, when all this is going on, real time, to give you a reference, right? And I'm laughing and I'm saying, watch, in about motherfucking another 10, 15 generations, that's what humanity's gonna be. We're all gonna be orange and purple and racially ambiguous. And obviously, because if you know about Brazilian motherfucking porno, everybody's gonna be bisexual. What the fuck is this? It's all about this shit. Like, what the fuck am I watching? You know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm like laughing. I'm going through the website that I was on. Like, come on. You know, you click on it, you see the thick little Spanish chick. You're like, yo, this shit look like it's gonna go down. Hell yeah. Grab the lotion. You feel what I'm saying? And then it went from getting ready, get one, you know, get ready for, you know what I'm saying, get ready for game time to fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? I found myself breaking down blunts, getting ready to roll up another one. Like, this shit is, and I'm just in my head like, what the fuck am I looking at? And I still believe in the near future we are going to this, and that goes back. I'm tying all things together, like I was saying.
One big melting pot, like they say.
Right. This little, and that's what these people want. This little whatever, where we're going to get rid of the balance, and we're just going to call this shit.
We ain't gonna get rid of the violence, but I do believe that all the races are starting to mix, and I mean that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we're all human beings, and it doesn't really matter anyway. We are all too focused, especially in America, about race, you know, and the racial makeup of a person, and this whole census thing, and I don't know. We're just focused on the wrong things. Period.
Right. I mean, and here's the crazy thing. Do you know how in most Spanish and especially Brazilian Portuguese culture, you know how race is broken down?
How?
It's broken down by economic status. So I could be black as Yaphet Kotto, but if I'm rich, my license will say Blanco.
But that's most of the world. That's most of the world besides America.
Right.
And that's where the colorism thing really comes from in other countries.
Race by race.
Right. Like in like India, they have a whole thing about colorism as well, and in Asia as well. But it's more broken down to like if you're dark skinned, that means you're poor and you had to work a menial labor job versus being able to be basically a house nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so where you weren't in the sun, so your skin's light.
Right, because you come from more money. You know, you had a better job. So your parents will choose somebody not just because you don't want your kids to be dark, but because they come from a better socioeconomic status, because your skin is lighter and that's the way that they judge you like that. That's what I've been told by people who are like from India and things like that. But at the same time, it also is from the Eurocentric mindset, because if you look at Bollywood, they're not choosing the darker skinned people to be in those movies. They're they're choosing the lighter skinned Indians with the more Eurocentric features to be in the movies. So
well, yeah, they got that whole area of India that's actually a very wealthy, prestigious area. It's southwestern India, but the people are predominantly black, because the black dude once ruled that. The black dude who came there as a slave and eventually ruled it. And they had a lot of trade and stuff with Africa, so you've got a lot of, you know what I'm saying, they've got a lot of African direct blood descent, and there's naturally a darker group of people. But these people are normally, just because of what you're alluding to, they're normally kept out of government and kept out of a lot of the visible aspects of India, even though these people are wealthy. And these people aren't like, you know, these aren't like poor people. It's just that they're darker. And so you don't really know them much.
Like over there in Sri Lanka, a lot of them are darker.
Perfect example. Yeah. Perfect example.
They're dark with really silky hair.
And sometimes you might know this person by name or know about them by their money, but that's why they don't show their face a lot, because they feel shame of their darkness.
Yeah.
And I know some Arab people who they grow up with that dynamic. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of people don't know that exists in Arab culture too, especially depending on what.
Well, they're like the number one over there, and in Asia, they're the number one like sellers of the skin bleaching creams and all that kind of stuff, because they feel like, you know, lighter is more acceptable, you're more attractive, and that's just, you know, the colonization of the world basically. That's a product of that. So. I mean, you know, whatever. You like what you like. It is what it is. I've never taken offense to anybody. I've never been told by anybody that they chose a lighter or a darker skinned person. You know, it's about the energy when it brings.
Well, no, I got a problem. I know a lot of people who they got their types. I got a problem with people who do bullshit. I hate short bitches who only want to tall niggas. You know what I'm saying? I hate tall niggas who only want to short bitches. You know, I hate some shit like that. All right, no, it's fucking stupid. All right,
Are you sure?
Code preference.
I'm 5'9". So yeah, I'll say I'm short. Here's the thing. They tell you in medical school 5'9" is still like an average height for men. So I always joke, I'd be like, anybody shorter or taller than me is weird. I'm normal. What the fuck? You know. But
that's socialization as well too, because a woman feels.
You good? You still with us? Oh, damn, your phone. So you with it? Yeah, you with us? I don't know if you got a phone call or something, but you started saying something and you went out.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
No, I was saying that's socialization as well, because women feel more protected. They're taught to feel more protected by a taller man than a shorter man, you know. And that's just about, like, you know, protection.
Yeah, and I think it's like the romanticism of it all. Like when you watch Hollywood or movies, you usually seeing the perception, like, you know, I don't know, I don't know, but you're usually seeing that tall, dark, and handsome guy being the guy that's rescuing the girl, you know. So I always have blame Disney.
Well, yeah. Also in so many in Western culture, you know, tall man is viewed as a sign of leadership. Like, you know, I've even when I was going to college for management and different think tanks and different groups I was being part of, and part of our leadership thing, these were a part of the qualities. part of team building, I was supposed to look for somebody tall and charismatic for certain roles, just because if I want him to do this, you know what I'm saying, when I'm putting us as a manager, when I'm building a team, I should look for these physical features within this person, because humans naturally respond to somebody who's physically like this.
Authority-wise, yeah.
Right. And so if I want to put a manager over this sort of labor group, it is actually, you know what I'm saying, is actually smart, and it behooves me to, you know what I'm saying, also consider these factors. Or you know what I'm saying, for certain roles, say human resource or whatever like that, it actually behooves me to have a woman, possibly a black woman or an ethnic woman, you know what I'm saying, in this role. You know what I'm saying? To where the person has that sort of mothering, naturally feel, even though this person could be a straight snake in the grass. One of my favorite characters in all comic books was Amanda Waller. I used to always say that was damn near my mom. If anyone knows what my mom did for a living, they know I'm not exaggerating. But and Amanda Waller, like you see on the Suicide Squad movies, how Viola Davis plays her. That's how that's what we're talking about. You know, she can get away with doing all this shit, because at first you see this real cool, calm talking black lady. You know, she almost, it takes like a few minutes after she says it for you to realize that she just threatened you. She just said some gangster shit. You feel what I'm saying? You don't even realize she done told you what it is. You just find yourself doing it. You know,
yeah, she's really witty, but it's a double-edged sword. You know,
right?
So, but you know, that's the same. That's like I said earlier. In a lot of Hollywood movies, it's hard. You're hard pressed to find a black woman who is the leading sex symbol in the movie. You know what I'm saying? She's always a supportive role, like the mammy or the hard, you know, businesswoman or whatever. And then
let me push back a little. Let me push back just a percentage. Now, I'm not just saying a full pushback. You do see female blacks as a lead love interest and everything, but it's either more of a scandalized or more of an over sexualization. You know what I'm saying? It's not as much as just a true, she is a female lead, she is a leading woman. There's always some sort of weird dynamic when it's the black woman as the female lead, or she's a lesbian.
Right.
Yeah, she's got to be hard. Like
that's the
we're
latest
talking about
one.
with Scandal.
Right, that's the latest ones. As of like what, 10 years ago?
I wasn't really pushing back on Food Revolution, but you do see female leads, but they gotta have conditions to it.
Mm-hmm. Have an affair with a white man.
Right.
They're not the damsel in distress, is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She can defend herself, but she's emotionally unavailable.
Right. Like we said on Scandal. She was a boss. She had to have, you know, all the highest degrees. Her dad had to be a fucking FBI, freaking CIA, you know, fucking the hardest dude out there.
I never could watch Scandal. That shit broke my heart. Every time I tried to watch an episode, I was married to my wife, and she used to tell me, get out of here. I was like, that shit broke my heart. I damn near cried watching Scandal.
Hey, Brandon, I know how much you love your people, and I know you was raised in the temple. So how did that really make you feel? Watching this bitch lie, cheat, and steal, not for God and country, but for her white man. In fact, she manipulated the whole country season after season. How many people died?
Broke my heart.
How many people had to die?
You can see how they were. Terry Washington was sexy too. They were putting the way they dressed her, and I was like, they do. I mean, and the way they undressed her too, and the way they undressed her too, like the lingerie she had on, and I'm like, man, and she anyway. But the way they dressed her and presented her, you all this, but you weak behind this white man. Man, get the fuck out of here! Again, you trying to make
some good stuff. Yeah. Man's dirty work. A black woman never looked so good.
I'm telling you. And then not only that, the psyche of it is what you see in the other black women subliminally is that's the epitome of you've made it. But you see what I'm saying? Like that shit was pissing me off. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, let them get in, because you just stirred the pot now. The gumbo cooking, man. The gumbo cooking. You know what I'm saying? Now, ladies, add your flavor. Do you think we are tripping? Are we men? Or are we black men who just, God damn it, why is she fucking the white boy? Or is there a there?
Well, you got to remember that the creator of the show was Shonda Rhimes, and she's a black woman. I don't know if she's a lesbian or not. I kind of think she is. I don't know.
Definitely like black men.
Huh?
The jury's out on how Shonda feels about black men, for real. I've gone through a lot of her work. I've watched a lot of
well, even in Grey's Anatomy, she makes the woman the more, it's Grey's Anatomy. She's a woman. So she's,
exactly.
You could probably say she's a feminist or not. I don't know. But at the same time, with Kerry Washington, I think she kind of flipped the script as to where America, black men, when they get to a certain status, they feel like they need to get with a white woman, so in order to feel like they're validated. So
what's it? We already stop. We already established this. This is America. We don't want to get with a white woman. When we get to a certain status, at least 3 white women come with it. It's just America. It's a package deal. Listen. Win and roll. Once again, food revolution. I'll see you when you get there. When you get your white women, you're not going to send it back.
We will not be encouraging that. We will not be encouraging that kind of behavior.
About me being with no white women.
Brandon Washington, when you get there, and you will not return your white women either. You just stop lying, Brandon.
Dude,
you
not beautiful.
You might have them bitches working in the goddamn doing landscaping.
You know how beautiful the diaspora is? You know how many different shades and colors we come in? Well, I gotta do that, and we come in all these beautiful colors. Look, you can go to Louisiana, get your red bone. You can go to Cali, get you some with green eyes. You can come to Texas, get you some big, sturdy, beautiful women. Go to Atlanta. Man, are you serious? Man, these beautiful black women on this planet. Man, I wouldn't dare.
Brandon Washington. So you buy you a brand new house, and because you can afford to buy you a brand new house, this house will come, say, with 3 cars in its garage. Are you saying you're going to get mad because there's 3 cars in your garage?
I'm gonna get rid of them cars. They not mine. They not for me. I want what's for me. You see what I'm saying? Just because somebody gave it to me, don't mean it's for me. It ain't for me. You try to pass me along a gift. Oh, thank you. You try to be thoughtful, but no, thank you. This gift, this ain't for me. This somebody else's gift.
It's 3 white women. So there's 3 white women on the table. Brandon Washington is regifted his 3 white women. And that's very nice.
Yeah, I told you, Clip, I don't think I ever touched a white woman before. Like, I may have shaken one hand, maybe, but no, I don't know.
I know one thing you said. I know you said yes, ma'am, to quite a few white motherfucking women talking about all that.
Oh, come on. I mean, I'm from the South. We respectful down here.
So, you, my guy. I know you said yes, ma'am, to more than one. Goddamn it, you better stop playing. Texas.
We respectful down here.
I have a question. So, if Beyonce and Jay-Z were to get divorced today,
and she married a white dude, what would she do if she married a white dude? Jokes. Then when you go to hear the jokes, I mean, hell, like Kim Kardashian, like when she ran around with Pete Davidson and then started bragging about how big Pete's dick was. I'm sure that was kind of crazy for Kanye. What was crazier was Kanye about how big Pete's dick was. That was even crazier. Like if I was Kanye, I would have been on social media saying that. I would have done that.
But didn't Kanye just marry another white woman? What if Jay-Z married a white woman after they got divorced? Do you think that people would look at him differently? Would they buy his album still?
Yeah, they would look at him.
They'll still buy his album.
What makes Jay-Z is, what makes them who they are is them being tied to each other as well, and them being black and like being tied to each other.
Like I said on Mark Nash, what makes them who they are is them being tied to each other. It's a reciprocal. It's not a what they call an exchange relationship. It's reciprocal.
Oh yeah, no, they and the beautiful thing about them is that they've come to this They've come to this place and they've been open about how they've worked through their hard times, and I'm sure they've got other hard times that they don't need to disclose. You know, I love the fact that they're a very private family, even with their children, as being public and being private. I've seen a lot of balance in how they've gone about it, and I think more than most so-called power couples or people or couples in the in the public eye, I think Jay-Z and Beyonce have done a phenomenal job of understanding that they are a brand. I believe, like, this is the reason I'll probably stay
Not to
single
destroy the wisdom, I just want to get this out right quick. I had a problem with Monsters Ball and Halle Berry. That broke my heart. I just want to say that too. I never looked at her the same, and I really don't look at her the same.
No, I'm gonna go on your sidebar right here. I'm gonna give y'all a little insight. Monsters Ball bothered me too for different reasons. Monsters Ball bothered me because, okay, a friend of mine, one of his godfathers, is the baseball player David Justice. David Justice used to play for the Cincinnati Reds for a while, and and so one of my homeboys, he talks about how, like, motherfuckers was asking David Justice what was it like being married to her, and he was talking about you know they both got their Ohio thing. She from Cleveland, he from Natty. He talks about being a mixed child growing up there, the problems. He talks about like what you talked about in different times in interviews. Her being assaulted as a young girl and how it fucked with her. And her concept of sexuality. And he said that he's a Major League Baseball player, 182 games a season. She's an actress, so they don't have a lot of time together. And said during as they were dating, she's the freak of the week who'll fly out on a private jet just to go see her man, blah, blah, blah. Then as soon as they got married, she'd sit in the house butt naked, and if he sat on the same couch with her, oh, well, I was whatever when I was a child, blah, 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 blah. But then these motherfucking producers could call her, and that's her job. Yeah, I get it. But, she can go and do all this. Now, fast forward to Eric Benet, it hurt me because years later when you see, and everyone laughed at him when Eric Benet was doing interviews talking about his sex addiction that led to a drug addiction and all like that. And then being married to Holly, how Holly has her issues with black men because of what happened to her, shuts herself down, shuts that kind of side of herself down to her black man. And I can remember Eric Benet was on the set when they filmed that scene. I'm getting to the point. Because there's a famous interview where Eric Benet talks about, he ran and threw up and all that. Imagine you being a sex addict, you being a nymphomaniac, hating yourself, you're cheating on your wife because your wife is sexually and emotionally unavailable to you because her trauma. But you have to watch her get fucked for real.
You weren't getting fucked for real. It was a movie.
Man, I heard two.
That was too. I watched that movie. She was too passionate. That shit was too close to real. Like, you don't act like that. Like, the way she was acting, I ain't never seen a sex scene like that where they acting like that. That blew my, like, you should watch that movie again. Watch that movie again.
I've seen a couple.
You ain't seen Baby Boy?
Yeah, but see, Baby Boy wasn't that intense, and even with those scenes, as you know, like somebody who
Baby Boy wasn't that intense. That was something else. Something else.
Food Revolution, I would have been with you had you would have said, like, say, Jada Pinkett and Boy and Jason's lyric. Like, sitting there.
About that movie.
Yeah, that motherfucker sitting there butt booty ass in that field in goddamn Houston, Texas. Like, that was some real fucking. But you know what I'm saying? Like, people don't understand when you do that shit. There's a nylon thong. You wear.
Yeah, but we don't know what went on in their relationships for real.
Right,
That's what they said.
Exactly. No, but I'm just saying.
I agree, but that scene was so passionate that it bothered me.
No, it bothered because
that touched me. That looked like a slave raping. Like, that shit was different. That shit hit me different. I just saw slave and slave master. That's all I saw. Like, that shit I ain't like that. Like, that shit was wild.
You know what really bothered me in real time with that scene? Okay. Was we had Queen Halle Berry. I'm going to still call her Queen Halle, even though she's done some things that make me look at her sideways. I ain't mad at you. Everybody ain't perfect. And the only perfect man I ever heard about was the two populars with his peers. They didn't fuck with him till after they killed him. Okay? But Queen Halle is begging this hillbilly for some dick. Make me feel good. Make me feel good.
Bro. Flip.
Stop.
Oh man, you hit the nail on the head, bro. Man.
Brandon, stop. Hillbilly, she begs the hillbilly for some dick. Hillbilly gives her some of that hillbilly dick. And then jumps up out the pussy and throws up because he's disgusted with what he did. And she's sitting there on the ground, sitting there like, what did I do wrong? Big Daddy, did I offend you, Master? Master, it wasn't good to you, Master. So that's how I felt in real time watching it. And then later when the motherfucking stories came out about how it was and whatever like that, and I was like, yo. And then when Eric Benet came out, I was like, I could just imagine how crazy that was for him. Whether they was actually fucking, let's say it was nylon thong. Okay, I don't know anybody who's done any tantra, any motherfucking Reiki work, anybody who's done any sort of holistic shit, or even anyone who's been to a chiropractor and really had some lower back shit or whatever like that. Okay, touching is touching, and acting is acting. But yeah, that's a nylon thong. Like, I've had scenes where I've done acting and shit like that. I've had scenes where, I've had to have romantic scenes with, my female counterpart, and it was strictly business, nothing crazy. But yeah, we was really kissing, and even they would tell you like, yeah, there was a there, and yeah.
Yeah, but nothing went in and out for real.
Yeah. Now, for me to really, for me to have this conversation, now I'm gonna really have to motherfucking try to break some motherfucking oaths and Hollywood rules. Certain things that happen that's why I say I know what happens on scenes, and it's like boxing. You don't talk about everything in the gym. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there are times where
you don't know if nothing went in and out unless you saw it.
Right, exactly. And I had somebody who's been in that situation. I know times where, yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Nylon thong would be damn, yeah. Fuck it, we gonna say
that's the only time it counts. That's the only time it counts. You have to penetrate. I think
it wasn't penetration. It was no damn porn. I'm sure they had to sign shit.
A lot of hunch, no. That's why Janet Jackson even had Tupac take the AIDS test for the poetic justice shit. Is it scenes like that? There's a lot of like, especially like, and a lot of it is fucked up because a lot of it don't even make it to the actual final movie. And so it'll be crazy. It'll be a whole day and a half shoot of all these crazy scenes.
Hold up, clip. No, it's not crazy. It's crazy for the dominant society to make you simulate sex without somebody that's not your partner. That's weird. And to put it on the screen. That's this fucked up society.
Okay, so if y'all say that, then it's pornography acting, because they call each other porn actors and actresses, and I don't see no acting going on. I see reality. They really doing it.
Well, no, they're acting out the scenario, and and most times, she's acting out her level of enjoyment. I mean,
well, yeah, that I would agree
with. I keep telling you, white people have warped your mind.
I can't speak for everybody.
It's fucked up.
Hold on, Brandon. I can't speak for everybody, but I could say this. Now, listen. Now, when I'm fucking, okay. Now, when I'm watching these pornos, yeah, like that, do it like that. Now, bitch, she's acting, because when I'm fucking, when you're in my mind, in my world, when real fucking is taking place, it doesn't sound like that. Okay, all you hearing is clapping and sound like somebody's getting mugged in the alley. And,
yes, they may be overacting with their voices, but they not acting out sex.
I'm just saying, food revolution. That's not real.
They have sex, bro. That's not acting.
Yeah, real fucking is like there is no attractive way a girl can give fellatio, okay? Because when you're doing it right, goddamn it, you got to get into it. I need to see some mascara, okay?
You bugging.
I'm a Scorpio. Let's make it happen. There is no, ladies. Is there a nice and pretty way for somebody to give you cunnilingus?
Just bugging.
Food revolution, girl on the mic. Is there an attractive, polite way to give cunnilingus, or do you want the motherfucker to get up in that motherfucker?
I don't know. I don't partake in such activities. I'm a virgin.
Thank you. That's what she is. She knows she knows good and damn well if that man go down there, he is not getting called back. He is not getting called back. She is like, get up, stop.
Bro, you know this channel wild clips over there simulating this is wild. This is wild. Who just pulled up?
Girl behind the mic. Oh, Sir Senior in the building. Shout out to Sir Senior. His first time at Smoke Signals. Man, come on in the Smoke Signals, man. Come on, man. Pull up and, you know what I'm saying, burn something, learn something. You know what I'm saying? We all
I ain't finna bother nobody. It's peace on my end over here. Peace.
Yes, exactly. It's the peace pipe, man. It's Smoke Signals. Y'all got the wrong idea of smoke. See, I'm Native American. See, like the reason why I like the idea of Smoke Signals is, you know, in Native American culture, you're supposed to bring tobacco when you come to an elder, when you come whatever. Motherfuckers have conflict, they have a problem. Y'all sit back and y'all smoke it out. Y'all hit the pipe and y'all smoke it out.
Yeah, that shit didn't work. The white man smoked their ass right to the reservation. So all that.
No, the problem that happened was indigenous people, Native Americans, Africans, even indigenous white folks, indigenous Asians. The problem with that is that we are literal people and we are honorable people. As honorable people, we mean what we say. You dig what I'm saying? We say what we mean. And white folks, they invented satire. They invented cynicism. They invented wordplay and being slick with it for these reasons. You know what I'm saying? Sir Senior, it's too loud. Oh, man. Nah. I was about to say, it's too loud where you at. I understand.
Bro, but Clip, when it comes to the perversion of this world, I'm not going to sit up here and normalize. There's no way that we should be watching people simulate sex with other people who not their spouses, and then you think that they shouldn't fuck that person when they sitting there kissing on them. That's not natural. Like, let's say, okay, if you're doing a scene,
watching any sex other than the sex we're having.
What?
Should we, if by that same principle, and I'm with you, but like, so if everybody needs to get
not be watching sex other than the sex we have.
Other than the sex we have. So if I'm not having this sex, I shouldn't be seeing it. Because sex should be kept between the people having sex.
Yes.
So technically, in these movies, when you're depicting a romantic encounter, you should show their interactions. You might be showing them kissing, but honestly, you should actually fade the camera and cut to the next scene. We don't need the 20-minute fuck scene, even though without the 20-minute fuck scene, there are many shows I probably wouldn't watch. I'll tell you the truth. If you gotta have some blood, like for real,
like even the scene, like I'm gonna give you a scene, for example, that I watched that, of course, as a man I liked, but I found offensive and exploited. You remember Tasha from Power? This when I started watching Power. Remember when she played with herself in the back of the car? Remember that
episode? Yeah, that's what made me watch it. I was getting bored.
I stopped watching it. I stopped watching it after that.
I was like, what's happening? I said, look at her freak ass. Look at her. She's like,
man, come on, bro. See, but that you gotta remember, you're not the only one watching Power. They watching Power in China. This is what we export. I'm telling you, bro.
You telling me they weren't playing with their pussies in China?
But do you see it? Do you see it? Is it splashed across American TV screen? Is that an export that comes from China?
I'm just saying.
Is that an export?
I mean, we can't export fucking, man. Fucking been here since fucking been fucking, man.
Man, please. Yes, you can. Not only can you exploit it, you can exploit it.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be exploited. I mean, it's fun. I mean, do you think that the hypersexualization of modern days? Do you think it's new? Do you think that it's whatever, or do you think, as I'm leading the witness here, but I know me personally, I believe it's on the individual. You know, I believe that, you know, it's out there, and if that's what you're into, just know what you're getting into.
Most indigenous societies, that's not a practice that's indigenous.
Most indigenous societies aren't sexually repressed. Most indigenous societies are very open with their
Whoa.
sex.
So you think? Whoa.
Down to where
Okay.
most indigenous societies dress in loincloth and be like nude or semi-nude. Believe it or not, Brandon, on that same argument, most
Did you say
indigenous
dude or semi-dude?
semi-nude, dude. Don't make fun of my accent. Don't you make fun of my accent, LA.
Nah, it's you talking. It's like you. So you know, sometimes you be talking through your nose with smoke in your mouth. Pause.
You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I am smoking, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, and Brandon Washington, along them lines, this is something that I've always brought up, and a lot of people get mad or look at me weird for, but yo, most indigenous cultures were bi and pansexual by nature, and they just didn't make a big deal about it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
But
that.
they weren't pansexual for sexual exploitation or
They just naturally were, like a connections. Even the Egyptian gods, believe it or not, Orishas and all like that, ancient African gods. But you know what? A man's role in society is a man's role, and a woman's role in society is a woman's role. Same with Asians, same with different indigenous white folks, same with Native Americans.
I got a girl behind the mic.
Brandon,
You come
stop.
from indigenous culture.
Brandon, stop. Because it wasn't until Hellenized Greece and then Romans that you started seeing a more sexualization of bisexuality or whatever, of more of a liberalization and lifestyle thing. Because back in the indigenous world, I don't care how much dick you sucked, when it was time for the village men to rise up, the village men rised up. When it was time for the village women to rise up, even if she could have 1,000 wives herself, because you have women kings in Africa. You have male wives in ancient Africa. Now ask girl behind the mic her question. She'll tell you.
Girl behind the mic. Is that a normal practice? Homosexuality, pansexuality, was that a normal practice in your indigenous culture where you from?
Not that I know. I mean, homosexuality is banned in our country. And if they find out that you are, now I don't know if it was ancient, but I know that the government right now, if you are a member of the LGBTQ, there is no, like, listen, gay men have to act masculine. Otherwise, they are afraid of consequences. You're living in a society where the justice is carried out by the civilians. So if the police don't get to you, the people will mob you, stone you, kill you, you know, for your sexuality. So yeah, their lives are in danger. Most of them try to escape to come to the West. So in my experience of being raised there, I've just always known that homosexuality was not permissible.
Now you hear what she's saying, Brandon Washington. Right now,
I just wanted to say, to be fair, the only thing that I kind of knew was like gay men, but not even men, just one. Like my mom had a hairdresser who had feminine ways, and as a kid, I didn't even know what that was articulated as. I just kind of thought he had like feminine ways. And I learned that when I came to the West, that's called, you know, a gay man. And also I was also surprised when I came here, because I didn't know there was lesbians, like women to women action, till I started watching Jerry Springer. When I came here, I was like, wait, what? How does this work? But that's just
Jerry Springer opened your world to open your world to the dual box.
Right, but that's just being kept out of the box, I think. You know what I mean? Because like in the West, there's so much exposure and you know what I'm saying, like media, like we got so much stuff.
Degeneracy, perversion. Keep going, sis.
Well, yeah. So, and because we only had one channel, which is really regulated and controlled, so you won't see what you don't see and know that it exists until you see it, or maybe until you immerse yourself in it. You know what I mean?
Right, but these things do exist, though. That's my point. These things are out there, and especially like in cultures, like, you know, like Zimbabwe. After colonization, they still have a very Western country, and they're very hardline. They're in a very authoritarian government. So yes, in her lifetime, she might not have seen it. But yeah, you go out in the village, like motherfuckers know about this shit. Like, you know, but they like I always
no, they don't. Clips, they don't know about it. That's what I'm trying to tell. That's
you know about it.
Brandon, motherfuckers know. What I mean about that is, like, as 80s babies, they were gay motherfuckers. But at the end of the day, they didn't parade around like that. It wasn't like they're acting like they're their own type of their own type of species, their own whatever. It was like, yeah, okay, Taiwan's gay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Why do you think in Black culture, as far as homosexuality goes, is it more acceptable for women to be with women than it is for men to be with men? Like you said, you attract more bisexual women. Yeah. But if those women knew that you were with men, then they probably wouldn't accept you the same way you do accept them that they're with other women when they're not with you.
I thank you for that question. I thank you so much because that's something that actually I've dealt with a lot in my life. And in my late 20s, early 30s, I had a coming to Jesus moment. Who's that with the noise in the background? Is you food? All right, okay. You know that. But yeah. I realized how hypocritical I was, and I'm real big on not trying to be a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? To where I got all these songs. Yeah, I like girls who like girls, and everything. And it's like, yeah, I bet you.
Hey, don't say no gay shit. I'm gonna leave your panel.
Man, yeah, man, I should. You can leave if you want to. That's fine.
Nah, I'm just messing with you, kid.
I started saying like that's so crazy. Like I was like, yeah. If I see two actresses or whatever female celebrities and I see them fucking, like I'm more of a fan. But right now, if motherfucking Michael B. Jordan and John David Washington did a movie right now together, Black women tearing some shit up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, not just Black women, but Black men too.
Yeah. Like this shit crazy. Like you feel what I'm saying? And so I started like really like you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm being careful in how I word it. I started trying to rethinking how, you know, I view these things. And I do see that. I do see the...
So you watch gay porn?
Huh? Do I watch gay porn? Why would I watch gay porn?
All right. That's the point that she's trying to make. That's what she's asking you.
No, Brandon, stop. You distracting people, man. Stop. My point is, like, I've noticed that and being multicultural, I noticed how bisexual, Spanish culture, white culture, like these actors. I remember the model, the Tommy Hilfiger model, Chris Kutcher, who was openly bisexual. And then when he starts acting, he uses his middle name, Ashton. And he slowly reinvents himself from the 70s show into a leading man in the world. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of like the Bad Bunnies and all like that. No one really brings it up, or like I was saying, the Puro.
Is Bad Bunny bisexual?
I mean, it's one of those weird things. Puro, you can speak on this. My Latin brother Puro's in here. It's a weird thing in Latin culture because they're so gender fluid. Like you got a lot of dudes, even in gang culture, he's hard as bricks. But yo, he runs around with painted nails. Like you tell him Puro, like especially when you deal with the Santano aspect of.
No, that niggas is gay.
I can't speak on that, to be honest. Clips. Like, I don't know
like,
about that.
It's weird. Like these motherfuckers are still like nobody tears them down like you would if it had been a black artist. Like if a black R&B rapper, same music that Bad Bunny makes, but if he was black and he dressed and acted like he would, yeah, motherfuckers would have been. YouTube would have been crazy. I don't see the Latin community treating Bad Bunny like that. I love Bad Bunny too, by the way. Am I tripping?
Yeah,
I barely know the dude.
Yeah, all right.
White women are much more open about knowing that they've been with or being with a man that they know that have been with a man than most Black women, and that's why you'll see a Kim Kardashian with a Kanye. Not saying that he's been with men, but there have been a lot of rumors, and she was pretty comfortable being with him, and that's been the way. White women have been like more bearded, beards for men, however you want to say it.
Oh yeah. That goes back to Greek and Rome, and they're used to it, and it's acceptable. And so I agree with you on that. But what I was saying is the aspect of the aspect of masculinity, I believe, is different culturally. Everybody gone, and I wanted Puro to go on to speak on this, being the one Latino on this. I don't want to speak for Latinos, but I know in my experience and all the different Latinos that I grew up with and am friends with, that whole bisexual thing really hits different with them. There are a lot of dudes who you can think what you want or whatever, but Jose's Jose, bro. It is what it is.
Well, the only thing, Clips, I can speak on is my experience, man. You know, I was raised by old school guy. I mean, like old school. My dad was born in the 30s and shit. So, like, I mean, like, he didn't like talk bad on gays, but I had a lot of gay cousins and shit. And I had one in particular that used to like stay with us, like when I was on vacation. And my dad like used to clown him and shit. But I used to clown him. It was funny as shit, but like he took it in stride, you know. He was a good dude too. He died.
Right, joke, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, hey, bitch, maricon, and he looks at you and yeah, that's right, blah, blah, blah.
Maricon, joto. Yeah.
No, he wouldn't even say it like that. He wouldn't even go hardcore like that. He just make jokes like, cause he used to wear high heels, like
Right,
little
exactly.
like those little high heels, and he used to make like little cracks like that. He make us all laugh and shit. He be laughing.
Yeah, pure. You're 100% right. That's what I was getting about earlier about, you know, as an 80s baby, like, you know, Taiwan can fight 9 out of 10 if he was gay and he was black or Puerto Rican or Mexican. Not only did he have thick skin and a good sense of humor, he could fight because, no, he, like, you know, it wasn't this, oh, they're this protected species or whatever. It was like, yeah, some motherfuckers are gay. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was not a highlight. That was not something that you had to be very mindful or cognizant of. It was just you had to be aware that, yeah, this happened. And, yeah, some of these girls, they're like this. And it is what it is. I remember when the word tomboy wasn't as offensive. That's just what you called a girl who was athletic.
Yeah, we all grew up tomboys in the 80s and 90s. We all dressed like boys. Look at Aaliyah. Like, we all wore
That's offensive now? I didn't even know that shit.
And
oh man, yeah, in the wrong crowd. When you tell them food revolution, in the wrong crowd, you get around some of these hyper woke women, and you would describe a woman as a tomboy. You know what I'm saying? You're making a derogatory term towards her.
Fuck, the world
And it's
changed.
like, no, that just means like, no, this. I grew up like I always say, I fucked a lot of tomboys growing up because I had a lot of homegirls in my hood who they were right there with us, even on some gangbang shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had a lot of girls who they were members of the gang. Don't get it twisted, bro.
But here we go. Here we go with extremes now, because now I'm seeing a lot of TikToks where a lot of dudes are trying to go after, what do they call the women that act like men?
Studs.
Studs. Yeah.
No, I know. I said earlier, I'm a stud finder. My friends always tease me and call me a stud finder because pretty much 95% of every woman I've ever been with has been either openly or, if you know, like I know, oh yeah, she will. Oh yeah.
So do you like them because you know that they haven't been with a lot of men, because that seems to be a big deal now?
With me, honestly, I'm so Scorpio that it seems like with me, women who are bisexual, or just lesbian women, they seem to understand that I grew up in a matriarchy to where I got a good rapport with women. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always teach people, I really do believe God is a woman. You know, I swear to God, I think God is a woman. Like, it's I got this weird thing, and then because of my personality, people have weird conversations with me. People open up with me, and just because I am how I am doesn't always mean that I'm flirting with a bitch. You know what I'm saying? To where it seems like most straight women get real insecure in relationships with me. And it seems like that bisexual girl, she's either cool with the women that are around me, you know what I'm saying, or she even brings women around me and she knows that I'm not tripping. She doesn't feel like I'm some fox in a hen house. You know what I'm saying? I'm just me. And if anything happens, you know, it happens. I'm just me. You know, most.
So you don't think you're swinging to an extreme, trying to find a peaceful middle ground by going from one extreme to the other, like straight women who are jealous of you, versus bisexual women? You think that they're more open? You can't find a straight woman who's just like secure with you being around other women?
I mean, honestly, like I've always said, I like people who like me. And how it normally breaks down is most people, like, you know, my humility often comes off as hubris. That's why I make no qualms about when I rub people.
So if a rich 87-year-old stud liked you would like her?
I mean, if she's being cool with me and we've got, you know what I'm saying, if we got a good rapport.
I said like it.
Yeah. If we got a good rapport, yeah, I fuck with her. Doesn't mean I gotta fuck her, but I'm one of them type of people that, like, you know what I'm saying, I fuck with Puro. You know what I'm saying? Puro give me enough time. I'm gonna find some way to figure out what Puro does to me, you know what I'm saying, to make the shit work together.
Oh, okay.
I'm one of them people that I like people who like me. When I see that we have a genuine good rapport, you know what I'm saying? You know, that goes back to, you know, like I say, that's the gangster disciple in me. That's that black militant shit where I believe in the aggregation of resources. I always tell people, me personally, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question, is what I'm saying. Because me personally,
we're talking about a romantic
but I'm a utilizer. I'm a utilizer where it's like the people that are around me, I recognize them for who they are and I'll utilize them for that. You know what I'm saying? So would I use her? Would I be fucking with her for her money because she's a millionaire? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't care if she's a millionaire. I wouldn't care if she's 87 years old. But what I care is, you know, if we got a real cool bond, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate interactions, and I'm going to find a way to cultivate that and make that mutually beneficial. That's just the nature of who I am.
I'm the same way, bro.
It doesn't have nothing to do with sex. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? If you fucking with me, I overmatch energy. You give me fuck you energy, I'm going to shit on your whole life. And nothing personal, but it's just I overmatch energy. That's just who I am, what I am.
I mean, I think that's how it's supposed to be done, to be honest.
Exactly. But, you know, some people don't agree with that. You know, I know.
I call it the golden rule, fucking rule. You know, that's how I do it.
But, you know, these golden rules, they get lost in interpretation over the years. As I often tell my Christian brothers and sisters, a lot of people get confused with what, you know, when they turn the other cheek because you missed the historical context. Yeah, they don't tell you that Rabbi Yahshua, you know what I'm saying, was running around with them Essenes and Zealots from Ethiopia who are still some of the baddest warriors ever in recorded history. And these were warriors. And that saying, turn the other cheek, is an Ethiopian saying, which means that if a man slaps you, you turn the other cheek, meaning that you're a warrior, as in do it again, motherfucker. It's not. The real interpretation of that saying isn't be passive and let someone, it's like when someone offends you, you give up, you let them be known that that was your one. Do it again. But see, we're not taught that. So when we hear turn the other cheek, we don't understand what it means.
A lot of things are lost in interpretation, I suppose.
Yep. Y'all cook up for a second.
That's true. Oh shit! I wanted to answer the Clip's question, and he's got scrolling at the bottom. Like, I don't think the world's heading there. I think America's heading there, and I think a lot of people think America's the world.
Hold on now. I'm surprised you said that, because you being Mexican, you know, in your culture is already there.
Well, Mexico. Like Mexicans over here are different, you know, like way different. Like,
a lot of Mexican Americans don't like to, especially when you deal with like the street politics of LA, and sometimes, you know, Texas is a little more cool, but the brown and black politics of LA, they'll get mad. But you know what?
Yeah, it's much different in LA, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the inhabitants of Mexico City, darker than me, hair nappier than mine. I'm just saying, I've been. Like, you know what I'm saying? Mexico's a racially diverse nation.
No, it is. Most definitely. There's a lot of the same racism over there as there is over here.
Oh man, Mexico, wow.
It's a little different. It's just different, you know. It's not like it's just, I don't know. It's like subtle.
Yeah,
it's not like in your face like some place over.
Y'all cook up on race and sexuality, and do you think we'll be in orange and purple? We're moving towards a pansexual orange and purple future. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes.
Cool.
I think, like someone said earlier, I think that as the generations turn, we're headed to a generation where, you know, we'll be one step closer to minimalizing. I look forward to, if I'm still alive, to no racism, but I think really minimalizing. I have hope. Like when we're talking earlier about, like, you know, if they die, the people with those mindsets, boomers, excuse me, but if they die off with their mindsets. But what made me proud, what gave me hope, was the belief in Generation Z and beyond. And I remember, I'm not like, you know, we watched these protests, but George Floyd protests to me opened my eyes to see a youth of different people. That was my first protest. They could have been out there because I don't follow them like that. But when I watched George Floyd protest, I saw a lot of white allies. Granted, it's in Minnesota, but I saw a lot of white allies, and that made my heart happy. That this next generation, the millennials, older millennials, younger millennials, Generation Z and beyond, these are the people that are having children, and these are the people that are going to impart a one race, kind of love everybody kind of deal. And I think also with the realization, to me, my hope too is that most millennials and Zers are byproducts of parents now, perhaps some of them boomers, that have done decent in their lives or that have done okay or whatever the case is, in terms of where their millennials and Zers are going to be taking dominant positions into these positions in corporate America or whatever jobs, leadership roles. And so therefore, we're going to neutralize the playing field eventually. So I'm so excited about the next generation. I'm not pawning it on them. I'm an elder millennial, but I'm just seeing the shift. And obviously, I think in 20 to 30 years, we're going to see a lot of melanin used. There is a lot of mixing of the races, but I think the dominant characteristics is going to be melanated, which is also exciting. So that's what I think about that.
Well, remember, we're all melanated people, you know what I'm saying? And, the purest white is 1/16 black, okay? That's not my opinion. That's not a nanny boo-boo to the white man. That is just a genetic fact, okay? So, like they said on the movie Undercover Brothers, niggas of all races. That is right, niggas of all races. And so I believe we're headed towards an orange and purple pansexual utopia. I believe, Sir Senior might be up to it, I always laugh and I tell people, listen, we haven't had this much fun since before the flood. We're in spooky times, people. Okay.
I'm with Sir. That's where we're headed.
Oh yeah. We haven't had this much fun.
We're in Sodom and Gomorrah, period. We're not headed
there. Right.
We are there.
No, it's gonna get weirder. Buckle up, kids. I am not at liberty to disclose this to the uninitiated. But what I keep trying to say, why I am on these airwaves and why I act the way I act, because holy shit, buckle up, kids.
But the thing about Sodom and Gomorrah is that people always seem to leave out the freedom of choice that was involved in God being intervening, because he heard the cry of his people. God was going to let it just ride. If y'all want to do this and burn down, fine. But he heard the cry of his people. It wasn't just gays and lesbians or whatever. It was
free will. Yeah, it was like
rape. There was all kinds of things, and so
right. It wasn't the sexual deviancy that was Sodom and Gomorrah.
It was stealing and all kind of crime going on.
It was the moral ineptitude. It was the complete bankruptcy of any integrity that so interwoven itself into the cultures of these two cities. Mind you, these two cities were problem cities because years before what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, remember Abraham had to go get Melchizedek to go to war with the princes of Sodom and Gomorrah. These were some wild, unruly niggas who ruled city-states that bred cultures of wild unruliness. The butt fucking was the last thing, people were worried about. These, like a lot of people highlight, that they were a homosexual culture, these two cities. No, these were cultures that, like walking down the street of ancient Sodom, you might see motherfuckers forcing little children to fight like pit bulls while they gamble.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers like, this was one of them cities where, motherfuckers there'd be a street vendor who's selling human meat, like you might see in West Africa or some old crazy shit still to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, even pure Christian, this ain't no defense for the rainbow community, but we always, Sodom and Gomorrah, because no, it was what I call this Sodom and Gomorrah was Sodom and Gomorrah was known for its normalization
of immorality.
Thank you. And where are we headed? We're in this place. Like I said, I don't care. Suck 1,000 dicks, have at it. But when you are now trying to tell me I am amoral because I don't want to raise my son, you ain't sucked the dick yet?
Right.
Everybody sucks dick. Shit, ain't nothing. I always took an opinion of there are certain things I do not condemn, but I will not condone. Does that make sense, Girl behind the mic, Food Revolution?
Yeah. Well, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? I do not condemn it. It's not my place, so I do not condemn it. But what I will not do is be like, hey, Sir Senior, you know what you really need to do? You know what I'm saying? I think the best thing you need to do for your life is, no, I'm not going to do that. No. I'm not going to tell Girl behind the mic, you know what I'm saying? Forget your marriage. Go out there and find you some white girl and y'all scissor on her all the way into the sunset. You know, that's not my place.
It sounds painful, but I would never tell another adult what they should be doing for themselves, and I don't tell them what they should do for their children. Even when they ask me, I don't, give my opinion. I don't share my opinion with everybody. Everybody is not privy to my opinion because my opinions are well thought through and come from a real basis, and everybody ain't ready to hear what I have to say. There's a time and a place for everything. And, but I do have a problem with people pushing things on undeveloped minds. But like I said, all the way from the very beginning, it is a parent's job to raise the children. Stop letting strangers raise your children. Stop letting your children be exposed to everything and everyone. I was very, very conservative and strict about who my children interacted with. Up until the age that I knew that they had a good basis of what was right and what was wrong based on what I thought. And now they're adults. They can make their own decisions. But you can't say no one told you if you go the wrong direction.
Right. And I believe that in this instant gratification era, we are abusing free will at such a level. I know why. I know exactly why. But we're abusing free will at such a level and we don't understand that. How many here on this panel are familiar with the work Paradise Lost by John Milton?
I've heard of it.
Okay. In Paradise Lost, it's a poem by John Milton, and a lot of Satanists quote it and everything. But when you listen to Lucifer's plan on how to turn man against God, and you look at what's going on, there's a lack of accountability. There's a lack of accepting of the consequences. And that is the most important thing to free will. Like I always say, not even on no gangster shit, I never punched a man and didn't expect to get punched back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we are now almost 3 generations in to a global culture where people really believe that they can express their free will and there's no consequences. There's no accountability. In fact, you know what I'm saying? People invent new ways to define themselves as new types of victims just so they can try to avoid any personal accountability for the choices they make in the situations that they put themselves into. And I believe that a lot of that comes with the Shekinah energy, and we are doing a more feminine, emotional reaction.
Not even just a fit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut someone off.
Come on in. The water's fine.
Not even just a. I agree with that, and not just conditioning people to an emotional response from the whole gay and lesbian and that whole thing. I just sat back for the past 3 years and watched this whole COVID thing across the world play out. And I said from the very beginning, just looking at the facts, looking at the symptoms, looking at all that other kind of stuff, I'm like, this is the flu. This is just the flu, a different type of flu that our bodies are not used to, let our immune systems get used to it, and everything's going to pan out. People are so ignorant and they don't realize that there's no virus on planet Earth that has ever been there's a cure to or a pill you can take to, because it's a virus, and the virus is going to do what it does. It's going to replicate, and there's just no way to stop it. It just has to run its course. And there were so many facts that were not being shared, and so many other things that were being over amplified to just sell fear. Fear is the best product that you can sell to anybody. And still to this day, people are scared. Now they've got people so afraid. They come into the office for just a sniffle, a cough, a cold. Like whatever happened to over-the-counter cold medicine? Whatever happened to staying home until you get well and
Whatever
not
happened,
needing medication?
whatever happened to smoking a blunt and making you a hot toddy and laying your ass
Yeah,
down?
and hot toddy, just chill out. Now they want medication for everything. So we got to test everybody for everything. No, you don't have COVID. No, you don't have flu. No, you don't have RSV. Well, give me something for fucking what? There's nothing to give you. And if they don't, then they want to run to your supervisor. They want to run to your boss. These doctors are not practicing what they think. You're not coming for medical expertise from the doctors. You're coming for medicine on demand. And that was created by the media. The media is like, you need to be scared. You need to be scared. You're going to die. You're going to die. And people think that now. They don't have any mindset of their own, on top of the fact that it was kind of like a world experiment as to how the governments are going to be able to control people and their movements and their thoughts and everything. And people have just kind of fell for it. They're in that trance now. They don't know what to do unless somebody tells them what to do.
I mean, I agree with you. That's kind of like a world experiment. One that I think, like, if you get it on like on the basic human level of like, say, compassion, like, people failed miserably. Like, like regardless of whether you think, the COVID was like uber dangerous or people overreacted. Like, I mean, if COVID was like seriously, like, say, like actually really killing in numbers, I mean, like, I'm under the impression that motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care about you.
Well, I've spoken on that. You've heard me speak on this, Puro. I'll ask you, Food Revolution. What do you believe is the opposite of love?
Indifference.
There you go. Most people don't understand that. Hate is actually love in its extreme form. Hate is love.
Yeah.
The opposite of love is apathy. The spell that Crowley put, and that's why I always speak about this, and and I got to be real careful because I am a member and I keep my oath. You know what I'm saying? But some of this is such public knowledge, and so many of y'all are just so ill-equipped to deal with. All somebody needs to do is just really help you connect one or two dots, and you'll be fine. And so that's what I try to do with things I say. The indifference and apathy, the spirit of apathy, has run amok over the world, starting with the fucking 1500s. It's really gotten bad, and we're at a point where we're reaching a real breaking point as far as there's an indifference, and the indifference is only pushing the individualism. And as the more we move into the individual, we forget about the collective. We become indifferent, so we don't see how we're offending other people. Elon Musk had put a post up that I felt so much. I almost forgave him for some of the other stupid things he did. But when he said, "I am not a cis man," I felt it. You don't have the right to all of a sudden define me as this because you have these little sexual views and I am a man, period. I don't want to hear straight man. I don't want to hear none of that shit. That's the problem. I'm one of them weird people. People don't understand that as much as I'm talking against apathy, I can get very apathetic. Like, people don't understand, I don't like human beings. I deal with everyone individually. That's half the reason why I like people who like me, Food Revolution. You feel what I'm saying? I like people who like me because I deal with shit like I've lived in so many situations. When you talk to certain people, all they are, they're labels. If I talk to Puro and all he is a Mexican from this part of Cali, I pretty much know what he's about to say as soon as I bring up things, because he's all he's going to do is go to his flashcard talking points. I probably wouldn't like him the way I would like and respect Puro. Puro speaks from Puro. He gives you Puro's perspective. Lastly, I'll use as an example in the autobiography of Malcolm X. He speaks about how embarrassed of himself he was after he came back from Hajj and he listened to his speeches. And anytime anyone said, "Oh, brother minister, what about this?" Well, the Elijah Muhammad teaches. Oh, the Elijah Muhammad said. Oh, the Elijah Muhammad. And it's like, I've always been one of them people. When I ask girl behind the mic, how does memory feel about something? Tell me what memory feels. When I ask Food Revolution, don't give me the black girl from LA response that the black woman from, the little line y'all press, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever like that. You feel me? Let me know what you feel. And I believe that that's where we're at in the world. We're at in a world where people are so apathetic that as long as it's pushing your line, you know what I'm saying? That's why people look for echo chambers. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's pushing your line, it's fine. And if it's something that forces you to even halfway come out of your box or even halfway whatever, it's not even a repulsion. It's not even a rejection. It is an outright repudiation, and you feel yourself compelled to destroy this over there because you are so apathetic to, this is their opinion. This is what they're on.
Right. I think it's a product of groupthink, and I think it's a product of socialization. Like, people don't realize, like, you don't go to school to learn in America. You go to school to learn to be socialized. And so you go to school and you become socialized, and you raise your children to be good citizens, to be socialized so that you don't get in trouble, to follow the rules and do what you're told. And it's like when you're in social settings, when you're not around people that you can trust, just play the role. And so the role has gotten out of hand now. Like, there's no real safe space. You can't say anything that in your safe anymore because there's so much cancel culture and just too many opinions and too much power on the effects of your decision in one area versus there's no accountability in other areas. So it's just a little crazy hodgepodge we got going on here.
Right. And that goes back to people want to avoid the accountability. You know what I'm saying? People want to avoid
everyone wants to be neutral.
Right. Everybody want to be everyone's friend. And I was always taught what you do doesn't define you as much as you are distinguished by the things you don't do. You know, so I came up in a generation where, say, brothers from the Nation of Islam, regardless of if you wore a bow tie, if you was one of them brothers always on it, or if you was just, Malik who grew up in the hood, you know what I'm saying? What distinguished you was the things you didn't do. Malik was that dude who was sitting with us saying, yeah, we all smoking blunts. We knew not to pass it to Malik. Malik don't smoke. Fuck out. Right. Malik don't drink. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? We all hollering at hoes. Malik being cool. He's, you know what I'm saying? He's good. He's being, he's being social, not antisocial, but Malik ain't really out here trying to fuck on that. You know what I'm saying? He a righteous brother. You know what I'm saying? We didn't, and when certain things would go down, we knew that this wasn't folk. This wasn't folk us. You know what I'm saying? Right. And because of that, we respected him and didn't involve him in certain shit. Because, I always tell people, I'm from that, like I said, I'm from a different generation of gangster where what made you a gangster was the fact that you made clear distinctions between gangsters and civilians.
Right. Like that whole snitching culture.
Right.
Like, any real gangster will tell you you're not a snitch if you're a civilian and you call the police and you do what you're supposed to do because you're a civilian. You don't have anything to do with gang activity. You can't be snitching on something that you don't have anything to do with. You're doing what you're supposed to do.
And even as a gang banger, okay, all right, you're such and such blood from whatever hood, and you're on your way to work and you see a lady getting raped.
It's like that Cameron interview, the 60 Minutes Cameron interview.
You see where I'm going to? No. And first of all, because here's the thing, and this ain't no tough guy talk, man. I put this on my children, man. You know what I'm saying? After my stripes were earned behind shit like this, I say that publicly. There's two things you do in that Cameron interview scenario. One, you either call the police, or you take care of that yourself.
Right.
That's gangster. Anything other than those two things, use a hoe. What do you mean? Oh, man, yes. Anything other than calling the police or handling it yourself, use a hoe. Because how you going to call yourself a gangster when you got fuck shit going on and you let that fuck shit go down? Right. You know what I'm saying? You know what's gangster shit? You know what I'm saying? Shutting down the trap and yeah, the money got all fucked up. But nah, cuz you ain't going to be up in here beating on your old lady up around me. I ain't even no Captain Saber hoe ass nigga. Matter of fact, I'm cussing both y'all. You and your bitch get up out my spot. That's gangster. That shit ain't around me, because all that negative shit is what? Bad for business. What's gangster is being an earner. What's gangster is motherfucking having a smooth operation that even the police motherfucker respect, because they'd rather have your monkey ass on the streets than these knuckleheads. That's how you get them certain motherfuckers in positions where no, he ain't snitching, he ain't doing nothing, but motherfuckers understand that you take him out of the motherfucking equation and there's a power vacuum that can't nobody afford.
Right.
Because he's a real gangster. Certain things don't happen around him. You know, everybody talks about real veteranos in the barrio. You don't know what I'm talking about. When certain women were getting beat, no, that she couldn't run to the police, but she could go down, she can go talk to such and such. Am I right, Puro?
Yeah, for sure.
And that whole
like
family,
in my case, I don't trust the police, man, so I take care of it myself.
Thank you. You gonna take care of yourself, or you had them guys in your neighborhood who, they already know how you, because they from the neighborhood, they know what it is. And yeah, you know what? The reason why certain people's moms didn't get their ass whooped was because they in the neighborhood with real gangsters. Or nah, you ain't gonna be you ain't gonna be dragging your old lady on the front porch beating her ass around this neighborhood, because there's real gangsters. We gonna clean your ass up. You know, like I always told people, motherfucker, I lived in neighborhoods where let your motherfucking ass get caught selling dope outside of Miss Pat's house, and Miss Pat was that old lady who babysat all of us.
Right?
Yeah, you gonna call the police, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Real gangsters are apex predators, and apex predators control the ecosystem. Real gangsters.
Right.
For sure.
Well, that's what they'll say if you watch any documentaries on, like, especially in Los Angeles gangs, because that's what I know, somewhat the best. They started trying to police their own neighborhoods. That was the original thought behind it, because you couldn't trust the police to come and handle any domestic disputes. They would beat you up or take you to jail or kill you.
Hey, how did start Bureau? How did start Food Revolution, Community Revolution in Progress, or Community Revolution in Party System, in a party system?
Right.
Motherfuckers forget, like I said, I was born 1980. I was born 1980. My older brother is the second generation of the Rolling 60s and of the first city when the Rolling 60s left Slauson and went out to Phoenix. Most of my OGs was Panthers kids. I'm old enough to I could say that honestly. People don't understand what a lot of this gang shit really came from. It came from protecting your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Vice Lord, the name Vice Lord, you know what I'm saying? I grew up GD, but I always loved this. Vice Lord, the name Vice Lord became because they believed the white man was the Lord of Vice in the black community. And the only way the black man could get the vice out of his community was becoming the Vice Lord. And that once he controls it, he can slowly wean it out and control it. This is the type of thinking and mentality that birthed a lot of shit that these stupid niggas is dying over. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't call your GD, gangster disciple. You know, you was a disciplined gangster. Certain shit can't fly around you. I wasn't allowed to get bad report cards. I wasn't allowed to get an F on my report card. My report card got checked 6 times before my mama knew it came out.
Well, once they started all going to jail over dope and stuff, and all of the OGs
niggas up in the 90s.
Yeah. There's no hierarchy anymore. There's no respect. Right. There's no OGs anymore, really. There's nobody.
Yeah.
Only thing to remember is what color bandana and what to do with your fingers. They forgot why we did this shit. They forgot why we say what we say. You know, as GDs, we call each other boss, brother of the struggle. A lot of real GDs don't understand that there was a time when brother of the struggle first came up. That was a saying that Vice Lords, Peace Stone Rangers, everyone used, because all of our leadership was locked up in political prisoners in the Illinois State Penitentiary system. And when they write letters to each other, they would address themselves as brothers of the struggle. That was a call of unity. You know what I'm saying? Even like, you know what I'm saying, this is actually the peace sign that goes back to ancient world. You know what I'm saying? This is actually, you know what I'm saying, some witchcraft shit. And when black folks would do this, you know what I'm saying, that started after World War II, and that's 2 V's. Because there was a movement of black people, black military and black Masons and black Eastern Stars all across America after World War II, where we was looking for the 2 V's. That's why you would do your fingers like this, black people. That's the only time you start seeing black people do this. We weren't saying peace, we're saying 2 V's. We want a victory abroad, meaning a victory against motherfucking Nazis, and we want a victory against white oppression at home. And so you go 2 V's. So much shit that these motherfuckers do nowadays, they don't understand. Thank you, bro, behind the mic for stopping by. You know what I'm saying? But like, people don't understand that. Like, even I saw in an interview, a lot of these young cats getting mad when Big U said that had he wouldn't been in prison, Death Row wouldn't have been like Death Row was. I'm not even from California, LA, and I know he's telling the truth. It was different. When leadership was in place, certain things didn't happen. I remember those of us, because leadership wasn't in place, it was easier for me to have a blood friend. But also a lot of the discipline and a lot of the principles of what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do, all that went out the door. All that went out the door. You watched it within about a matter of 2 years. You know what I'm saying? All the different things that, you know what I'm saying? I remember in the 80s, if you lived in an all blood or all Crip or all GD or Vice Lord neighborhood or all Sereno or Norteño neighborhood, it had its moments where it was actually a beautiful thing. Hey, Puro, in the neighborhoods you lived in and if anybody else you went to, you ever been there where, you know what I'm saying, it'd be that hood's holiday or whatever and everybody from the set came out?
Nah, not for me.
Yeah, you
I
ever
mean,
seen Food Revolution? You ever seen that when everybody, them days, you know what I'm saying, them little special holidays, you know what I'm saying, where, yeah, everybody from the set came out and that whole neighborhood was active. That was almost a beautiful thing, wasn't it?
I heard about it, but I wasn't a part of it out there in the valley. But
yeah, you was in the valley, but you heard about it. You sound like
oh yeah, I mean, I know plenty of gangbangers. I have a like 2 or 3, like a very small few of my gangbang homies that actually took me back to their hood, and it was when there was like peace times and it was safe, people I could actually trust.
Yeah, and the whole neighborhood's barbecue and everything. Like I'm saying, the whole set's out. Everybody's got their cars out. It's a beautiful thing. You see that sea of red or
when they would have their peace treaties.
Yeah, them little meetings or them cookouts are like, or like what people don't understand. Like, I wasn't even in Cali, I was in Arizona, but that sense of unity right after the Watts riots in '92. That was a powerful shit. Black, brown, Mexican. Like, there were certain neighborhoods where it almost saw the dream that the founders in the 60s envisioned. Where, yeah, I've been to neighborhoods where, this is the government. Fuck, I don't give a fuck who's the mayor. I don't give a fuck who's the police chief. This is the government.
The sad part about it is that now with gangbanging, the ones that are still lingering around, the younger ones, they don't know even what it started from, and they're fighting for absolutely nothing. They're just killing because their homeboy got killed, and it's just a back and forth, like it was back in the day. Yeah. But it was more somewhat of a political thing. It came from the prison system, you know, and orders being told by the OGs that were in the prison system. Like, I mean, the Mexican mafia and the Mexican cartels are still kind of...
Man, listen, listen, I lived in a border town in the early 90s when OG Peg Leg motherfucking made the big move, and when Mr. Morgan made that move, I've been saying the M has been almighty. Holy shit, I watched it happen. I have a homeboy who his name is in certain documentaries. He went to jail for joyriding, came back a full-fledged lieutenant. When I say them boys stay on their shit. Them boys got a fierce operation going on, man. I can't do nothing but respect it. And blacks used to have that, but you're right. On a grander scale, you don't see that no more. You don't see that as much as, in real time, you would get that call and you would see what was going on. And I was even explaining even that too. I'm around the 90s with the Tupac and Orlando Anderson. Like, the whole coast was active. And I remember, depending on how you lived and who you were tapped in with and what neighborhoods you affiliated with, you would hear about what happened in fucking Queens, New York within a matter of hours all the way on the West Coast. That motherfucking, that sending kites from jail, them kites flew very far.
Yeah.
Motherfucker,
I kind of blame Suge Knight for that whole bringing gang banging into music thing, and Snoop Dogg and all of them, the whole Death Row thing, because they wasn't doing that shit before. They made
Death Row romanticized it in a way
Right.
that as much as we love it, anybody who ever really grew up around it, we know it also hurt us.
But
Because
what's so sad is that Suge Knight ain't even no gangbanger.
nah, Marion wasn't. My man Simon, well, but you know, he really fucked around with them MOB Pyrus. But remember, like I always said, I wasn't on this show, I forget what it was, but remember when real hip hop, like I always say, go back to that Paid in Full album cover. Eric B is a DJ, Rakim is MC. Everyone around them, that was the actual real Supreme team, because that was hip hop. When you was the rapper, you was the newscaster. You know what I'm saying? Remember NWA and the Posse, okay? It was Eazy-E, Ren, Yella, Q, Dre, Arabian Prince, and a whole bunch of Kelly Park Crips and East Avalon Crips.
Right.
Don't forget about the Mexican. Don't forget about the Mexican.
I forgot his name. I didn't want to say.
I forgot his name too. Shit.
It wasn't Arabian.
He co-wrote Panic Zone and shit.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Because as true hip hop, that's what it was. You would be the dude representing these criminal organizations and these gangs. Doesn't mean you were a member, but you. Because I always tell people this. I am from the generation where you had to have permission to rap. Does that make sense to you too? You had to have permission
to rap.
You couldn't just say, "Oh, I'm from such and such neighborhood in LA."
Nope, and not walk around the streets of LA.
And
that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? I love this about Latin culture. Once again, let me give you some flowers, Piro. I love this about your culture. Mexicans still push that line. I don't give a fuck if that little Mexican artist was in his grandma's basement and he made this hot ass song on auto tunes and everything. He can't just drop him a little $700 video on Instagram without motherfucking having to check in.
Yeah, but I mean, what I've read, it was sheer happenstance with dude, because that was just Eazy-E's homie that he, like, you know.
Yeah, no, that was
he was his business associate, and he rapped on the side, you know, which was cool, you know. It's cool, you know.
It was a natural, it was a natural thing. You know what I'm saying?
It was happened organically, you know.
Yeah, when everyone asks Kid Frost, why did you sign with Ruthless? And he's like, motherfucker, I grew up around them. He's like, now I'm rapping and they're big. Why wouldn't they be the first niggas I approach? And why wouldn't they not say yes? Like, the fuck? Well, because I'm Mexican, don't you understand that there were Mexicans in Easy's hood? Yeah. Kelly Park Crip, don't you understand what that neighborhood, the dynamics of that neighborhood? I know most people don't, but there's a lot of Mexicans there. I'll tell you, there's Mexicans there. You know, he had Mexican.
And I'll tell you, he probably was a token Mexican, because all my life, bro, I was a token Mexican.
Right, exactly, because you lived in the neighborhoods where there wasn't just black and Mexicans and everything like that. There was blacks and maybe a few Mexicans. But I lived in neighborhoods where, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't care. We'd be in the height of brown and black beefs. And it was like, there's no avoiding it. Like where I lived at, I'm literally just a couple blocks from the barrio. And the Mexicans who had money and didn't live in the barrio with them fucked up houses, those were my neighbors. To where me and this one cat, like we were like mortal enemies. We stayed 2 streets away from each other. And yes, every other day there was some funk and some beef, but you know what I'm saying? Like there was that respect and love because like, you know, we're from the same neighborhood. What the fuck? Like,
neighbors, as Mark would say.
Yeah, we're literally neighbors. So where, you know what I'm saying? Like we can't, like, you know, I cannot like you all this, that, whatever, but I gotta deal with you one way or the other.
His name was Crazy D, Clips, by the way.
Crazy D, there you go, there you go. But yeah, I think that's what a lot of people forget in hip hop. The rapper, like I do believe Ice-T and Eazy-E, that's how they fucked up the game. The gangster wasn't supposed to be the rapper but the Ice-T and especially after Eazy-E, you couldn't just be the rapper representing this neighborhood, representing, you know what I'm saying, representing this and speak about things and allude to. That's what a lot of New York gangsters and the New York street rappers, you know, and until West Coast really started putting it down, a lot of these New York cats didn't shout out exactly what gang or whatever. A lot of these niggas were Decepticons. A lot of these niggas were with the Zulu Nation and them different New York gangs, but they didn't shout it out like that and broadcast it. In fact, the first gangster rap song ever, which was done by a Philly nigga, one of my favorite rappers of all time, Schoolie D. That was the original Shout Out Your Hood song. So it was Philly who started Shout Out Your Hood because PSK is making it scream. Bitches always tell me what the hell does that mean. A lot of people don't understand. PSK stood for Parkside Killers. Because Schoolie D was a Philly nigga and his crew was the Parkside or whatever like that. But it was, you know what I'm saying? That was the name of their crew.
Do you think without Eazy-E, like NWA would have been successful? Don't you? I've always thought like he had like a bit of since like they always said that they just spoke about like, what was going on in the neighborhood and shit. There's like ghetto poets or whatever, but like he had a kind of like validity. Like exactly. I always think like if he wasn't there, they probably wouldn't have went nowhere.
Exactly, and I was getting ready to say that the reason why NWA could be so raw and so edgy, and that's what put them over the top. There were other groups doing street music, but NWA, fuck the police. And this is a nigga who really sell dope, and he didn't even have to tell you I used to sell dope. Like I was saying earlier on Mark's show about Jeezy, you know what I'm saying? My first time hearing Jeezy, the lifestyle I live, when I heard that line that a lot of people don't take serious, I got excited because I've said that very same phrase. You feel what I'm saying? To where I knew he was real.
Yeah, you connected with it. You're like, okay, yeah, this motherfucker's he a real one.
I've often said my generation influenced our rappers and we gravitated towards our rappers because they did the shit we did. So I felt this oneness. I felt this connection. I tell the story all the time. When I saw Juice, me and my homeboy snuck into a movie theater. Literally, we weren't running from truant officers like Q and Bishop. We were running from MPs, and we were literally running on rooftops. Running on the rooftops of buildings, running away from military police, ran all the way to the mall, snuck into the movie theater, watched fucking Juice, and watched Tupac run away from truant officers, jumping building to building, rooftop to rooftop like we just were. You telling me in my teenage mind Tupac wasn't the nigga to me?
No, of course.
To him. You feel what I'm saying? I have these personal connections. I think a lot of these kids, they gravitate towards rappers and you don't do none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though I don't gravitate and resonate that energy, I can relate to trap music because, you know what? I've literally spent weeks and months. I've worn my clothes for 3 days in a row and just sat in the trap. Head nappy, breath stinking, pocket full of money though. And I'm still not leaving till this whole pack's gone. Fuck that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
That.
That's the beauty of music, man. You connect with it, and you dig it.
Right. And that's what I don't get. A lot of these kids, you want to hear trap music, but nothing about your life is trap.
Yeah, that's the new generation, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. Like, we related to these things because these are things we actually did. We actually these things. We saw, we participated. Our uncles do this. Our daddies do this. You know what I'm saying? This is what we see in our neighborhoods all day to where we can relate to this. Meanwhile, to where even in real time, it blew my mind how these suburban white kids loved NWA. I knew why I loved NWA. And I would always feel now, you just like the cussing, he said bitch, don't matter, just don't bite it. That's what I would always think back then. It was like the tongue-in-cheek aspect of reality rap and gangster rap. Some of us actually, we felt like we were given a voice. That's probably why I still make music till this day, is because I've had real moments where a nigga will come and say to me, yo, when you said blah, 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 and they'll tell me their story, and it was something about that, them 2 or 3 lines I slid in this random song. But the way I said it and the way I expressed it, just like with Jeezy, you know what I'm saying? That dude knew that when he tells me the story that he's telling me, I understand. And guess what? I understood. And in that moment, we had our moment. And it was dope because he and I both knew we weren't alone.
Facts.
And sometimes that's all you need as a human being. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you really go through shit. Sometimes you be like, tell me I'm not the only one who sees this. You feel what I'm saying? Welcome back to the revolution.
It's
tell me,
basic human, human, like it's human nature or whatever.
Yeah, like, please tell me I'm not please tell me, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm, if I'm cut, don't I bleed? Please tell me you see this blood that I'm bleeding.
Right.
This is not imaginary blood. This isn't fake pain that I'm feeling. This is a real fucking thing. And so I really just think that the kids nowadays, they've been so spoon-fed a narrative that this isn't even the energy you relate to. Hip-hop probably was necessary for me, and it saved my life. I could relate to it. Now, is that same type of hip-hop probably what my son needs to listen to?
I wish my sons like more of the hip hop that I grew up listening to. They do know who NWA is, and 50 Cent and some of them, but otherwise they be on some old mumble rap shit. Not even like the mainstream ones. They know who the mainstream ones are, but they be on some old SoundCloud shit. And I'm like, okay, I got to give you your space to do what you want to do, because my mom didn't listen to rap either, and she let me live, but I don't know. I'd be trying to listen and trying to, have a common ground. I'm like, what did you say?
You be looking at him like, you like this shit, nigga?
Yeah. Going to the concerts and shit. I'm like, what did he say? What did she? What?
Yeah, it'd be weird for me because it was like when I was growing up, my grandmama I gave you backstory on Miss Walker. Miss Suge, man, Miss Suge, she still ain't no hoe. I keep telling you, man, listen. Man, she gonna outlive all of us, man. This whole planet's gonna blow up, and her old mean ass just gonna be floating in space. That's that stars. I'm trying to tell you, she's undefeated. But I be playing rap music, and she come busting in the room. Turn off that motherfucking rap shit. I don't want to hear all that goddamn cussing, you ignorant son of a bitch. And you just look at her, and you just hit stop on the tape player, and as soon as she leave, we all look and just laugh. Like, I just heard every cuss word in the English language.
I got lucky. My parents never censored my when it came to like movies or media and shit. They let me listen to whatever, man.
But see, my mom was fucked up. My mom was the type of fucked up person. Like, listen, I didn't fuck with no dogs of no sorts for a good while in my early childhood. Because my mom, the type of ignorant motherfucker to take a 3-year-old to the movies. It's the 80s. No one gave a fuck. So yes, she took it. So if y'all around my age and y'all know the vibes, she took a 3-year-old to the movie theater to see American Werewolf in London.
I was watching Death Wish when I was like 3 years old.
Right, exactly. I'm watching these weird fucked up. I'm fucked up in that head. Like I said, I didn't fuck. Man, that scene where that nigga transformed into a dog for the first time and his hand stretched and her.
Yeah, that looked.
Man, I was man. My mom said, I said, no, and jumped out of my seat and ran out that movie theater and sat on her goddamn. She still drove a Pinto. It was like a sky blue Pinto we call Betsy, and sat on that motherfucking goddamn 82 Pinto. And like, goddamn it, like I'm 3 years old and she's running behind me, and I'm like, I wouldn't go back in the movie theater. She's cussing me out mad because she's missing the movie.
I remember when we went to go see what was it? I was like 4 years old when Ghostbusters came out. Begged my auntie to take me. She's like, "You gonna be scared?" So we went to the drive-thru and saw that shit. It was about 4 minutes and I was out of there. I was scared as fuck.
The librarian scene when the librarian said, "Rah!"
Yeah.
That's a great movie, man. I love Ghostbusters.
That is a good movie. When I got older, I loved the movie.
Hey, you want to know something funny? I had that similar experience, but I'll never forget this. My grandfather, my pap, God rest his soul. My pap, he would have these things. Actually, this is pipe right here. My granddaddy pipe. And he had this thing because he didn't cuss. My granddad, big Haitian dude, he didn't cuss, but he talked more shit than Pepto-Bismol. So you ever seen one of them motherfuckers who just say crazy things, but he's not cussing or being vulgar? But if you know what I'm saying, but what he's saying is some slick ass shit.
So, my pops.
Yeah. So my pap was a big old Haitian man. I had a pipe in my mouth. And the women, I told you, my grandmama and the women in my family a trip. And so that'd be so funny. Like, that's why when I want to try to calm down, I always try to emulate my granddad. My granddad, he was that. That's why he was able to be married to my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? He's too cool. That crazy ass Indian woman ain't gonna worry him. And you know what I'm saying? And sometimes he would say it not in those words because he wouldn't cut. But you ain't about to worry me. So he come in and them women be worrying him, daddy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? My grandma, Ned, everybody asking for money because he was that nigga. He had his pipe. You gotta call him Fat Baby. Come on, man, let's take a ride. That's how he show you get nerves. And so one day everyone's asking him for money. Fat Baby, let's take a ride. And he took me, and we went to go see Ghostbusters. And he said, now listen, there's gonna be some stuff in this movie, but you with your granddaddy. So you with Pap, so I don't want you to get scared. I don't want you to make no scene. I want you to just enjoy the movie. And so when that scene that freaked you out happened, my granddad he had a loud, deep voice. He made a point to laugh real loud. And I'll never forget that instead of being scared, like, you know, you're young and I'm just sitting there laughing with him. And I was able to, and I was such a huge Ghostbusters fan and all like that. Because my granddaddy said, fuck this barbecue. Y'all bitches getting on his nerves. He took his favorite grandson and we went and watched the movie and went driving around Ohio in his motherfucking old school because he pulled out one of his old schools and he had a fleet of them old Stutzes and Buicks and Cadillacs. And I forget which one it was, but it was one of them ones where the top came down. I never forget, we driving around, it's beautiful weather, and it's just me and my granddad having a damn good time. And we went watching Ghostbusters. And I did not get scared because my granddaddy said, don't be scared, you with your pack.
That's cool. I like that shit. Well, my auntie laughed at me. She wasn't laughing at the movie. She laughed at me, and we got up out of there. I was scared as fuck.
See, now that's funny though. My mom, it's so funny. There's nothing not attacking women, but had I would have did that same shit with Ghostbusters, my mom would have been laughing at me being scared. Instead, like I said, like my pap, he just knew, oh, that was a scary scene.
Yeah, he taught you how to cope with that shit. Now, you know what else scared the fuck out of me was fucking the first time I saw Michael Jackson Thriller. That shit scared the shit out of me too. But that's one of the dopest videos ever in life. But yeah, back then at 4, I wasn't having that shit. Scared shit out of me.
Man, you know something that always makes me nervous till this day, and it was because of Stephen King's Salem's Lot. My children.
Is that the one with the cats?
No, that's the one with all them.
That's Pet Cemetery.
Oh, that's the one with all them little weird little white kids with all the. So like, listen, I ain't trying to be racist, but I worked on the oil fields a lot, and if you work in the oil field industry, sometimes you're the only speck of pepper in a sea of salt. And in this area of Ohio, we have a lot of Amish and a lot of Mennonites, a lot of Quakers, a lot of these people who live very 1800s, no electricity. A lot of people who I understand. I probably am the only black person they'll ever see. So when you're working on the pads in somewhere in bumfuck Western PA around this Amish community, and you would pull up, it would be like the circuses in town because some of my crews were either all black or all black and Latino. You know what I'm saying? And then we were anomalies. You know what I'm saying? But we were so damn good that it was like, nah, I get to pick. That's when I became foreman. I picked my crews, and I made a point to pick only black or Spanish people or the white boys who I knew who would work, and not the ones who would, get on the white boy fuckery. So we pull into these towns, and it would be like the circus came to town. I'd always joke if one more person asked to touch my hair, I swear to God, I'm gonna fuck. I had long braids at the time, but yeah, them white kids would just come out and they'd just be staring at you. And people, I always make people laugh, but it was like they didn't understand how much that creeped me out because I had a weird moment when that old Salem's Lot movie, that Stephen King movie, and how the little vampire, little white zombie kids, how they would just be walking to where, like, when I was young and I'm traveling, and sometimes we'd live in like big city places, then we'd go to like small rural places. And I would always flash back to that movie when I'd be in a place that was like filled with white people, especially a whole bunch of white kids, and they'd be staring at me. Like I would be like, man, what the fuck? You're freaking me out, man. Or like in my rock and roll when I tour a lot of days, and I did a lot of my tours with rock bands, so it was a lot of white people around. And so, they're doing white boy drugs and we're doing white boy partying. And now you're tripping all the balls off some shrooms. It's massive. You drunk and all the fuck. And then you look up and there's just a room full of white people. I always go back to Salem's Lot in my mind. I know it's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. But that movie will never leave my mind. every time I like, you know what I'm saying? Like when I used to, you know what I'm saying, work at this one place that did big events and shit like that. And they throw events with like a country singer and it just be like, holy shit, there's thousands of them. I know that's terrible. I'm sorry. I need to do better. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I'm sorry.
People are too sensitive nowadays, bro. Talk your shit.
I didn't feel that way in Mexico, even though I always tell people Mexico is one of the most beautiful countries in all the world. It's just one thing you got to keep in mind. And you got to remember Mexico is full of Mexicans.
That's the rumor.
The minute you don't keep that in mind, shit can get really real for you in Mexico.
That's what I wanted to tell Food Revolution earlier. You should go to Cancun. I mean, my dad's family's from that region. It's cool. It's great.
Oh, I'm going. I'm about to find out for sure.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's great. It's great. Trust me, nothing will happen to you. That's a common misconception.
Yeah. Like a lot of times, like listen, a lot of that shit, especially in Mexico, that was somebody who you was doing something you didn't need to do, or you know what I'm saying, the people you was with don't even really fuck with you like that, and they just set you up to fail you. You feel what I'm saying? Because in Mexico, in that culture, like we was talking about, like real gangsters respect and honor the distinction between civilians and gangsters. You know what I'm saying?
And they also know it's bad for business to fuck with people that they shouldn't be fucked with.
Right. Like I always tell people when I lived in Hawaii, all right, I seen a lot of killings and a lot of crazy things within my time in the state of Hawaii, but it wasn't a lot of gunplay because there was an understanding and rule. See, guns make the papers. If somebody beats you to death, that might be like page 4 and whatever, blah blah blah, or you know what I'm saying. But guns make the papers. Guns get attention. Hawaii is a tourist place. You do not want to fuck up the business. Everything, even the street shit that we're doing revolves around this tourist industry. So you start running around shooting people that fuck up that money, the powers that be are going to shut you down. And so,
exactly.
like you were saying, like certain parts of Mexico, yeah, they have your horror stories, but for the most part, you really go to them tourist towns, they're very over accommodating. Even a civilian, if they see you go into that other neighborhood, if you're really paying attention, they said something to you and gave you that warning because they don't want nothing to happen to you. Nobody wants that. Nobody, when you're in tourist places and places like that, they don't want ripples on the water. They want nice, clear, calm waters. That's how you make money.
And the cartels own all that shit. All the tourist attractions. They don't want to fuck up their business.
They don't need 2 murders or a lot of shit. Now you're investigating this hotel. They find out this hotel's been fucking laundering their money since '73. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like how this shit works is the shit works when you hide. It works when you can hide in plain sight. You're effective.
Exactly. And then the thing too, I was gonna tell you, Clips, but shit has changed though. And to be honest, I blame it a lot on the war on drugs that's orchestrated over here, because they're taking down a lot of leaders and these leaders are the ones that keep these fools in check, and they lock up these leaders, and then new leadership has to be established, and these motherfuckers start killing to do that.
Oh, look at what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Was it El Chapo or was El Chapo just a fall guy for El Mayo? And was it really you know what I'm saying? And basically, it's unrelated, but it's related. The story of the man who allegedly ran ISIS. This man was known for the bullshit cab driver who just gets caught up in the U.S. overzealousness of trying to, break up terrorists, break up the Taliban and Al Qaeda. And they lock him in Guantanamo Bay with all these hardened Al Qaeda dudes. He's not a terrorist. He's a very westernized cab driver who just got caught up. But after 2 years of that, he emerges, and now he's the leader of this new radical terrorist group called ISIS. And I said, anybody like me, my history and intelligence and different covert works, it sounds like the CIA created this man and propped him up to replace the Al Qaeda, and now they've got their hand. And as you know, I'm saying that in the drug game, especially with the Mexican drug cartels, it's been this long-standing thing since the 80s for the DEA or the CIA, basically to swap out one drug lord, one snitch with another. You know what I'm saying? Depending on who's more useful. And you know, at the end of the day, all these dudes sitting at a lot of them tables are nothing but compromised government assets.
Yeah.
And not the plug. They're just some fucking CIA or Mexican intelligence or DEA or Colombian intelligence or some country's intelligence agencies plant that if everything goes wrong, that'll be the name you hear. Does that make sense?
No, it makes total sense. And also, I also think that they replace these dudes all the time is because some of them get too big. Like the government, the U.S. government, who I think is the real kingpin of all this shit. They don't want to lose their power in it. You get what I'm saying? Like some of these, I mean, like, with all the money that these guys make, dude, like literally, like.
But sometimes it's not even the money. It's like, and I know I'm gonna be biased in saying this, but it's why do you think that they don't let Larry Hoover out of prison? You know what I'm saying? It's because it ain't about his money; it was his influence. And when you see that certain people start understanding the power, like when you're allowed to be a black devil or a brown devil and do the white man's work, that's fine. But when you become conscious of it, you feel what I'm saying? Tupac was basically handpicked. Ted Fields of the Illuminati, who is basically Jimmy Iovine's bankroll. Ted Fields said, "You know what? My daughters thought he was sexy, and if this little nigger can get them all hyped up to where they're quoting his songs, that's money. Jimmy Iovine, you should sign him." And that's how Tupac got signed. Okay, that is the truth of it. Tupac was handpicked by the Illuminati. Okay, Tupac profited off it, and he was doing just fine. But when he started trying to speak out about it and started to flex that he is aware of his platform and aware of the power of his position, that is when Tupac became problematic. That is when he started getting in legal trouble. That is when he started catching cases, and that's when he got his ass killed.
Yeah, but I mean, you could see the change in Tupac, like from the early interviews, because like he was, his the mom, his parents were in the struggle and shit,
Yeah, he was just happy to be there, and then all of a sudden you see somebody who understands where he's at. We all start out just happy to be there.
You realize he was a pawn.
Yeah, and then after a while we realize, oh shit. Like I tell niggas. Like I've benefited from it personally and professionally and financially, and sometimes in reaping those benefits was my wake-up call that that's what's really going on. And so I had to make the conscious choice: do I want to keep eating at that table? Do I want to keep swimming in them waters? It's one thing,
entice you.
Right? It's one thing when you don't know, but I'm a firm believer in, you know what I'm saying. Once you know, you can't act like you don't know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's
blinders are off.
Right. It's one thing to say, oh, these are just the guys in the neighborhood. We're just friends and we're just hanging out. But you know what I'm saying? Once you know that they out there selling dope, killing niggas and running pussy and doing blah, blah, blah. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be like, oh, I was just hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Like there's billions of niggas who are doing time in prison because he just happened to be playing Madden in the trap house when that door got kicked. Right. And then white folks told him, you didn't see that. If you know good damn well that nigga was trapping out that house, don't act like you can't just sit there and say, oh, nigga, I was just playing Madden. I had nothing to do with that.
I know what's going on.
Yeah, you with the shit. So would you say the blinders are off, bro? Stop all that shit. Stop all that shit. We with the shit. You with the mob now, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Once they're off, they're off.
And you can't unsee it. The quote from Pharrell Williams: "The truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off." Because once you know certain things, you can't just sit there and be like, "Well, shit, I'm gonna act like I don't know." Because that's not even a recipe for success. You will not survive.
Nope.
Approaching it that way. But yeah, this has been a great smoke signal session. And you know what? The way it started is the way it should end. Puro, I believe you were the first person to ever jump on the panel when I did my first episode.
No, I came in late.
But you was on the first one, and so I wouldn't laugh.
I was on the first one.
Yeah. Shout out to Food Revolution. Shout out to Sir Cedar. Shout out to Brandon Washington, Mark Dash. Shout out to everybody, you know what I'm saying, who came into the chat. Shout out to Girl Behind the Mic. Oh my God. We talked about a little bit of everything. We went here, we went there. But just like my son always says, I am a rook, as in the chess piece of rook. He says, I move in straight lines. I'll be all over the board, but I move in straight lines. I think I lived up to my son's expectations. I believe we went all around the board tonight, and I believe we moved in straight lines. Hopefully, you were able to follow along. If not, don't worry. We left some smoke signals in the air, and you know what I'm saying? We will catch you on the next round. Puro, thank you. Everybody,
thank you, brother.
Voice, thank you. I will see you on the next run. Remember, these are smoke signals. We're looking for that gray area where we can just talk and we can be, you know what I'm saying, respectful adults having a very intellectual discourse. Because, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, what's necessary is never secondary to nothing and nobody, including myself. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to continue to do what needs to be done, because when you take that bus, we going to get there. So let's make it, y'all. Smoke Signals, it's been another great episode. I love y'all, and we going to close it out. Puro, you got anything to say before we close it out?
Nah, man. Thank you for having me, Clips. Like always, man, I'll be in on the next one, brother.
Okay. Man, you already know, man. Good times, man. We laughed it up. You know what I'm saying? We had our fun and talked our shit. And you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the big homie Mark Dash, who's probably, you know what I'm saying, sleep right now. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to close this second show with this. And shout out to Mark Dash. Shout out to everybody in the Breaking Beats neighborhood and everybody over here on Smoke Signals. And so here's how we going to do, you know what I'm saying? This is a visualizer done by Mark Dash, promoting, you know what I'm saying, my song off my album, the Before and After Party 2, which was released in December of 2021. And so here we go. Here's how we gonna close this thing out.
Yeah. Wow. She's a material girl in a material world. She want the diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga that's thorough. She dripping like she broke the faucet. Got niggas on thirst for water. She bougie, she bad, and she bossy. I ain't mad, do you think, little mama? Come on. She's a material girl in a material world. She want the diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga who's thorough. For a lame, she got no holler. To the fuck boys, don't even bother. She got no time for the nonsense. She only want gangsters and bosses. Dark and lovely, she thick but chubby. Big tits, big ass, slim waist. She up a level, for real, fuck the treble. Baby girl, all about that. Pretty to the club, shaking that birthday cake like go. It's your birthday, babe. One cheek, two cheeks, both cheeks. Ooh, we dribble over it, it's swag. She like the Louis and Fendi. Everything she do, official of Fendi. When she enter the room, other bitches offended. Like she give a shit, she about her business. She ladylike, but she ain't prissy. She with the shit, don't get it twisted. She on her own, so if you're tricking, don't expect nothing back, you're a victim. She's a material girl in a material world. She want the diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga that's thorough. She dripping like she broke the faucet. Got niggas on thirst for water. She bougie, she bad, and she bossy. I ain't mad, do you think, little mama? She's a material girl in a material world. She want them diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga who's thorough. For a lame, she got no holler. Tell the fuck boys, don't even bother. She got no time for the nonsense. She only want gangsters and bosses. Infidel, Coco Chanel, she got her own. You go, girl. She'll give you the link to her cash app before she give you a number that's so real. Baby girl trying to level up. She wanna risk the neck, bezeled up. If you wanna mess with her, then you better invest in her or forget it, bruh. I swear, little mama a beast. She stay on the 7, yeah, queen is a G. Approach her wrong, she might pull out a squeeze. I told y'all that queen is a G. Yeah, she banging, she slang too. She can put you on to tell the truth, little fella. She ain't for rookies, goddammit. That's top shelf pussy, little fella. She's a material girl in a material world. She want the diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga that's thorough. She dripping like she broke the faucet. Got niggas on thirst for water. She bougie, she bad, and she bossy. I ain't mad, do you think, little mama? She's a material girl in a material world. She want them diamonds and pearls. She want a nigga who's thorough. For a lame, she got no holler. To the fuck boys, don't even bother. She got no time for the nonsense. She only want gangsters and bosses. Black Madonna, Dolce Gabbana. Baptize me with your holy water. Slide my snake off in your garden. I ate a fruit and she gave me knowledge. You gotta pay for a pilgrimage to a holy land. She doing numbers on the OnlyFans. Oh fuck yeah, she with the shits. Fuck around, she'll take your bitch. No cap, she a lady pimp. So if she let you hit, you better beat it. She ain't settling for no weak shit. Nah, she expects the best, no more, no less. She's a diva if you sexy and you know it. Shake that thing, queen, I see ya. I swear little mama a beast. She stay in the 7, yeah, queen is a G. Go. I swear little mama a beast. She stay in the 7, yeah, queen is a G. Go. I swear little mama a beast. She stay in the 7, yeah, queen is a G. Go, 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 go.
1 chick, 2 chicks, 4 chicks, move it, drop it low, let it swing. 1 chick, 2 chicks, 4 chicks, move it, drop it low, let it swing. 1 chick, 2 chicks, 4 chicks, move it, drop it low, let it swing.
Sheesh. Black Madonna, go. 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 Black Madonna. She's a material.
Yeah. You already know how it is, man. Hey, I thank everybody for tuning in. You already know. It's all love, and continue to support. And we go dropping new content. I'm going to have some shit going for y'all. I'm going to have all sorts of guests, and I'm going to have all sorts of things. Let y'all know what's going on with new music and new everything. And I just want to actually, you know what I'm saying? I want to give a shout out to, you know what I'm saying, my homeboy, Don Cody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie Don Cody. You know what I'm saying? And as we fade out, I'm going to take care of some things and let the string rock out for a few more minutes. And so I'm going to just let this beat rock. And y'all go and enjoy this beat. And I'll catch y'all in a few hours because I will be going live again later on tonight. Trust and believe. Smoke signals. We in the air. Love y'all motherfuckers, man. I'm going to catch y'all in a little bit. Yeah!